Chapter 3562. There's no need to thank me, just focus on educating your next generation. I don't wish for a spoiled brat like Pei Wanli to appear in the Black Tortoise world. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. Yes. Both of them bowed respectfully. Off you go then. Qin Feiyang waved his hand dismissively. This subordinate will take his leave. Both of them turned around and left with joy in their hearts. Now they were filled with energy. Qin Feiyang pondered for a moment, and with a thought, a middle-aged man appeared in the tea garden. It was Yun Guanghui. Yun Guanghui was caught off guard, but when he saw Qin Feiyang, a smile appeared on his face. Brother Qin, you're back? And? Qin Feiyang nodded and smiled. Please have a seat. Yun Guanghui sat beside Qin Feiyang and looked around asking, why don't I see the old ancestor and Wolf King? They still have some matters to deal with. Qin Feiyang smiled. Yun Guanghui nodded and didn't ask further. Then, did you find anything in the heavy region? Not bad. After Qin Feiyang finished speaking, he said, I called you here mainly to ask about Yun Xiang's situation. Xiang? Yun Guanghui was stunned and quickly stood up, asking, do you have any news about him? Don't be so agitated. I did have news about Yun Xiang, but he's gone missing now. Qin Feiyang signaled Yun Guanghui to sit down. Yun Guanghui returned to his seat and sighed, this child has a tough life. I've met He Zhongqian before and he told me about your grudges, but there are still many things I don't understand. Why hasn't Yun Xiang returned to the Yun family all these years? As his father, why can't you contact him? Qin Feiyang asked as he poured a cup of tea for Yun Guanghui. Then he looked at Yun Guanghui silently. Yun Guanghui picked up the teacup and lowered his head to drink for a while. Then he looked at Qin Feiyang and sighed. I won't hide it from you. Back then, even the old ancestor and I thought that Xiang had died at the hands of the He family. Those years were the darkest period of my life. It's understandable for a middle-aged man to lose his wife and son. Qin Feiyang nodded. But one night I suddenly saw Xiang. That was many years later. At that time he had already comprehended the laws of space and time. Seeing him appear before me alive and even comprehending an ultimate law, I feel like I'm dreaming. However, he didn't stay for long before leaving. Back then his divine sound transmission stone was destroyed. At that time when he left in such a hurry that I didn't have time to react and establish a new contract bridge with him. From then on he never came back. Yun Guanghui shook his head. Qin Feiyang asked, then did he say where he was going? I asked but he didn't say. He only said that he was going to cultivate. Yun Guanghui said. Then why didn't he stay at home? Qin Feiyang was puzzled. Because he felt that he was the one who caused the death of his mother. Therefore he has always felt guilty and didn't dare to face everyone. At the same time he also hated the He family. When he left, he swore that the entire He family would be buried with his mother. Although I didn't know where he was all these years, I could understand his pain, so I didn't look for him. Firstly, I didn't want him to feel guilty when he saw his clansmen. Secondly, I didn't want to disturb him. Yun Guanghui sighed. I see. Qin Feiyang took a deep breath and said, since he comprehended the laws of space and time later, you should be the only one who knows about this. Then, why has there been a rumor all these years that the Yun family has a monster who comprehended an ultimate law? At first, I was the only one who knew about this. But later, I told the old ancestor, Miss Yu and Zifeng. It was because Zifeng let it slip outside. However, he didn't say that this person was his elder brother, Xiang. You also know that for an aristocratic family like ours, as long as there's a small matter, it will definitely immediately spread like wildfire. Because of this, I even taught this kid a lesson. And when the He family found out about this, they immediately launched a secret investigation. However, because we kept it a secret, the He family never found out that Xiang was still alive. They didn't know that the person who comprehended an ultimate law was Xiang. They just thought that another monster had been born in our Yun family. Yun Guanghui explained. I see. Qin Feiyang smiled and looked at Yun Guanghui. Just now He Zhongqian asked me for a favor. What is it? Yun Guanghui frowned. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, he asked me to help mediate the feud between your two families. That's impossible. Yun Guanghui shook his head decisively, his eyes full of hatred. I know you'll answer. But you can also imagine that the He family has paid a great price. You still don't know that Yun Xiang personally killed his way to the He family before we entered the heavy region. Qin Feiyang told him in detail about how Yun Xiang killed He Qingjian and the others. No way. Xiang has already comprehended the ultimate law of spacetime? Yun Guanghui was shocked. Yes. Qin Feiyang nodded. This kid is amazing. Yun Guanghui was amazed and his face was filled with pride. How could he not be proud to have such a promising son? He Qinggang, He Qingjian, He Qinggang's son and many members of the He family. Their deaths can be considered as repaying this blood debt. Of course I won't force you. This matter is still up to you to decide. Qin Feiyang smiled and said. Yun Guanghui pondered for a while and shook his head. Although the He family has indeed paid a price, I can't decide this matter. I have to ask Xiang. If he says let it be, I won't pursue this matter. He also understood. The He family also followed Qin Feiyang. If he didn't let it go, he would be putting Qin Feiyang in the middle, making it difficult for him on both sides. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, You don't have to feel pressured because if I have to choose between the He family and the Yun family, I will definitely choose the Yun family. Thank you. Yun Guanghui smiled gratefully. Qin Feiyang asked, Then the members of the Yun family are still following the rules, right? Don't worry. Last time, there were a few clansmen who wanted to sneak out of the central province. I caught them and killed them on the spot. Since then no one dared to go against me. Yun Guanghui said. Then what about your two brothers? Qin Feiyang asked. Yun Guanghui said, I've already told them. So far they haven't done anything out of line. That's good. Qin Feiyang nodded and said, In any case you have to remember one thing. No matter who it is, I will only give them one chance. Understood. Yun Guanghui nodded. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, Then go find Zhao Si and bring back some unparalleled divine brew for Miss You. Don't mention it. All these years, this great aunt has been waiting for you to come back every day, waiting for you to open your mouth and get some unparalleled divine brew and black tortoise divine brew. Yun Guanghui shook his head and smiled bitterly. Qin Feiyang was stunned and said, It's not good for a woman to drink. I've tried to persuade her, but you've seen how obsessed she is with wine. It's useless. Yun Guanghui said helplessly. All right, then bring some back for her. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. All right. Yun Guanghui nodded and rose to the sky, disappearing at lightning speed. In the blink of an eye, 10,000 years had passed in the black tortoise world, and 10 days had passed in the outside world. The white-eyed wolf finally returned and said, They're really blocking the entrance. Who are they? Qin Feiyang asked. Other than the dragons, the first prince and the little princess, everyone is here. And according to my observation, the second princess and the others have called new followers. The white-eyed wolf said. Blocking the two entrances is indeed a good plan. But they didn't expect that Long Chen would directly take us out of the heavy domain. Qin Feiyang smiled and said. These people must be planning that since they couldn't directly leave the heavy domain, they would definitely pass through the exit. This way they would be able to give them a fatal blow. If they know that their godson helped us, I wonder what kind of expression they would show. The white-eyed wolf laughed evilly. Don't worry about them. Let's go check on Princess Huofeng's situation. The Black Tortoise realm has been here for more than 10,000 years. It's time for her to wake up. A man and a wolf entered the ancient castle's cultivation room and saw that the phoenix-robed woman's divine soul was almost half reconstructed. But, seeing a man and a wolf enter, the phoenix-robed woman's divine soul didn't have any reaction. What's the situation? Half of her divine soul has been reconstructed, but she still hasn't woken up? The white-eyed wolf raised his eyebrows, walked forward, patted the divine soul and shouted, Hey, 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 it's dawn. It's time to wake up. However, the divine soul still didn't respond. Why do I feel that something is wrong? The white-eyed wolf turned to look at Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang looked at the divine soul, his eyes flickering. Suddenly he stepped forward and grabbed the phoenix-robed woman's divine soul. His eyes were full of killing intent and he shouted, If you don't speak, I will directly destroy your divine soul. What? As Qin Feiyang's voice fell, a weak whisper came from the divine soul. Wait. The white-eyed wolf was stunned. Qin Feiyang let go of the divine soul, but he couldn't help but frown. The white-eyed wolf didn't wake her up when he shouted, but now she woke up immediately after he threatened her. What a coincidence. The divine soul surged. In a short while, it transformed into a fiery phoenix the size of a palm. That was the Princess Huofeng's divine soul. Princess Huofeng slowly opened her eyes, glanced around and said in confusion, Where is this? Oh. The white-eyed wolf smiled playfully. What? How? Princess Huofeng immediately quivered and shouted in panic, No, I'm still so young. I don't want to die. Let me go back. Ah. The white-eyed wolf was stunned. Did she really believe it? How could she be so stupid? Qin Feiyang looked at Princess Huofeng, frowning more and more. He said in a low voice, "Don't pretend. In fact, you've been awake for a long time." "What do you mean? Isn't this hell?" Princess Huofeng looked at the white-eyed wolf suspiciously, as if she was avoiding Qin Feiyang's eyes. Chapter 3563. Qin Feiyang looked at the divine soul and said impatiently, "Don't change the topic." "I'm not changing the topic. I remember that when the Ice Phoenix sword fought with the Death God sword, I was instantly killed by the Ice Phoenix sword. This should be hell. But why are you in hell? Could it be that after I died, you also died in Bing Runing's hands?" Princess Huofeng was surprised. Qin Feiyang rubbed his forehead and said angrily, "This is not hell and we're not dead. We're in my divine spatial artifact." "Not dead? Divine spatial artifact." Princess Huofeng glanced around the cultivation room and muttered, "This divine spatial artifact is too small." "That's not the point." Qin Feiyang completely lost his patience and said in a deep voice, "Let me ask you, where did you send Yun Zhongtian?" "Yun Zhongtian?" Princess Huofeng was stunned, lowered her head and pondered for a moment before looking at Qin Feiyang suspiciously. "I sent him out of the heavy region, don't you know this? Is it the western continent's exit or the southern continent's exit?" Qin Feiyang asked. "One forbidden area, two exits." Princess Huofeng said, "The western continent's exit." "Are you sure?" Qin Feiyang frowned. He felt that Princess Huofeng was acting a little guilty, as if she was hiding something. "I'm sure." Princess Huofeng nodded. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed as he looked at the white-eyed wolf and said indifferently, "Strip her of her karma law and devour law." The white-eyed wolf looked at Qin Feiyang in astonishment. Why did he suddenly want to strip her of her law force? "What do you mean?" Princess Huofeng also looked at Qin Feiyang suspiciously. Qin Feiyang ignored her. He looked at the white-eyed wolf and said, "I told you to do it, so do it." "All right." The white-eyed wolf nodded and grabbed Princess Huofeng's soul. He turned around and left the training room, walking out of the castle. So this is his spatial divine object. It's so big. Looking at the vast and boundless Devil's Land, Princess Huofeng's heart was suddenly filled with shock. Boom. Before she could come back to her senses, a terrifying aura erupted. She hurriedly turned her head to look and saw that behind the white-eyed wolf, there was a huge golden beast shadow. Looking at this beast phantom, a sense of fear that couldn't be dispelled emerged in her heart. She felt that the power of laws was no longer under her control. The white-eyed wolf's innate superpower can take away one's fighting soul, cultivation, and the power of law. And it will be taken away forever. In other words, once the white-eyed wolf takes them away, you'll lose the law of causality and the law of devour forever. Qin Feiyang explained. This. Princess Huofeng was stunned. Moreover, the white-eyed wolf can also integrate the power of law that it has taken away. Do you still remember the old man beside Bing Running who grasped the law of destruction? His law of destruction has already been integrated by the white-eyed wolf. You can take a look at the white-eyed wolf's cultivation. It has already stepped into the perfected dominator realm. Qin Feiyang said indifferently. Princess Huofeng stared at the white-eyed wolf. Its cultivation had indeed broken through to the perfected dominator realm. She remembered that when they were in the central region, this wolf cub's cultivation was only at the perfected dominator realm. Qin Feiyang said, "White-eyed wolf, show her all your supreme profundities." Although it didn't know what Qin Feiyang was going to do, the white-eyed wolf still did as he was told. Boom. The supreme profundities of the law of causality, law of destruction, law of death, and law of spacetime were all activated in an instant. It can't be. Princess Huofeng was dumbfounded. The supreme profundities of the four supreme profundities? The next moment, the white-eyed wolf also activated momentary time, instantly leaving the Devil's Land and returning to the Devil's Land in an instant. The supreme profundities of the five supreme profundities. Princess Huofeng was completely stunned. No one would believe that the white-eyed wolf had comprehended the five supreme profundities with its own ability. What was the white-eyed wolf's cultivation level? How could it have done it? Not to mention the supreme profundities, even the five supreme profundities couldn't all be supreme profundities. Because even the Feng people didn't have anyone who could comprehend all five supreme profundities. Therefore it could be seen that what Qin Feiyang said was true. This wolf cub's innate ability could strip away and integrate the profundities. I've told you so much because I want you to understand one thing. As long as you fall into my hands, I have 10,000 ways to make your life worse than death. So, I'll give you one last chance. Where did you send Yun Zhongtian? Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed with a cold light. When the white-eyed wolf heard this, it looked at Qin Feiyang in a daze. Could it be that Yun Zhongtian's disappearance had something to do with this woman? In other words, Qin Feiyang asked it to activate the 5 supreme profundities in order to intimidate this woman. Princess Huofeng said with a slight panic, I really sent him to the exit of the western land. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed with a cold light as he looked at the white-eyed wolf and said, Begin. The white-eyed wolf grinned and activated its innate ability. Princess Huofeng immediately felt the karma law and the devouring law leave her body uncontrollably. No! Princess Huofeng screamed in horror. But Qin Feiyang turned a deaf ear, his face cold. Needless to say, the white-eyed wolf. He did not take Princess Huofeng's pleas to heart at all. I'll talk. Princess Huofeng was about to cry. How did she offend these 2 malefactors? Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed and he waved his hand saying, Stop. The white-eyed wolf stopped and looked at Princess Huofeng, its brows furrowed. Was this woman really behind all this? Qin Feiyang looked at Princess Huofeng and said calmly, Speak. Princess Huofeng lowered her head, her expression uneasy. Qin Feiyang roared angrily. Princess Huofeng trembled and looked up at Qin Feiyang saying, Then promise me that you won't be angry after you hear it. Qin Feiyang was immediately amused. She was still trying to negotiate terms with him? The white-eyed wolf could not help but want to laugh as well, saying, Speak, we won't be angry. Princess Huofeng then said, I want Qin Feiyang's answer. The white-eyed wolf's face darkened. My answer, is it not useful? Are you looking down on me? Alright, I won't be angry. Qin Feiyang nodded. Princess Huofeng heaved a sigh of relief when she heard that and lowered her head, saying, Actually, I did not send Yun Zhongtian out of the twin regions. What? Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf's eyes immediately narrowed. Princess Huofeng panicked and quickly said, You said you won't be angry. A man must keep his word. Qin Feiyang suppressed his anger and asked in a low voice, Then where did you send him? Phoenix's nest. Princess Huofeng stammered and finally said it through gritted teeth and closed her eyes, feeling extremely nervous. Phoenix's nest. The man and wolf were both stunned. Sending Yun Zhongtian to the phoenix's nest? Isn't that sending a lamb to the tiger's den? Damned woman. I'm sorry. I didn't do it on purpose. I was worried that you would go back on your word and not return the god-slaying tablet to me, and that was why I held back. I did not mean to hurt Yun Zhongtian. Princess Huofeng said in a fluster, not daring to open her eyes to look at Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf. The white-eyed wolf glared fiercely at Princess Huofeng and transmitted his voice. Little Qinzi, what do we do? What else can we do? We must go to the phoenix's nest and rescue him. Qin Feiyang's hands were clenched tightly together as he said in self-reproach, I should have gone with that woman back then. The white-eyed wolf sighed and said, If you had gone with her back then, you would be in the same state as Yun Zhongtian now, trapped in the phoenix's nest. You might even have become a ghost under their blades. After all, the divine artifact was activated by that woman, and who knows where it would send you? But Qin Feiyang still wanted to say something. The white-eyed wolf said in his heart, I know you are blaming yourself in your heart, but it is useless to blame yourself now. Moreover, with that woman in our hands, they would not dare to harm Yun Zhongtian. What I am worried about now is that they will torture Yun Zhongtian. Just as He Zhongtian had predicted, Yun Zhongtian had fallen into a situation where he had no choice. In the phoenix's nest, even if Yun Zhongtian wanted to self-destruct, he would not be able to do it. The man and wolf were transmitting their voices in secret, and it was deathly still all around them. Princess Huofeng carefully opened her eyes and looked at Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf apprehensively. Although the man and wolf had not made a move to kill her, her heart was still unbearably nervous. Then, should we kill this woman or not? The white-eyed wolf asked through his voice transmission. We definitely cannot kill her now. She is the bargaining chip in our hands. Moreover, only she is able to activate the divine artifact and bring us directly into the core region of the gravity regions. Qin Feiyang said to himself. The white-eyed wolf arched up an eyebrow and raised his head to look at Princess Huofeng. Seeing that, Princess Huofeng quickly closed her eyes again, putting on a pitiful look. Don't act pitiful. If not for the fact that we still need your help, just based on what you have done, it would be enough for you to die without an intact corpse. The white-eyed wolf snorted coldly. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed, and with a wave of his hand, the 2 men and 1 wolf immediately descended upon the soul-sealing valley. What is that smell? Why is it so smelly? Princess Huofeng opened her eyes in surprise, and when she saw the giant cesspool below, her face suddenly turned pale. "Do you want to go down and take a bath?" Qin Feiyang asked. Princess Huofeng shook her head like a rattle drum. She didn't want to even if she was beaten to death. Qin Feiyang said, "But I really want you to go down and take a bath." "Big brother, don't. You are my biological big brother, let's talk things over." When Princess Huofeng heard that, she was instantly terrified. "Ah. I don't have a biological sister like you. Moreover, I am not worthy of you." Qin Feiyang grabbed Princess Huofeng's soul and threw it down. Don't. I can take you to Yunzhongtian." Princess Huofeng's face turned pale as she shouted. Qin Feiyang shook his head and said, "Not enough, I want you to swear a blood oath to be loyal to me forever." Originally he had not intended to fall out with them. After all, he had a favor to ask of the Feng people. But looking at it now, it was completely unnecessary. "Forever loyal?" Princess Huofeng was stunned and said angrily, You're not willing?" Qin Feiyang smiled sinisterly and stepped out, landing on top of the cesspool. The stench was pungent and nauseating. I'm willing," Princess Huofeng shouted again and again. Although she was a fire phoenix, she was still a woman. How could a woman endure such an environment? Chapter 3564. When Qin Feiyang heard this, a cold light flashed in his eyes and he brought the dragons and the white-eyed wolf back to the devil's land. "Why don't you make her swear?" The white-eyed wolf was suspicious. Qin Feiyang said, "A blood oath needs blood essence as a guide. Her body hasn't been rebuilt yet, so she can't swear." "Then what if she goes back on her words after she reconstructs her body?" The white-eyed wolf frowned. "This is not the heavy region, how dare she go back on her words? Besides, even if she can't make a blood oath now, it doesn't mean I can't control her." Qin Feiyang formed a seal with both hands and an enslavement seal appeared. "What do you want to do now?" Princess Huofeng looked at Qin Feiyang in surprise. "I'll control you first. Wait until you reconstruct your body, then make a blood oath," Qin Feiyang said indifferently. The enslavement seal is used to control the soul, so even if Princess Huofeng hasn't reconstructed her body, it doesn't matter. "Is it necessary to do this?" Princess Huofeng said angrily. "Of course it's necessary. For you, I have to have double insurance. Don't resist, or I guarantee you will go to the soul-sealing valley and soak in it for tens of thousands of years." Qin Feiyang snorted coldly and the enslavement seal instantly sank into Princess Huofeng's soul. Princess Huofeng wanted to resist several times, but when she thought of the terrifying scene in the soul-sealing valley, she couldn't help but feel her scalp tingle. In the end, she accepted the control of the enslavement seal. "Now hurry up and reconstruct your soul and body, then take us to the phoenix nest. You'd better pray that Yunzhongtian is fine, otherwise I will make you suffer a fate worse than death." Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed with a cold light. "Yunzhongtian will definitely be fine because I handed him over to my followers. These followers will only listen to my orders. Before I left, I told them to take good care of Yunzhongtian," Princess Huofeng said. "It better be," Qin Feiyang said lightly. "However, if you want to go to the phoenix nest, you will need a spacetime teleportation divine artifact. But my spacetime teleportation divine artifact has already been shattered in the battle between the Ice Phoenix Sword and the Death God Sword." Princess Huofeng was in a difficult position. Qin Feiyang replied, "You don't have to worry about that, I have plenty of spacetime teleportation divine artifacts here." "Is that so? Alright then." Princess Huofeng nodded. In fact, it was not hard to imagine. How could a person like Qin Feiyang not have a spacetime transmission divine artifact? The next day, at the exit of the heavy domain in the western continent, boom, a spacetime tunnel appeared. 6 figures strode out of the spacetime tunnel, exuding a murderous aura. Among these 6 people there were men and women, old and young. They were led by a man and a woman. The woman was wearing a long white dress. Her long hair was like ice, dancing in the wind. She was Bing Runing. The man beside her was also a young man about the same age as Bing Runing. He was about 1.8 meters tall and wore a long red robe. His long red hair fluttered like flames. Among the 4 people behind them, 2 of them were familiar. They were the middle-aged man and the old man in white who had intercepted Qin Feiyang in the inner region. The 2 people behind the young man were 2 middle-aged women. They were also wearing fiery red dresses and had fiery red hair. "This is the outside world?" The young man glanced at the land in front of him and murmured. Bing Runing looked at the young man and asked, "Brother Zihue, you haven't come out either?" "No." The young man shook his head. His eyes flashed coldly as he said lightly, "I don't care. My mission is to find Qin Feiyang and save my sister. Bing Runing's eyes flashed slightly. She took out the divine voice stone. Who are they? I feel that their auras are very strong. Below, many creatures were cultivating in the mountains. At this moment they were looking at Bing Runing and the others suspiciously. Among the crowd, there were 4 ordinary-looking young men and women. Their gazes were different. Bing Runing, pyrotechnic glow, why did they come out from the phoenix nest? Could it be that Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf offended them in the heavy region? The 4 of them were suspicious. Don't make a fuss. Let's observe the situation first. One of the women said. Buzz. A short while later, the divine voice stone in Bing Runing's hand reacted. The image of a white-haired old woman appeared. Bing Runing asked, how's the information I asked you to find out? I have a basic understanding. The white-haired old woman nodded. Very good. Tell me the coordinates. We'll meet up with you immediately. Bing Runing said. I'm in the eastern continent's Cloud Sea City. The white-haired old woman gave Bing Runing the coordinates. Bing Runing and the others immediately opened a space-time tunnel and rushed to the eastern continent. After the group disappeared, the 4 young men and women looked at each other. The confusion in their eyes grew stronger. The 4 of them were the second princess and the others from the dragons. The second princess was still the same as before. She was wearing a long black dress, and there was a trace of coldness in her expression. The second one was the white-haired young man and the red-haired young man. The white-haired young man was the third prince. He had the white dragon sword. Qin Feiyang had stolen the law of destruction from him. The red-haired young man was the fourth prince. He had the blood dragon blade. The last one was the green-haired woman who had gone to rescue the red-haired young man. She was ranked 5th among the princes and princesses of the dragons. She was also known as the 5th princess. Other than the first prince and the little princess, the other 8 princes and princesses were blocking the 2 entrances. The second princess and the other 3 were blocking the entrance of the western continent. The other 4 were blocking the entrance of the southern continent. As the princes and princesses of the dragons, they naturally knew about the Feng people. That was why they recognized Bing Runing and the others at a glance. However, they couldn't figure out why the Feng people had come out. Was it because of Qin Feiyang? But Qin Feiyang hadn't come out from the heavy region. Qin Feiyang, pyrotechnic glow, will be waiting for your battle in Ocean of Cloud City. 3 days later. Eastern continent. A loud voice resounded in the sky above Ocean of Cloud City, and it shocked everyone. Pyrotechnic glow? Who's he? He actually dares to challenge Qin Feiyang? It was like a stone that caused 1,000 ripples. The people of Ocean of Cloud City ran out and looked up into the sky. They saw a young man in a fiery robe standing in the sky. His aura shook the world. It can't be. He challenged Qin Feiyang? The Demon Palace. Elder Hua and the Demon Palace's hall master were called over by Chu Yun. When they heard her report, their faces were filled with surprise and bewilderment. It's absolutely true. I've already investigated it. Besides pyrotechnic glow, there are a few other people I've never seen before. Moreover, I can sense a dangerous aura from them. Chu Yun nodded. You didn't find out where they came from? Elder Hua asked. No. It's like they just appeared out of thin air. Chu Yun shook her head. The Demon Palace's hall master sighed. It's definitely that kid Qin Feiyang. Elder Hua and Chu Yun couldn't help but laugh bitterly when they heard this. Why is that kid so fond of causing trouble? The dragons haven't been dealt with, yet another mysterious power has appeared. Wait. I heard that Qin Feiyang, the white-eyed wolf, and Yun Zhongtian have gone to the heavy region. Could it be that they're from the heavy region? Elder Hua suddenly spoke with surprise and bewilderment. Chu Yun was stunned, and then she frowned. There's a mysterious power hidden in the heavy region as well? Don't make wild guesses. Since they've come to look for Qin Feiyang, it means that Qin Feiyang has left the heavy region. Elder Hua, send a message to Qin Feiyang and ask him what's going on. The Demon Palace's hall master gazed at Elder Hua as he spoke. Elder Hua nodded and withdrew a transmission stone, the Black Tortoise Dimension. Princess Huofeng was rebuilding her body and soul in the cultivation room. Qin Feiyang sat at the side and comprehended the profundities of the laws of strength. As for the white-eyed wolf, since it didn't need to cultivate, it would definitely go and fool around with others. Suddenly, the transmission stone resounded. Qin Feiyang withdrew it, lowered his head to take a look, and then a trace of a smile instantly appeared on his face. As the transmission stone awakened, Elder Hua and the others appeared. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, "The 3 of you, long time no see. How have you been? You're still in the mood to smile?" Tell me the truth. Did you get into trouble? Chu Yun's face darkened as she spoke. What do you mean? Qin Feiyang was slightly stunned. He thought that she'd come to show concern for him, but it turned out that she'd come to denounce him. Chu Yun spoke angrily. A member of the pyrotechnic glow publicly issued a challenge to you in Ocean of Cloud City. Do you dare say that it has nothing to do with you? The pyrotechnic glow? Issued a challenge? Qin Feiyang was stunned. Who was he? He had never heard of him before. Princess Huofeng, who was next to him, said, The pyrotechnic glow is my twin brother. Twin brother? Qin Feiyang was stunned. Yes. He should be here to save me. Princess Huofeng nodded. Elder Hua looked at Qin Feiyang suspiciously and asked, Is there someone else beside you? Yes. Qin Feiyang turned the transmission stone in his hand, and Princess Huofeng's divine soul immediately appeared in their line of sight. Fire Phoenix? The three of them were shocked. Yes. The mysterious force hidden in the core area of the heavy region is the Divine Phoenix clan. The one in front of you has a great background. She's the first princess of the Fire Phoenix clan. Qin Feiyang smiled. The three of them looked at each other. They finally understood why the pyrotechnic glow challenged Qin Feiyang in public. It turned out that Qin Feiyang had kidnapped someone else's first princess. Even a princess of a small empire would not let it go, let alone a giant like the Feng people. Can't you stop for a while? We haven't dealt with the dragons yet, and you've provoked the Feng people. Do you want to provoke all the mysterious forces in the 4 forbidden areas? Chu Yun said angrily. Sister, do you think I want to do that? I went to find them to form an alliance, but I met a vicious woman. I had no choice but to do this. Let's talk about it later. Shouldn't you care about what we experienced in the heavy region first? How did we escape from the heavy region? Qin Feiyang looked helpless. If he had a choice, he would do that. Don't call me sister. I'm not familiar with you. Chu Yun snorted. Qin Feiyang smiled bitterly. Elder Hua looked at Qin Feiyang and asked, What are you going to do now? He wants to challenge. Let him do it. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. He was not interested in such a challenge at all. Besides, pyrotechnic glow was just a bait to lure him out. Once he really went to the Cloud Sea City, he would be doomed. Chapter 3565. Hearing Qin Feiyang's answer, the three of them were speechless. Facing the challenge of the Feng people, he could still be so calm. They really admired this kid's mentality, because if it was someone else, they would have panicked and asked for help. Then tell me, what happened to you in the heavy domain? Elder Hua asked. Sigh. Qin Feiyang sighed inwardly. Then he recounted everything in detail. As the overlords of the eastern continent, the three of them were quite knowledgeable. But when they heard this, they couldn't help but be frightened. Who would have thought that the gravity in the heavy domain would be so terrifying? Who would have thought that Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf could escape in such a situation? Chu Yun asked, So, this Princess Huofeng is now under your control? Yes. It's already merciful that I didn't kill her. Qin Feiyang nodded. That's good. Chu Yun heaved a sigh of relief. She was afraid that Princess Huofeng would tell the dragons about the relationship between the Demon Palace and Qin Feiyang. At that time, the Demon Palace wouldn't be able to withstand the wrath of the dragons. Elder Hua said, Since Yun Zhongtian left his divine soul in the Black Tortoise realm, you don't have to worry too much. Deal with the matter at hand. I know. Qin Feiyang smiled. Also, after all, she is the princess of the Feng people. There are some misunderstandings between the two of you, so don't torture her. In short, leave yourself a way out. Elder Hua's relationship with Qin Feiyang was like caring for his own son and grandson. This was something that everyone could feel. Okay. Qin Feiyang nodded. Alright, we all know your ability. You can deal with it yourself. In addition, there are a few other people besides Pyrotechnic Glow. After Elder Hua finished speaking, he looked at Chu Yun. Chu Yun waved her hand and the figures of Bing Runing and the others appeared. When Qin Feiyang saw Bing Runing, a trace of killing intent flashed in his eyes. He sneered and said, What a big lineup. Be careful. Elder Hua reminded Chu Yun before asking her to turn off the voice transmission divine stone. The Demon Hall's Hall Master looked at Chu Yun and smiled. I'll have to trouble you to pay attention to the movements of the Feng people and the dragons at all times. I knew that these troublesome matters would definitely be thrown to me again. Chu Yun pursed her lips. You're young. Elder Hua chuckled. When Chu Yun heard this, she could not help but roll her eyes. Black Tortoise World. Qin Feiyang put away the divine sound transmission stone, lowered his head and muttered to himself for a while. He looked at Princess Huofeng and said with a smile, "Say, if I capture your twin brother, will your father be even more cautious?" Don't. If there's anything we can discuss it." Princess Huofeng hurriedly pleaded for leniency. It seemed that she still cared about this younger brother of hers. "Discuss? Why didn't I see you discussing it when you were scheming against me?" Qin Feiyang sneered. Princess Huofeng said with grievance, "This is also because you snatched my god-slaying tablet first." Qin Feiyang looked at her indifferently and asked, "About this god-slaying tablet, why did you hide it in the central region?" "It's because of Bing Runing. She's always thinking about the god-slaying tablet. If I don't think of a way, there will be trouble at any time. So when the god-slaying tablet evolved, I hid it in the central region." "There's another reason. The god-slaying tablet was born in the region of gravity. It can absorb gravity and accelerate its evolution," Princess Huofeng said. Qin Feiyang was puzzled. "Then why didn't you hide it in the inner region?" Princess Huofeng said, "You know the situation in the inner region. A large number of people come and go every day. What if they find it?" "So you hid it in the central region because your people usually don't go there?" Qin Feiyang asked. "Yes. Also, there are very few humans in the central region. Even if there are humans and they discover the god-slaying tablet, I can easily kill them under the pressure of gravity. But I didn't expect to meet a jinx like you." Princess Huofeng was also angry. "This is called man proposes, God disposes. If I were you, I would definitely send people to guard the god-slaying tablet at all times." Qin Feiyang said indifferently. "I admit that I was careless and overconfident. But don't always use this to mock me. Will mocking me give you a sense of superiority?" Princess Huofeng said angrily. "A sense of superiority doesn't exist. But your heart is really big. You actually left a quasi-ruler divine weapon in the central region." Qin Feiyang laughed. "You?" Princess Huofeng glared at Qin Feiyang. "Forget it. Hurry up and reconstruct your divine soul and body. I have to think about how to kill Bing Runing." Qin Feiyang lowered his head and muttered. Since Bing Runing came to the eastern continent, she must be planning something. "Kill her? If you can really kill her, I will thank your ancestors." Princess Huofeng snorted coldly. "Don't scold me." Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows. "To be honest, I'm not scolding you. I'm really grateful. But this time Bing Runing came prepared. Do you think she will give you a chance?" "If I'm not wrong, Bing Runing must have the Ice Phoenix Sword, Black Ice Divine Bow and Black Ice Divine Hammer with her. Plus, my brother must also have a Ruler Divine Weapon. You think you can defeat them with these 3 Ruler Divine Weapons?" Princess Huofeng smiled disdainfully. Qin Feiyang raised his head and looked at First Princess Fire Phoenix in silence. "What are you planning?" Princess Huofeng was a little flustered. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, "Since Pyrotechnic Glow is your brother, he is our ally. You want to join forces with my brother to get rid of Bing Runing?" Princess Huofeng was surprised. "Don't you want to?" Qin Feiyang chuckled. "I." Princess Huofeng hesitated. Qin Feiyang frowned and said, "Bing Runing already tried to kill you. Why are you still hesitating?" "You don't know. Although we Fire Phoenixes and Ice Phoenixes are not on good terms, we are still part of the Divine Phoenix clan. If Zihue helps, I'm afraid it will provoke a war between the Fire Phoenixes and Ice Phoenixes." Princess Huofeng sighed. "But Bing Runing tried to kill you first," Qin Feiyang said. Princess Huofeng said, "Although you are right, if our 2 clans really go to war, there will be a lot of casualties. I can't bear to see my clansmen die for me." "I didn't expect you to be so kind." Qin Feiyang was very surprised. "You think I am you? Cold-blooded, heartless, and despicable." Princess Huofeng snorted through her nose. Qin Feiyang's face darkened. He really didn't understand why this woman had the face to call him cold-blooded, heartless, and despicable. "Anyway, I don't want to see the Ice Phoenixes and Fire Phoenixes fight. I'm not afraid to tell you that even if I go back and tell my father that Bing Runing tried to kill me, he will at most go to the Ice Phoenix clan's patriarch to reason with her. And the Ice Phoenix clan's patriarch will at most ask Bing Runing to apologize. Because my father doesn't want to see the 2 clans fight. Besides, we still have to guard against the dragons. If our 2 clans fight in the end, both sides will suffer, and the Divine Phoenix clan's strength will drop greatly. Then the dragons will benefit." Princess Huofeng said. Qin Feiyang asked suspiciously, "Then what is the relationship between the Feng people and the dragons?" "A relationship that will never interact with each other," Princess Huofeng said. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed as he asked, "Then what is the relationship between the Feng people and the purple gold divine dragon?" When your father found out that I had the purple gold dragon blood, he immediately had a strong murderous intent. There must be a reason for this. I already said this before. I don't know. Princess Huofeng was a little impatient. Qin Feiyang nodded and smiled faintly. Actually, we can find your brother and work together to get rid of Bing Runing. As long as we do it cleanly, the Ice Phoenix clan won't find out that it was you and your brother. This, Princess Huofeng hesitated. Wasn't this what Bing Runing planned when she attacked you? If she can do this, why can't you? Qin Feiyang urged. But are you confident that you can deal with the Ice Phoenix sword and other sovereign divine weapons? As long as we can subdue these sovereign divine weapons, we can do it without anyone knowing. The patriarch of the Ice Phoenix clan doesn't care about the big picture like my father. If he knows that we work together with a human to kill his daughter, it will definitely cause a storm of blood. Princess Huofeng said worriedly. This, Qin Feiyang hesitated and shook his head. I can't guarantee anything now. I can only say that I will try my best. After all, it was a sovereign divine weapon. How could it be subdued so easily? Princess Huofeng fell silent. There's no rush. You can think about it slowly. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and smiled. From this conversation, he had a new understanding of the two patriarchs of the Feng people. The patriarch of the Fire Phoenix clan was more benevolent and cared about the big picture. The patriarch of the Ice Phoenix clan was more selfish, violent, and reckless. It seemed that the patriarch of the Fire Phoenix clan was a good breakthrough point. But before that, there was one more thing to investigate. Why did the Feng people dislike the purple gold dragon blood so much? Looking back at the dragon's attitude toward the purple gold dragon blood, it was similar to the Feng people. As expected, there was definitely a secret that no one knew about. In the blink of an eye, outside 2 people passed by. Almost every 10 days pyrotechnic glow would come out and challenge Qin Feiyang. Even the southern, northern, and western continents knew about it. They were all discussing the background of this pyrotechnic glow. Because Qin Feiyang's strength was obvious to all. Without strength and confidence, who would dare to challenge him so unscrupulously? But in this regard, Qin Feiyang turned a deaf ear. 2 months in the outside world was 60,000 years in the Black Tortoise world. Princess Huofeng's divine soul and physical body had been reconstructed. But Qin Feiyang still hadn't come out of seclusion. This was because he had comprehended the 5th profundity of the law of force to a critical point. He had been yearning for the sovereign realm for a long time. Of course, he wouldn't be distracted by something unimportant. Qin Feiyang, 10 days from now, let's fight to the death on White Crane Island. Don't make me wait too long. This morning, another loud voice resounded in the sky of the eastern continent. A golden-haired young man stood proudly at the top of the sky like a god. His aura shook the heavens and the earth. Chapter 3566. As soon as the golden-haired youth issued the challenge, the atmosphere of the sky cloud realm instantly boiled to a critical point. More and more discussions followed. Who was this person? Why did he also want to challenge Qin Feiyang? Was he the same type of person as Hua Zihui? What was going on recently? One after another, people ran out to challenge Qin Feiyang. They couldn't figure it out. Black Tortoise Realm. Qin Feiyang also quickly received the news. But he ignored it and continued to cultivate in seclusion. Others didn't know, but he knew in his heart that this person was the Crown Prince of the Dragons. He was looking forward to the battle with the Crown Prince of the Dragons, but he didn't lose his mind because of it. One must know. A shrewd person like the Crown Prince of the Dragons wouldn't fight a battle that he wasn't confident in. In other words, since the Crown Prince of the Dragons issued the challenge, he must be fully prepared and determined to win. But Qin Feiyang wasn't ready yet. Not to mention other things, his cultivation must at least break through to the sovereign realm. In short, if he didn't break through, he would never accept the challenge. As for the ridicule of others, he wouldn't care. Besides, why did the Crown Prince of the Dragons have the final say in the battle? Time passed quietly. Early in the morning. White Crane Island. The wind and clouds surged and the sky was dark. Crack. Boom. Not long after. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled in the sky, and it began to rain heavily. White Crane Island had long ceased to exist, but at this moment, a sea of people gathered in the surrounding sea. The sea beasts in this area had long evacuated. There was a lot of discussion at the scene and it was extremely noisy. Do you think Qin Feiyang will come to fight? He should. After all, for him, there is nothing in this world that he doesn't dare to do. I'm curious, who are the 2 people who challenged him? They are so bold. Swish. Suddenly, 7 figures descended in the sky above the sea, and their aura was not concealed at all. It was Bing Runing and Pyrotechnic Glow's group. It's him. He was the one who challenged Qin Feiyang first. Everyone immediately looked at Pyrotechnic Glow, their eyes filled with surprise. His temperament was extraordinary. The aura he exuded was also very strong. He's a perfect ruler. So you are a peak dominator. No wonder you have the courage to challenge Qin Feiyang. I remember the last time Qin Feiyang appeared, he was a high-level sovereign. I wonder if his cultivation has improved after all these years. But I feel that regardless of whether Qin Feiyang's cultivation has improved or not, this person is no match for him. I think so too. After all, Qin Feiyang is a legend, the #1 person in our sky cloud realm. People began to discuss in low voices. Meh? The first? He's not worthy. Bing Runing's eyes flashed coldly when she heard these discussions. Not bad. What qualifications does a mere human have to become the #1 person in the sky cloud realm? Accompanied by a cold voice, the second princess of the dragons and the others landed in the sky above the sea and stood in the air with Bing Runing and the others. It's them. Aren't they the ones who attacked the demon palace and made the 3 giants of the demon palace afraid? I heard that they have many sovereign divine weapons. Everyone stared at the second princess of the dragons and the others with fear on their faces. They didn't expect these terrifying existences to come to White Crane Island. But thinking about it, it made sense. Back then, these people attacked the demon palace to find Qin Feiyang. Now, with such a good opportunity in front of their eyes, how could they miss it? Bing Runing glanced at the second princess of the dragons and the others and chuckled. Long time no see. The second princess of the dragons looked at Bing Runing indifferently and said, We don't seem to be very close to you. Don't be so cold. After all, our goal is the same. There is a good saying among humans, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Bing Runing smiled. Be friends with you? The blood-red-clothed youth sneered and said, I'm really afraid that you will stab us in the back. Same to you. Bing Runing said with a fake smile. They know each other? I'm really puzzled. Who are they? Also, why do they keep emphasizing the word human? Could it be that they are not human? The surrounding onlookers were puzzled. How lively. Accompanied by laughter, a silver-haired woman appeared in the sky above the sea with 2 old women. It was the little princess of the dragons. Accompanying her were the 3 powerhouses of the Itinerant Cultivator Alliance and the Shinmang couple. After all, this was Qin Feiyang's battle. How could the Alliance leader, Deputy Alliance leader, and Hall of Famers not care? Therefore, when the little princess of the dragons came to White Crane Island, they also took the initiative to come and watch the show. Seeing the arrival of the little princess of the dragons, not only the second princess of the dragons and the others, but even Bing Runing couldn't help but frown. They seemed to be wary of the little princess of the dragons. You're living quite comfortably in the Itinerant Cultivator Alliance. The second princess of the dragons snorted with a hint of dissatisfaction in her tone. This was because over the years, no matter what actions or plans they had, the little princess of the dragons did not participate. It was as if she was out on a scenic tour. Not only the second princess, but the white-clothed young man and the others were also very unhappy with the little princess of the dragons. But more than that, they felt helpless. This was because they couldn't do anything to this little sister. Of course. Besides, with my sisters and brothers around, is there a need for me to do anything? The little princess of the dragons giggled. The second princess and the others couldn't help but roll their eyes when they heard this. She clearly wanted to sit back and enjoy the fruits of others' labor, but she still found so many excuses. They didn't know that the little princess had already cooperated with Qin Feiyang. Bing Runing glanced at the little princess of the dragons, then glanced at the second princess and the others. Looking at the white-haired old woman next to her, she asked in a low voice, Did you find the person who saved Qin Feiyang? No. These days I've searched all over the 4 continents, but I couldn't find the whereabouts of this person, let alone any related information. The white-haired old woman shook her head. Bing Runing said angrily, I don't believe that he jumped out from a crack in a rock. I'm also very puzzled. Since this person saved Qin Feiyang and called him brother, he must be related to Qin Feiyang. But according to my investigation, this person has never appeared beside Qin Feiyang before. The white-haired old woman whispered. No matter what, you must find out who he is. Since he dares to go against the Feng people, he must be prepared to die. Bing Runing snorted coldly. Bus. As soon as she finished speaking, another space-time tunnel appeared in the sky. Everyone looked up and saw 2 young men walking out of the space-time tunnel. One of them was wearing a long golden robe and had an imposing appearance. It was the first prince of the dragons. The other person was wearing a white robe and had a faint smile on his handsome face. He gave off an amiable feeling from the bottom of his heart. That's right. He was the son of the ice dragon, the divine son of the dragons of the sky cloud realm, Long Chen. And on Long Chen's shoulder was a fire dragon. If Qin Feiyang saw this fire dragon, he would recognize it at a glance. It was the fire dragon that he had been chasing for a long time. Because there was an eye-catching blood mark between its eyebrows. It's him. Bing Runing and the others looked at Long Chen with cold eyes. Wasn't this the person they were looking for? But why was this person with the first prince of the dragons? Greetings, divine son. The second princess of the dragons and the others looked at each other and immediately flew to Long Chen and bowed. What? Divine son? Since when did the dragons have a divine son? Why didn't we know? Bing Runing and the others were bewildered. What puzzled them the most was that if he was the divine son of the dragons, why would he help Qin Feiyang, an enemy? At the same time, the surrounding crowd looked at Long Chen in disbelief, especially the three alliance masters and the Shin Meng couple, because they knew the identity of the second princess and the others. They were the prince and princess of the dragons. Even these high and mighty princes and princesses had to be so respectful to this person? How shocking was this person's identity? Long Chen was a very infectious person. No matter who saw him, they would have a good impression of him. Glancing at the second princess of the dragons and the others, Long Chen smiled and said, "Didn't I say earlier? You don't have to be so polite when you see me." Yes. The group nodded. Even so, how could they not be polite? This was the son of the ice dragon. Even the dragon king of the dragons had to be polite to this person. Long Chen looked at the surrounding crowd and finally his eyes fell on Bing Runing. He smiled and said, "How are you?" Bing Runing raised her eyebrows and said in a deep voice, "Shouldn't you give me an explanation?" Long Chen smiled and did not say anything. For a moment, no one paid attention to the eldest prince of the dragons. Everyone looked at Long Chen. The second princess of the dragons asked suspiciously, "Divine son, do you know each other?" "Yes. We've met in the heavy region." Long Chen nodded. "You've been to the heavy region?" The group of people was surprised. The eldest prince of the dragons was the same. "Yes. I went there some time ago." Long Chen smiled. Hearing this, the surrounding crowd was speechless. The heavy region was such a dangerous place, but listening to this person's casual tone, it felt like he was going on a scenic tour. "Don't you know? Qin Feiyang had nowhere to run when we were chasing him, but because of his appearance, Qin Feiyang was saved." Bing Runing looked at the eldest prince of the dragons and said in a deep voice. "What?" The dragons looked at Long Chen in surprise. There was such a thing? "Divine son, why did you do this?" The third prince in white was puzzled. "He's an old friend. If I can help him, of course I'll help him." Long Chen smiled. But the third prince frowned. He had a stomach full of complaints, but he did not dare to show it in front of Long Chen. "You dragons are really interesting. You're chasing after him and at the same time, someone is saving him." Bing Runing sneered. The group of people from the dragon tribe looked at Bing Runing with gloomy faces. Dragons? At the same time, the surrounding crowd was in an uproar. It was the first time they heard of this race. In fact, it was not hard to imagine. Since they were called dragons, they must be related to the divine dragons. But were these people really transformed from the divine dragons? Moreover, as a behemoth, why had they not heard of them before? Chapter 3567. Long Chen smiled faintly, looked at Bing Runing and said, "It seems that you have a lot of opinions about me. What do you think? Although I don't know why the dragons have a godson like you have to pay the price for causing trouble in the territory of the Feng people." Bing Runing snorted coldly. Feng people. The onlookers were stunned once again. What kind of race was this? Phoenix? Could it be Phoenix? Price. Long Chen shook his head with a smile and said faintly, "I think that in the younger generation of the sky cloud boundary, except for Qin Feiyang, no one has the ability to make me pay the price." Arrogant. The middle-aged man behind Bing Runing immediately shouted. Others were afraid of the dragons, but would the Feng people be afraid? They were all existences that ruled over a forbidden area. Of course not. "You are the arrogant one." Before Long Chen finished speaking, the fire dragon on his shoulder rose into the air, and his eyes were filled with astonishing ferocity. "Okay. Let me see how strong you are." The middle-aged man took a step forward, and the law of force surged. A giant hand appeared out of nowhere, covering the sky and the sun. Supreme Mystery God's giant hand. Boom. With a loud bang, the giant hand fell, shattering the sky, and slammed toward the fire dragon and Long Chen. But for this, Long Chen was still smiling and he didn't panic at all. However, except for the dragon's little princess, the dragon's crown prince and the others consciously stood in front of Long Chen, obviously to protect Long Chen. How can you guess the strength of a god's son? You'll have to get past me first. The fire dragon was extremely violent and his body quickly grew. In the blink of an eye, a giant dragon of tens of thousands of feet was born, and his dragon's aura was monstrous. Boom. The next moment, a bolt of lightning shot up into the sky. An eye of thunder appeared and streaks of lightning descended, blasting toward the giant hand. With an earth-shattering bang, the giant hand disintegrated and shattered on the spot. Supreme Mystery Eye of Thunder. The onlookers' pupils shrank and they retreated. Unexpectedly, before Qin Feiyang had even appeared, these people had already started fighting. Moreover, the moment they attacked, they used their supreme profound meanings. You Feng people dare to look down on a god's son? Die. The fire dragon let out an arrogant smile as the blood mark on its forehead let out a blinding light. It rushed in front of the middle-aged man with a speed comparable to a supreme-level auxiliary divine art. It was even faster than the Paragon-grade heaven-defying support-type divine technique, but it was only slightly slower than the instant time. This was the blessing of the blood character imprint. Regardless of whether it was speed or strength, it would increase by a large margin. The middle-aged man was also caught off guard and hurriedly threw out a punch. The fire dragon raised its huge tail and slammed it down. The middle-aged man was sent flying on the spot. His arm was lacerated and blood flowed out. What a powerful force. You've already broken the limits of your physical body? The middle-aged man was shocked. The limits of my physical body? Not interested. Huolong sneered in disdain, and the laws of destruction roared out, condensing into a statue of the god of destruction. The statue's huge hands slammed towards the middle-aged man, and the world was unable to withstand this divine might and began to collapse. What? The supreme mystery of the law of destruction. Everyone was shocked. Even the first prince of the dragons and the others were shocked. They knew a little about the fire dragon. Last time, it was killed by Qin Feiyang in the Yin Demon Land, and the golden spear escaped into the dragon's nest with its remnant soul. At that time, it didn't even have a supreme mystery. But how long had it been? Not only did he master the supreme mystery of the law of thunder, but he also mastered the supreme mystery of the law of destruction. Could it be that these were all the legacies that the god's son gave him? Indeed. Being a god's son was indeed different. The benefits were unimaginable. Regarding this, the middle-aged man was also shocked. With a wave of his hand, the power of death appeared and a blood moon rose, blasting toward the god of destruction's giant hand. The two collided. Heaven and earth fell into temporary darkness. But in the next moment, a bright divine light burst out, followed by a destructive power. This was the collision of the supreme mysteries of the law of destruction. How terrifying was its power. The surrounding onlookers retreated again and again, their hearts filled with shock. Usually, it was rare to even see a single supreme profundity, but now there were so many supreme profundities, and they were even supreme profundities of the strongest laws. Who exactly were these people? Moreover, if even the fire dragon was so strong, how terrifying was this so-called god's son? Rumble. The battle continued. The fire dragon teleported again and instantly appeared above the middle-aged man. Its huge tail was like a majestic mountain ridge, slamming toward the middle-aged man. The speed again. What's going on? The speed of a single teleportation is even faster than a supreme-level heaven-defying auxiliary divine technique. The middle-aged man was bewildered. Bing Runing, Pyrotechnic Glow, the old woman in white, and the others were also puzzled. For sovereigns, teleportation was the most common way of moving. Any assistant's divine art could surpass teleportation. But now, the fire dragon's teleportation was faster than a supreme mystery. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, who would have believed it? Boom. Another clash. Under the fire dragon's terrifying physical strength, the middle-aged man was once again sent flying. His body cracked and blood gushed out. The fire dragon's eyes were filled with contempt. Its body exuded a terrifying aura as it charged toward the middle-aged man. Where it is possible to make mistakes, one should spare them. But then, Long Chen smiled. Hearing this, the fire dragon stopped in the air and looked coldly at the middle-aged man. Then it shrank its body and returned to Long Chen's shoulder. The blood mark between its eyebrows also dimmed. The middle-aged man returned to Bing Runing's side with lingering fear. How was it? Bing Runing asked telepathically. Its speed, power and physical body are too strange. I'm afraid that only a sovereign weapon can kill it. The middle-aged man said in a deep voice. Bing Runing raised her eyebrows and looked up at Long Qin and the fire dragon. When did this man and dragon appear in the dragon's residence? There was no news at all. Long Qin waved his hand and a tea table and a chair appeared. Next, a dumbfounded scene appeared. Long Qin just sat on the chair and began to leisurely brew tea. A wisp of tea fragrance wafted out. Long Qin took a sip and shook his head. Qin Feiyang's tea is still the best. Looks like I'll have to ask him for some later. Hearing this, the first prince of the dragons and the others couldn't help but frown. The relationship between this god's son and Qin Feiyang was really unpredictable. Boom. At this moment, in the distant sky above the sea, another powerful and ferocious aura appeared, covering the sky and covering the earth as it surged towards them. Everyone was stunned. There's someone else? Then they all looked up, including Long Qin. He looked for a while, picked up the teacup and took a sip. He laughed and said, "Interesting, another old friend." Then, he waved his hand gently and a chair appeared on the other side of the tea table. Obviously, this was prepared for the person who came. But the first prince didn't know and was about to sit down. Long Qin smiled. "This isn't for you to sit on." Ha! The first prince of the dragons looked at Long Qin in shock. When he came back to his senses, he looked at the distant sea again and the corner of his mouth twitched slightly. He seemed to be the main character today. He thought that the chair was prepared for him, but it turned out that it wasn't. It was a little awkward. Boom. The aura was getting closer and closer. Finally, a huge monster entered everyone's line of sight. It was a snow python. Its body was more than 10,000 feet long and covered with white scales like jade. The aura it emitted was actually not very strong. It was a perfected dominator. Seeing the appearance of the snow python, the first prince of the dragons couldn't help but frown. It was just a perfected dominator. Why would the divine prince care so much about it? No. There's a person lying on the back of the snow python. Suddenly, someone exclaimed. Immediately, everyone looked at the back of the snow python and saw a young man in tattered black clothes lying lazily on the back of the snow python with his hands behind his head. He squinted his eyes and seemed to be sleeping. There was a dog tail in the corner of his mouth. But there was no aura on the young man. He looked like an ordinary mortal. It's him. The deputy leader's pupils shrank. You've seen him before? The leader was suspicious. No. But I heard Feiyang mention it. Back then, didn't Feiyang ask the Demon Palace and us to help find some old friends? This person is one of them. And I heard from Chu Yun that she had seen this person in the Eastern continent back then. But before she could react, this person activated the space-time law and disappeared without a trace. According to Chu Yun's deduction, this person's comprehension of the space-time law is not inferior to yours. The deputy leader secretly explained. Hearing this, the leader's heart trembled. Qin Feiyang, the white-eyed wolf, not to mention the lunatic, everyone saw how monstrous he was, but they didn't expect that there would be an even more terrifying young man. I think the seat of the divine prince of the dragons was prepared for this person. Qin Feiyang, the divine prince of the dragons, and this young man, it seems that they should all be people from the lower realm. The deputy leader whispered. In the blink of an eye, the snow python carried the young man and flew above the crowd as if there was no one else around. It said, "Boss, we've arrived at White Crane Island. So fast. I haven't slept enough yet." The young man slowly opened his eyes and sat on the snow python's back. He glanced at the crowd below with a lazy expression and said in surprise, "So many people? But I didn't see Qin Feiyang, the lunatic, or the white-eyed wolf." The snow python said. The main characters always appear last. The young man waved his hand and his gaze fell on Long Qin. Long Qin smiled at the young man. "See, there's an acquaintance." The young man stood up and yawned. He walked step by step to Long Qin's side and directly sat on the seat that Long Qin had prepared for him. The snow python also became the size of a palm and landed on the young man's shoulder. "Long time no see." Long Qin poured a cup of tea and handed it to the young man. The young man glanced at the teacup and said with a look of disdain, "Drinking tea is too refreshing. I'm not interested." Long Qin was stunned. He put down the teacup, took out a jar of wine and handed it to the young man. The young man looked at the wine jar and nodded, "All right, I'll give you some face." After saying that, he took the wine jar. When he opened the jar, the shadow of a dragon rushed out. Winchi dragon. Divine wine. Many people who loved wine couldn't help but swallow when they saw this scene. Chapter 3568. However, the young man took a sip of the divine wine and nodded reluctantly. It's okay. The sentence was really infuriating. The first prince of the dragons and the others also showed a trace of displeasure. Before you even arrived, the Son of God had already prepared a seat for you, and then personally poured tea and wine for you. Even the Dragon King had never received such treatment in front of the Son of God. You, on the other hand, acted as if you didn't care. I really don't know why you're so arrogant. However, seeing that Long Chen didn't say anything, they couldn't flare up. Long Chen looked at the young man and smiled. I really didn't expect you to come. So lively. No matter how busy I am, I have to come and take a look. The young man yawned and said, You're busy? I really can't tell. Long Chen shook his head and smiled bitterly. These years, you should have left your footprints in the Sky Cloud realm. In other words, the young man had been touring the mountains and rivers all these years. More or less. I've been to the Dragon Nest and the Phoenix Nest, but there's nothing fun. The young man waved his hand casually. What? He's been to our Dragon Nest. And to our Phoenix Nest? The first prince of the dragons and the Foam People's Bing Running and the others were all surprised. They didn't know about this at all? How did this person do it without anyone knowing? Could it be a spirit? Long Chen was also surprised when he heard this. Although they had known each other in the ancient realm, he knew nothing about this person's background and identity. He only knew that this person was very strong and mysterious. Whoosh! During this period, many people came to White Crane Island. When they saw Long Chen and the young man, they were all surprised. Because only the two of them were sitting there drinking tea and drinking wine, they were extremely eye-catching. Another moment passed. The three heads of the Demon Palace also came to White Crane Island. When they saw the young man, their pupils shrank slightly. He Zhongtian also arrived and flew directly to the second princess and the others. The heads of the Northern Continent's Sky Palace also arrived, but they didn't get close to White Crane Island and watched from afar. In short, now that there were many experts here, the Black Tortoise world, Princess Huofeng flew over from afar. When she saw the white-eyed wolf lying in the Devil's Land and reeking of alcohol, she frowned and said, Isn't Qin Feiyang and the first prince of the dragons scheduled a battle today? Why are you still drinking here? Princess Huofeng had sworn an oath of eternal loyalty to Qin Feiyang the moment she reconstructed her body and soul. Coupled with the seal of slavery, Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf did not restrict her freedom. Therefore she had been playing around in the Black Tortoise realm all these years. He knew Qin Feiyang's situation like the back of his hand. Little Qin Zi hasn't come out yet. What's the hurry? The white-eyed wolf waved its claws, completely unconcerned. Princess Huofeng's face darkened. Couldn't these fellows show some respect to their opponents? Then he ran around the castle. Where are you going? The white-eyed wolf stopped her. Princess Huofeng said grumpily, Nonsense, of course I'm going to ask Qin Feiyang, that bastard, to come out of seclusion. She had been holding a grudge against the seal of slavery and the blood oath. What does it have to do with you? Mind your own business. Come on, drink with me. The white-eyed wolf glared at Princess Huofeng, took out a wine jar and threw it at her. Princess Huofeng caught the wine jar. She was slightly stunned and said angrily, Who wants to drink with you? Do you think I'm Yun Zhongyue, who can't move her feet when she sees divine wine? See. You're not fun at all. The white-eyed wolf shook his head. Get out of here. Princess Huofeng's face darkened. She threw the wine jar to the white-eyed wolf and continued to walk toward the castle. Do you really want little Qin Zi to have a battle with the first prince of the dragons? The white-eyed wolf was doubtful. Of course. I want to see this bastard embarrass himself in public. Princess Huofeng said fiercely. Then I'm afraid you're going to be disappointed. The white-eyed wolf chuckled. Let's wait and see. Princess Huofeng snorted coldly. Boom. But at this moment, a powerful aura suddenly emerged from the castle. First Princess Huofeng was stunned. She stopped in her tracks and a trace of anger crawled up her face. To actually make a breakthrough at this critical moment, she was really lucky. After a while, the aura dissipated, and the pressure of a sovereign divine weapon emerged. What is he doing? Princess Fire Phoenix was suspicious. She hurriedly ran towards the castle. However, the white-eyed wolf's eyes flashed. He activated the momentary time and stood in front of Princess Huofeng. He shook his head and said, You can't go in now. Princess Huofeng didn't know, but the white-eyed wolf knew. Qin Feiyang must be opening the door to the sovereign realm. Of course he couldn't let Princess Huofeng see this. Princess Huofeng was stunned and asked suspiciously, Is there something shameful? Maybe he's taking a bath? If you barge in, aren't you afraid that he'll hold you responsible? The white-eyed wolf smiled mockingly. Princess Huofeng's cheeks reddened when she heard this. She said angrily, "Dirty, shameless. These words have nothing to do with me. No matter how beautiful you human women are, in my eyes, you're just wild monkeys without hair." The white-eyed wolf bared his teeth. "You?" Princess Huofeng stared at the white-eyed wolf angrily. "No. I forgot that you're not human. Why don't we try being together?" The white-eyed wolf looked at Princess Huofeng wretchedly. "You?" Princess Huofeng had a look of disdain. "I'm not good enough for you? Don't be so arrogant. You're a fire phoenix. Although your bloodline isn't that good, I don't dislike it." The white-eyed wolf laughed. "Can I dislike you?" Princess Huofeng roared angrily. How could there be such a shameless wolf cub? He actually dared to compare bloodlines with fire phoenixes? Boom. At this time, a muffled loud sound rang out in the ancient castle. Princess Huofeng was very surprised. What exactly was Qin Feiyang doing in the ancient castle? Not long after, Qin Feiyang walked out in a new set of clothes. He was full of energy and vigor. "You're finally willing to come out." Princess Huofeng pursed her lips. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. He looked at the white-eyed wolf and said, "Why don't we spar now?" Scram. The white-eyed wolf rolled his eyes at Qin Feiyang. "Why didn't you spar when you were a perfect dominator? Now that you broke through to a perfect dominator, you came to provoke me. Even if you want to bully me, you shouldn't bully me like this." Princess Huofeng asked, "Do you want to go to White Crane Island?" "I don't dare to go." Qin Feiyang shook his head. "How strange. There's actually something that Qin Feiyang doesn't dare to do?" Princess Huofeng laughed sarcastically. "Are you stupid? Everyone knows that your younger brother and the first prince of the dragons are messing around. Right now, I don't know how many strong enemies are waiting for me to appear on White Crane Island. If I run over, wouldn't I be walking into a trap?" Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes. "You're the stupid one." Princess Huofeng glared at Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang pondered for a moment. He looked at Princess Huofeng and said with a smile, "Right now, everyone's attention is on White Crane Island. Perhaps even your father is paying attention to the situation on White Crane Island. Therefore, now is the best time to go to the Phoenix Nest." "You're really sinister." Princess Huofeng looked at him with disdain. "Compared to you, I'm still lacking." Qin Feiyang waved his hand and the snowflake appeared. The snowflake had already evolved into a supreme-grade heaven-defying divine artifact. After all, it had been absorbing origin energy. The speed of its evolution was naturally incomparable to other divine artifacts. "Don't play tricks. No matter who it is, I'll only give them one chance." Qin Feiyang handed the snowflake to Princess Huofeng. His eyes flickered with a cold light. "Who are you trying to scare?" Princess Huofeng coldly snorted in her heart and took the snowflake. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and two people and one wolf appeared in the sky above Sea Lion Island. The white-eyed wolf immediately looked in the direction of White Crane Island and said with a sneaky smile, "If Pyrotechnic Glow and the first prince of the dragons knew that we're going to the Phoenix Nest now, I wonder if they'll be angered to death? Don't worry about them." Qin Feiyang waved his hand and looked at Princess Huofeng. He asked, "Are there any restrictions in the Phoenix Nest?" "No." Princess Huofeng shook her head. While Princess Huofeng was answering, Qin Feiyang was secretly peeking at her inner thoughts. There were indeed no restrictions. This way they wouldn't be afraid of encountering danger. This was because Bing Runing and Pyrotechnic Glow had brought at least 5 sovereign divine weapons with them. There weren't many left in the Phoenix Nest. And now he had the ancient castle, the sword of Thanatos, the horsetail whisk and the slaughter zone. Even if he were to fight with the foam people in the Phoenix Nest, escaping shouldn't be a problem. But just as Princess Huofeng was about to activate the snowflake, Qin Feiyang's divine sound transmission stone suddenly rang. Qin Feiyang took out the divine sound transmission stone and looked down at it. He frowned slightly and looked at Princess Huofeng. "Wait a moment." With that, he activated the divine sound transmission stone. Elder Huo's figure immediately appeared. "What's wrong?" Qin Feiyang looked at Elder Huo suspiciously. "Where are you now?" Elder Huo asked. Qin Feiyang said truthfully, "Sea Lion Island. I'm preparing to go to the Phoenix Nest to rescue Yun Zhongtian." Elder Huo was slightly taken aback and nodded. It's not a bad choice to go to the Phoenix Nest at this time. After all, everyone's attention is on White Crane Island. But there's a piece of news that I think I need to tell you in advance. "What news?" Qin Feiyang was curious. Elder Huo said, the fire dragon you're looking for and that young man are both on White Crane Island. The fire dragon. Qin Feiyang couldn't help but clench his fists. That's right. He's with the dragon's god's son and has mastered the supreme profundities of the law of thunder and the law of destruction. Elder Hua nodded. The white-eyed wolf and Qin Feiyang looked at each other. The white-eyed wolf came back to his senses and looked at Elder Hua. That's impossible. If he really has mastered the two supreme profundities, he should have already activated them when he was in the Yin Demon Land. It's true. Many people saw it with their own eyes. Elder Hua said. You're on White Crane Island too? Qin Feiyang asked. Yes. I'm hiding in the spatial divine item to send you a message. And it's not just us. Yi Zhongqian, the people of the North Continent Sky Temple, the dragons, the Feng people, and your master are all waiting for you on White Crane Island. Elder Hua said. As expected. Qin Feiyang sneered. The white-eyed wolf asked suspiciously, Wait, who's that young man you mentioned just now? Elder Hua said, He's one of the people you asked us to look for. He has a snow python with him and looks like he hasn't woken up yet. It's him? Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf looked at each other and couldn't help but feel excited. That person had finally appeared. Chapter 3569. Seeing how happy Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf were, Elder Hua understood that this young man was not a match for them, but a friend. He smiled and asked, This person seems to be not simple? Qin Feiyang nodded. Until now he still had not figured out this person's background, identity and strength. Moreover, back then in the Valley of the Underworld King's Hell, he was able to ignore the corrosion of the evil force. Such a person was definitely not simple. What about Longchen? As the son of the Ice Dragon, why would he save you in the heavy domain? Elder Hua was curious. This was the question he couldn't figure out the most. The relationship between the Ice Dragon, dragons and Qin Feiyang was obvious to all. But as the son of the Ice Dragon, the son of the dragons, Long Chen had a completely different attitude towards Qin Feiyang. Wasn't this too strange? This person. I don't know either. But what I can be sure of is that if it wasn't for the fact that we were born with different standpoints, we would definitely be good friends. Qin Feiyang smiled slightly. Elder Hua was surprised to hear this. To be able to get such a good impression, it seemed that this Long Chen, whether it was his character, was quite good. He asked, Then will you accept the challenge? Qin Feiyang pondered for a moment, then said with a smile, Let's see how it goes. Since the fire dragon had appeared, he should go to White Crane Island to get rid of this scourge. But in his heart, saving Yun Zhongtian was more important. All right. Elder Hua nodded. After the transmission ended, Qin Feiyang kept the sound transmission god stone and looked in the direction of White Crane Island, his eyes flashing with a cold light. The fire dragon must die. This was something that no one could stop. Princess Huofeng looked at Qin Feiyang suspiciously and asked, You guys just said something about the ice dragon, what do you mean? You will know in the future. Let's go. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. So mysterious. Princess Huofeng pursed her lips and revived the snowflakes. A space-time rift appeared. Opening the gate of time and space would cause a huge commotion. Going to the phoenix nest this time, Qin Feiyang did not have any intention of sticking around. As long as he could find Yun Zhongtian, he would leave immediately. Therefore he chose Snowflake. Because Snowflake was the opening of a space-time tunnel, the commotion would be much smaller. Anyway, try not to attract the attention of phone people. As the space-time transmission channel appeared, Qin Feiyang took a deep breath, restrained his aura and said, Let's go. Immediately, 2 people and 1 wolf stepped into the space-time tunnel. The people gathered on White Crane Island had no idea about Qin Feiyang's plan. Gradually, doubtful voices also appeared. Why isn't Qin Feiyang here yet? Could it be that he's hiding somewhere in seclusion and hasn't received any news of the challenge? Could it be that he doesn't dare to come? Are you kidding me? Have I never seen anything that he doesn't dare to do? That's right. Look at the former Blood Hall. How strong was it? Didn't they still kill their way into the Blood Hall and forcibly disintegrate it? I think he either didn't receive the news, or he was held back by something. Let's wait patiently. I believe that he will definitely appear. Now, the people of the Sky Cloud Realm had a kind of worship and faith for Qin Feiyang. At the same time, Pyrotechnic Glow and the first prince of the dragons couldn't help but frown. What was this person doing? The land of the heavy region. The core area. In front of a quiet courtyard, 2 people and a wolf appeared out of thin air. It was Qin Feiyang, the white-eyed wolf, and Princess Huofeng. As soon as Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf appeared, they looked around. What entered their line of sight was an endless stretch of mountains and rivers. Towering mountains and steep ridges, verdant vegetation. Between the mountains, white mist lingered and multicolored light shone for tens of thousands of feet, like a fairyland. The sky was cloudless and the sun was shining brightly. This is the phoenix nest? Looking at the scene in front of them, Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf were both stunned. They thought that the place where the Fire Phoenix clan lived should be an endless sea of fire. The place where the Ice Phoenix lived was an endless glacier. But they never thought that it would be such a beautiful scenery. Moreover, the phoenix nest was very big. What they could see now was just the tip of the iceberg. Your Highness. Suddenly, two surprised voices sounded. Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf were startled and hurriedly looked in the direction of the sound. They saw two old men quickly walking out of the courtyard. Both of them were wearing fiery red robes. Whether it was height, fat, thin or old appearance, they were exactly the same as if they were carved from the same mold. Obviously, they were a pair of twin brothers. Don't be nervous, they are my followers and also my friends. Princess Huofeng said to Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf, and immediately went up to them with a smile. Daifuku Xiaofu, did you miss me? Yes. I miss you every day. The two old men were in tears and went up to look at Princess Huofeng from left and right. They were so excited that their arms were trembling and they asked, Your Highness, are you all right? We thought we would never see you again. Ba ba ba. Don't say such inauspicious words in the future. Princess Huofeng pretended to be angry. Yes, yes, yes. Your Highness, let us see if you are injured. Why have you become so thin? Look at this weak little body, I don't know how much you have suffered. It's all our fault for not following you and protecting you. The two nodded repeatedly, their faces full of concern and self-blame. Really? Princess Huofeng was suspicious. She had indeed suffered a lot, but she did not seem to have become thin or weak. After all, she had lived quite comfortably in the Black Tortoise world, and Qin Feiyang did not restrict her freedom. Qin Feiyang. Suddenly, the two looked at Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf, and immediately looked as if they were facing a great enemy, and their eyes were full of anger. The man and the wolf were stunned. Why did they only see them now? Was their sense of existence so weak? Daifuku Xiaofu, don't. I brought them here. Now they are our friends. Princess Huofeng quickly comforted the two. What? The two were stunned and quickly looked at Princess Huofeng and asked, Your Highness, why are you friends with them? They are people who want to kill you. There is a misunderstanding, I will explain it to you later. Don't make a fuss. Where is the human I asked you to treat well? Princess Huofeng asked. The two pointed to the courtyard and said, He is inside. Then did you hurt him? Princess Huofeng asked. She was afraid that when the two found out that Qin Feiyang had kidnapped her, they would make a move against Yin Zhongtian. Yes. We destroyed his Qi Ocean, and used the soul-sealing magic stone to seal his soul. The two nodded. Princess Huofeng glanced at Qin Feiyang and seeing Qin Feiyang frown, she quickly turned to the two brothers and asked, Is that all? Did you do anything else to him? No. The two shook their heads. Princess Huofeng breathed a sigh of relief and turned to look at Qin Feiyang and snorted coldly, Don't put on such a long face. It's just destroying his Qi Ocean and sealing his soul, there is no danger to his life. Qin Feiyang glanced at her indifferently, and then turned to the Daifuku brothers and said, Bring him out. Why should I? You hurt Her Highness and made Her Highness suffer. How can we hand him over to you so easily? The two brothers said angrily. Qin Feiyang raised an eyebrow. Cough cough. Princess Huofeng coughed dryly and looked at the two brothers, waving her hand and said, Bring him out. Your Highness. The two men frowned. What was going on here? Princess Huofeng said, If I ask you to go, then go. When there is time, I will explain it to you slowly. The two men looked at each other, and the confusion on their faces grew. They then turned to the eldest princess and sighed, I'm afraid. You will have to go in personally. What? Princess Huofeng was suspicious. You will know when you go in. With that, the two men retreated to the side. Princess Huofeng frowned, and strode to the front of the attic. The attic had a total of 3 floors and it was antique in style. When she reached the front of the door, Princess Huofeng looked inside, and her expression froze. What is going on? Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf frowned and walked over quickly. The Daifuku brothers wanted to stop them, but when they thought of Princess Huofeng's attitude towards Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf, they suppressed the disgust in their hearts, and followed behind the man and the wolf without saying a word. Soon, The man and the wolf also walked to the front of the door, and stood beside Princess Huofeng. When they looked inside, their bodies froze. Inside there was a spacious hall, and all kinds of flower pots were placed. In the middle, a few chairs were placed neatly, and it was quite exquisite. On the left there was a guqin, and it emitted a hazy glow. It was obvious. This was the place where Princess Huofeng usually played her guqin. And on the right side of the hall, there was an exquisite tea table. At that moment, on the tea table, the teapot was boiling and the faint fragrance of tea wafted. Two figures sat facing each other. One of them was Yun Zhongtian. Yun Zhongtian was facing the door, and he could see Qin Feiyang and the others at a glance. At that moment, Yun Zhongtian was looking up at Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf, and there was a smile on his face, and his clothes were very clean and neat. How was this the look of a prisoner? He was obviously here as a guest. We have been so worried all day, and he is just sitting here leisurely drinking tea? The white-eyed wolf's mouth twitched. He had not expected to see such a scene. Qin Feiyang was also speechless. With Yun Zhongtian's cultivation level, he could not sense it. And on his wrist there was indeed a bracelet. It was made with the spirit-sealing magic stone, and it had the miraculous power to seal one's soul. As long as one wore the spirit-sealing magic stone, the power of one's soul would not be able to be unleashed, and one would be no different from an ordinary mortal. But other than that, he really did not find any other problems. His entire person was glowing and he was in high spirits. Before he came, he had already mentally prepared himself to see a bloody scene. But in the end, what he saw before his eyes was such a scene, and he was completely stunned. He then looked at the person sitting opposite Yun Zhongtian. Although he could only see the back of that person, but he could tell that it was a middle-aged man, dressed in a fiery red robe, and there was no aura about him, but he gave off an unparalleled sense of oppression. That back was one that Qin Feiyang was familiar with. It was the clan leader of the Fire Phoenix clan. Chapter 3570. The Fire Feng people's chief was here? And he was drinking tea with Yun Zhongtian? Qin Feiyang, white-eyed wolf, and Princess Huofeng came back to their senses and looked at each other. What was going on? How could they see such a harmonious scene? It was simply beyond their expectations. Why are you standing at the door? Do you want me to come out and welcome you personally? The Fire Feng people's chief said without turning his head. The two men and one wolf looked at each other, put away the snowflakes and walked into the hall. Princess Huofeng did not forget to glare fiercely at Daifuku and Xiaofu. The brothers also expressed that they were very innocent. Because the Fire Feng people's chief was not informed by them at all. Brother Qin, Brother Wolf King. Yun Zhongtian got up and smiled. Elder Yun, you really know how to enjoy life. Qin Feiyang smiled bitterly. Yun Zhongtian laughed involuntarily. In fact, he was also very surprised. At first, when he found out that Princess Huofeng had brought him to the phoenix nest, he thought that the following days would be worse than death. But he did not expect that not only did Princess Huofeng not hurt him, she even asked the Daifuku brothers to treat him well. What surprised him the most was, a few days ago when the Fire Feng people came here and accidentally found him, they did not want to kill him, but only asked the Daifuku brothers to destroy his energy sea and put on a bracelet. And in the past few days, the Fire Feng people's chief would come to drink tea and chat with him whenever he had time. Although they had been together for a period of time, he still did not understand the real intention of the Fire Feng people's chief. Sit down. The Fire Feng people's chief looked up at Qin Feiyang, white-eyed wolf, and Princess Huofeng and said. The two men and one wolf sat at the side. Yun Zhongtian also returned to his seat and poured tea for Qin Feiyang. Princess Huofeng said unhappily, Father, why don't you show some concern when you see me return? Fire Feng people said, I heard the conversation between you and Daifuku just now. Since you are fine, why are you still asking so many questions? Then aren't you afraid that I'll suffer outside? Princess Huofeng said angrily. Who dares to bully my daughter? Although the chief of the Fire Feng people's tone was very calm, there was an undeniable domineering aura in it. Then he looked at Qin Feiyang and asked, Am I right? Right. Qin Feiyang nodded. I'm already under your control. What right do you have? Princess Huofeng glared at Qin Feiyang. Control? The Fire Feng people raised their eyebrows. Yeah. Not only did he use the slave seal to control me, he even forced me to swear a blood oath. Father, you don't know this, but he said that this blood oath will come true. Princess Huofeng's face was full of grievances. What? A blood oath that will come true? The Fire Feng people looked at Princess Huofeng suspiciously. The Daifuku brothers next to her were also stunned. I'm not lying to you. He really said that. Looking at the three's reaction, Princess Huofeng said anxiously. The Fire Feng people looked at Qin Feiyang and asked, "Is that so?" "Yes." Qin Feiyang nodded. "You are courting death. Get rid of the control on Her Highness immediately." When the Daifuku brothers heard this, they immediately stared at Qin Feiyang with murderous intent. "I don't dare to do that. After all, we are in the phoenix nest now. If you get rid of the control on her, won't our lives be in your hands?" Qin Feiyang held a teacup and smiled faintly as he sipped on his tea. "You." The brothers bristled with anger. The Fire Feng people waved his hand and stopped the brothers. He sized up Qin Feiyang and said calmly, "Do you think that you can threaten me by controlling Xiao Wu?" "Xiao Wu?" Qin Feiyang was stunned. The Fire Feng people said, "Although Xiao Wu's life is in your hands now, as long as I say the word, you will never be able to leave the phoenix nest. I think it is worth it to exchange 3 of your lives for Xiao Wu's life." Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf's heart skipped a beat. How could he say such a thing? How ruthless. Princess Huofeng was stunned for a moment and said angrily, "Father, what do you mean? You don't care about my life?" Children shouldn't interrupt when adults are talking. The Fire Feng people glared at her. "My child?" Princess Huofeng looked at the Fire Feng people in shock. Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf were also stunned. Then they tried to hold back their laughter. "What are you laughing at?" Princess Huofeng glared at them, her face full of displeasure. "You have to understand. As parents, no matter how old or strong their children are, they will always be children in their hearts. This is their love for you." Qin Feiyang coughed dryly. "Get lost." Princess Huofeng shouted coldly. The Fire Feng people looked at the two bickering and frowned slightly. Why was the relationship between these two little fellows a little incomprehensible? Logically speaking, shouldn't his daughter hate this person after being controlled by him? But now, although his daughter scolded Qin Feiyang again and again, he didn't see a look of disgust on her face. Putting everything else aside, this human must have been very good to his daughter during this period. "That's enough." The Fire Feng people waved his hand and looked at Qin Feiyang. "Tell me, what is all this about?" Qin Feiyang said, "Let your daughter do it." The Fire Feng people turned to look at the eldest princess and said, "Xiao Wu, tell me, is it Qin Feiyang or Bing Runing who wants to kill you?" "They both want to kill me." Princess Huofeng snorted. "Don't joke around." Qin Feiyang's face darkened. The white-eyed wolf sneered. "Women are indeed unreliable." Princess Huofeng raised her eyebrows and pointed at the white-eyed wolf. She said sadly, "Father, it not only tortured me but also teased me." Huh. As soon as this was said, everyone was stunned. Especially Qin Feiyang and Yun Zhongtian. When did this happen? Ahem. The white-eyed wolf coughed dryly and said angrily, "Bitch, don't talk nonsense." "I'm talking nonsense? Who said that I have to be everywhere? And who said that you're more than enough for me? What? You dare to do it but don't dare to admit it?" Princess Huofeng looked at him with disdain. The white-eyed wolf was speechless for a moment and felt guilty. "Brother Wolf, not bad, you're finally enlightened. Don't worry, I'll definitely support you." Qin Feiyang laughed secretly. "What nonsense are you talking about? At that time I just thought it was fun and made a joke." The white-eyed wolf glared at Qin Feiyang. Princess Huofeng said again, "Father, you don't know, but this damn wolf cub looks down on the power of the Fire Phoenix bloodline." "Looks down on the power of our bloodline?" The Fire Feng people's chief and the Daifuku brothers couldn't help but frown when they heard this. The white-eyed wolf smiled embarrassedly and said, That, in terms of bloodline, I really don't like it. Sorry, I like to tell the truth." "Bastard." The Daifuku brothers were instantly furious. Not only did he tease Her Highness, but he also insulted their bloodline in public. It was simply unforgivable. The Fire Feng people's chief also looked a little angry. He chuckled and said, "Then let me see what kind of noble bloodline you have." "My bloodline power?" The white-eyed wolf was stunned and said proudly, "Even if I show it to you, you may not know." "Is that so? Then I really want to see it." The Fire Feng people's chief sneered. Qin Feiyang's heart skipped a beat and he said, "White-eyed wolf, why don't you let him see it? Maybe he knows the origin of your bloodline power." The white-eyed wolf heard this and felt that it made sense. After all, the Fire Feng people's chief was more knowledgeable than them. Immediately, it waved its claws and a drop of golden blood flowed out and floated in the void. It was as dazzling as gold. The Fire Feng people's chief and the Daifuku brothers looked at the blood and couldn't help but be stunned. Then a trace of surprise crept up in their eyes. As divine phoenixes, they were quite sensitive to the bloodline power of fierce beasts. When they looked at this drop of blood, they immediately judged that this was a bloodline power that was not inferior to their Feng peoples. They could even faintly feel a sense of oppression in this blood. One had to know. The bloodline power of the Fire Phoenix was already the noblest and top bloodline. Even the Fire Phoenix could feel a sense of oppression. One could imagine how terrifying this bloodline power was. However, they really didn't know what kind of bloodline power this was. Because it was also the first time they saw it. Could it be a mutation? The so-called mutation was a newly born bloodline power that didn't exist in the world before. Don't tell me that even you don't know. The white-eyed wolf glanced at the three of them. Ahem. The Fire Feng people's chief concealed the embarrassment in his expression and said lightly, "We may still need to investigate. If you don't know, then don't pretend." The white-eyed wolf despised him. The veins on the forehead of the Fire Feng people's chief suddenly jumped. Could he save some face? Then he looked at Princess Huofeng and said angrily, "Don't mess around. Tell me what's going on." It's actually Bing running. She came to snatch the god-slaying tablet and asked the Ice Phoenix sword to kill me, Princess Huofeng said. Hearing this, the Fire Feng people's chief and the Daifuku brothers suddenly clenched their fists, making cracking sounds. In other words, Qin Feiyang did save you? The Fire Feng people's chief asked. Yes. If he didn't ask the sword of Thanatos to protect a wisp of my divine soul, I would have been killed. Princess Huofeng nodded. Damn it. I'll go and settle the score with them. Daifuku roared. That's right. We usually give in to the Ice Phoenix clan. Do they really think that we're afraid of them? Xiao Fu was also seething with anger. Stop. The Fire Feng people's chief shouted. Clan leader, can we still tolerate this? The brothers were stunned and turned to look at the Fire Feng people's chief angrily. The Fire Feng people's chief said in a low voice, "Do you want to see the Feng people kill each other and eventually be destroyed?" No. But they've gone too far, the brothers said angrily. I know what I'm doing. Don't interfere in this matter. I'll deal with it. The Fire Feng people's chief waved his hand, not allowing any disobedience. Hearing this, the brothers' faces were filled with helplessness. Princess Huofeng looked at Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf and shrugged. She meant, see? Father won't fall out with the Ice Phoenix clan for me. Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf frowned. It was a good thing to consider the big picture, but if they blindly tolerated it, it might be a sign of ignorance. After all, she wasn't an ordinary clansman but his own daughter. If he didn't stand up for his daughter when she was wronged, then as a father, he would be a little incompetent. Chapter 3571. However, as outsiders, they really couldn't intervene in this matter. The Fire Feng people took a long sip of tea and calmed the anger in their hearts. They looked at Qin Feiyang and said, I heard that the first prince of the dragons challenged you today? Senior, you've been paying attention to this matter. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. And your son Pyrotechnic Glow. I really don't know where he got the courage to come and challenge little Qin Zi. The white-eyed wolf's words were full of contempt. The Fire Feng people were very unhappy with the white-eyed wolf's attitude. He was a guy who deserved a beating. He said faintly, Of course I gave him the courage. Then where did you find the courage? The white-eyed wolf smiled mockingly. The Fire Feng people suddenly stood up and said angrily, Are you challenging my patience? The white-eyed wolf hurriedly said, I wouldn't dare. You're the clan leader of the Fire Phoenix clan. In front of you, how can I not obediently lie down? Although he said so, there was no respect at all. If not for Long Chen's appearance, he and Qin Feiyang would have died in the hands of this person, so he had been unhappy. Brother Wolf King, let's talk nicely. Actually, the Fire Feng people are quite a good person. Yun Zhongtian comforted him. I can't tell. The white-eyed wolf snorted. Yun Zhongtian smiled helplessly. There was no other way. This wolf cub was a fearless person. The Fire Feng people took a few deep breaths and returned to their seats. They looked at Qin Feiyang and said, Tell me, how can I get rid of the control over my daughter? Princess Huofeng also immediately looked at Qin Feiyang. Who would want to be controlled by others? No one. Although he knew that Qin Feiyang would not compromise so easily, Qin Feiyang was indeed in a difficult position now. Qin Feiyang remained silent. Since you haven't decided yet, I'll state my conditions first. First, I will not interfere with the dispute between you and the dragons for 1,000 years. You can take it as the Feng people not helping either side. This is my bottom line. Secondly, I will let you leave the phoenix nest safely. Thirdly, this wolf cub flirted with my daughter. I'll pretend that it never happened. At this point, White-Eyed Wolf said angrily, I'll say it again. I didn't flirt with her. However, the Fire Feng people ignored him directly. He looked at Qin Feiyang and continued, "Fourthly, you saved my daughter. I can agree to one of your requests. As long as it's not too much, these conditions are considered polite to you." Qin Feiyang nodded and said, "Indeed, it's very polite. However, I don't understand why you won't interfere with the grudge between the dragons and me for 1,000 years. There are some things that I can't control and I can't decide. For example, above the dragons, there is the Supreme Dragon King. The Dragon King is the true ruler of the dragons." The Fire Feng people said. Qin Feiyang and White-Eyed Wolf's hearts trembled. Did this mean that the Feng people also had an existence comparable to the Dragon King? "There are some things that we can't say clearly," the Fire Feng people said lightly. "Okay. I can remove the control of your daughter, but you have to answer a few of my questions." Qin Feiyang pondered for a while and said to the Fire Feng people, "What questions?" The Fire Feng people heaved a sigh of relief. It was fine as long as they could talk. Because he didn't want to make a big fuss. After all, the young man in front of him was not an ordinary person. If they really fought, the Feng people would also pay a big price. This would be detrimental to the future development of the Feng people. Therefore it was best to solve this peacefully. "Why did you want to kill me when you knew that I had the purple gold dragon blood? Does the purple gold dragon really exist in this world? If it really exists, what is the relationship between the Phoenix clan and the Dragon clan and the purple gold divine dragon? Because I found that the dragons and the Feng people immediately changed their attitude when the purple gold dragon blood was mentioned," Qin Feiyang said. Hearing this, the Fire Feng people lowered his head and pondered for a while. Then he sighed and said, "The purple gold dragon does exist in this world." Qin Feiyang and the White-Eyed Wolf looked at each other and asked, "Where is it now? How many are there?" These questions are related to a lot of secrets. Only a few people know about it. I can't tell you, but don't be disappointed. Although I can't tell you these things, there is one thing I can tell you, and that is the origin of the purple gold dragon blood in your body," the Fire Feng people said. Qin Feiyang clenched his fists when he heard this. After working so hard for so long, he finally knew the origin of the purple gold dragon blood. He was looking forward to it. A long, long time ago, there was a human man who fell in love with a purple gold dragon. At that time many people objected. Although this relationship was not blessed by others, they still came together regardless of everything. "If my guess is correct, the people of your bloodline should be their descendants," the Fire Feng people said. Qin Feiyang and the White-Eyed Wolf looked at each other. So this was the origin of the Qin clan. Yun Zhongtian asked, "Then this human man, is his surname Qin?" "Yes." The Fire Feng people nodded. "What is his full name?" Qin Feiyang was very excited. This man with the surname Qin was the ancestor of the Qin clan. How could he not be excited? The Fire Feng people shook their heads. Obviously this was also a secret. The White-Eyed Wolf said angrily, "Are you sincere or not? Isn't it just a name? I didn't ask you to say anything else." "If I'm not sincere, I won't even tell you this. I'll say the same thing. There are many things that I can't control. I don't ask for your understanding, but don't make it difficult for me," the Fire Feng people said. Qin Feiyang did not tighten his grip. What kind of secret was this? And who was involved? Why was even a super giant like the Fire Feng people so afraid of it? Princess Huofeng glanced at Qin Feiyang and the White-Eyed Wolf, then looked carefully at the Fire Feng people and said, "Father, I want to know too." "Go away." The Fire Feng people glared at her. "Even I can't know?" Princess Huofeng was unhappy. "Not only you, even I only knew about it after I sat on the throne." The Fire Feng people rolled their eyes at her. How ignorant. "Then what about the elders of the Feng people? Don't you know?" Princess Huofeng was a little unconvinced. "Yes." The Fire Feng people nodded. "All right." Princess Huofeng nodded helplessly. Then she looked at Qin Feiyang as if to say, "I've already helped you, don't blame me." Qin Feiyang sighed deeply. He looked at the Fire Feng people and said, "All right, I won't force you. As for what you said, you can agree to one of my requests. I think, why don't you lend me a few sovereign divine weapons?" The Fire Feng people's mouth twitched when he heard this. This kid really didn't know what it meant to be polite. How could he borrow sovereign divine weapons so casually? The Daifuku brothers and Princess Huofeng also looked at Qin Feiyang speechlessly. Even for the Feng people, sovereign divine weapons were the most precious treasures of the clan. How could they lend them to others? Even to future enemies? "One will do." Qin Feiyang also knew that this was impossible, but he was still a little unwilling to give up. Not one, not even half. Change to another condition. The Fire Feng people shook his head. Qin Feiyang said, I don't need anything else. The Fire Feng people said, I don't care. Other than the sovereign divine weapons, everything else is negotiable. Qin Feiyang rubbed his forehead. Suddenly, his eyes lit up and he said with a smile, Then how about this, betroth your daughter to the white-eyed wolf? What? The white-eyed wolf and Princess Huofeng stood up at the same time and glared at Qin Feiyang. The Fire Feng people and the Daifuku brothers' faces immediately darkened. Yun Zhongtian was calmly stroking the beard beneath his chin. That was a good idea. If that ingrate were to become the son-in-law of the Fiery Phoenix clan leader, then they would all be one big family. If one's family was in trouble, who would not lend a helping hand? Not even? Qin Feiyang asked. Nonsense. Of course not. The white-eyed wolf, Princess Huofeng, the Fire Feng people's chief, and the Daifuku brothers all shouted at the same time. They were so angry that their noses were crooked. What was he doing? Qin Feiyang smiled awkwardly. The Fire Feng people rubbed his forehead and sighed, Why don't I lend you a sovereign divine weapon? If he really lost his daughter, then the loss would be even greater. Qin Feiyang was overjoyed when he heard this. Chief, you can't. If we really lend it to him, then the dragons will definitely misunderstand that the Feng people have formed an alliance with him. Moreover, what if he doesn't return it to us? The Daifuku brothers immediately stopped the Fire Feng people's chief. So what if it's a misunderstanding? Would the dragons dare to attack our phoenix nest? As for whether he will return it or not, that's even less of a concern. Because in this world, no one can restrict the freedom of a sovereign divine weapon. The Fire Feng people's chief smiled proudly and looked at Qin Feiyang. But we won't lend it to you for free. After this, not only will you have to return it to us intact, but you will also have to return the God-slaying tablet to us. As expected, you haven't forgotten about the God-slaying tablet. Qin Feiyang mumbled. The Fire Feng people's chief hadn't mentioned the God-slaying tablet before, so he was still a bit hopeful. He smiled and said, I will definitely return the sovereign divine weapon to you, but let's talk about the God-slaying tablet later. After all, we have to respect the sovereign divine weapon's will, right? The Fire Feng people's chief laughed and said, It seems that you are very confident that you can persuade the God-slaying tablet to follow you. No. Qin Feiyang shook his head and said, But we have to try. The Fire Feng people's chief looked deeply at Qin Feiyang, then turned to Princess Huofeng and said, Xiaowu, the God-slaying tablet is yours. You decide. Then let the God-slaying tablet stay in the Black Tortoise world. Princess Huofeng's eyes flashed and said with a smile. The Fire Feng people's chief and the Daifuku brothers looked at Princess Huofeng in surprise. Father, you don't know, but the Black Tortoise world is an independent world. The God-slaying tablet is now absorbing the origin energy there. Its evolution speed is much faster than absorbing the gravity in the gravity region. Princess Huofeng said telepathically. An independent world. The three's eyes trembled. I'm not fooling you. I've been in the Black Tortoise world for tens of thousands of years. I know the situation there like the back of my hand. Princess Huofeng said to herself. Tens of thousands of years? The three were stunned. I forgot to tell you that the Black Tortoise world has a time array that lasts 1 day and 1,000 years. Princess Huofeng said telepathically. I see. The three suddenly understood. No wonder she had such a cultivation at such a young age. Right. There's one more thing. I heard that Qin Feiyang has the first volume of the alchemy scripture. Princess Huofeng suddenly said. What? The first volume of the alchemy scripture? Doesn't that mean they've all opened the door of potential? The three were shocked. Yes. Not only them, but many creatures in the Black Tortoise world have also obtained potential pills. These are the pills that can open the door of potential. However, Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf thought that I didn't know and tried to hide it from me. Princess Huofeng smiled proudly. Chapter 3572. The first volume of the Pill Codex. The Fire Feng people took a deep breath and said telepathically, Xiao Wu, continue to follow them. What? Princess Huofeng asked quickly. She was annoyed when she saw Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf. If she continued to follow these two bastards, wouldn't it affect her mood? For the first volume of the Pill Codex, of course. If the Feng people can get the first volume of the Pill Codex, we will be able to suppress the dragons. The Fire Feng people's voice was full of hope. But they know the importance of the Pill Codex. You said that you will attack them after 1,000 years. How can they give it to us? Princess Huofeng said secretly. So, it depends on your ability. No matter how bad it is, we have to find a way to make them help you open the door of potential. You are my daughter and also the #1 person in our Fire Phoenix clan. However, Bing Runing is not bad either. The most important thing is that she is more ruthless than you. To be honest, if this continues, I am really worried about you. But if you can open the door of potential, I don't think Bing Runing or the other clansmen will be able to shake your position. The Fire Feng people said telepathically. Princess Huofeng thought for a while and sighed. Although it makes sense, it will be difficult to make Qin Feiyang help me open the door of potential. Everything depends on effort. The Fire Feng people smiled secretly. Clan leader, Your Highness, we don't have to go through so much trouble. We can use our advantage to negotiate with him. Daifuku said suddenly. What advantage? The Fire Feng people looked at him suspiciously. Our advantage is that we are strong and have many Dominator divine weapons. Didn't you agree to lend him a Dominator divine weapon? Why don't you lend him another one? Use it to exchange for the pill to open the door of potential. Actually, I agree with Your Highness. It is too difficult to take the pill codex from him. If that's the case, why should we take this risk? Patriarch, you must know that Qin Feiyang is able to live so comfortably under the pursuit of the dragons. It can be seen that he has extraordinary means. And you want His Highness to snatch the pill scripture. If he succeeds, it's fine. But if he fails and falls into Qin Feiyang's hands, do you dare to imagine what will happen to His Highness? Daifuku thought. He had considered everything thoroughly. Because he was a bystander, he was not blinded by greed. As for the Fire Feng people, upon hearing that the first volume of the Pill Sutra was in Qin Feiyang's hands, the greed in his heart instantly caused him to lose his usual wisdom. That makes sense. When the Fire Feng people's chief heard this, he suddenly came to a realization. How foolish. How could he use his daughter's life as a stake? If we really want to get the Pill Sutra, I think there is only one way, and that is to form an alliance with Qin Feiyang. After all, the reason why he came to us Feng people is to form an alliance. But Patriarch, you don't agree. Although we don't know why, since you don't agree, we can only take a step back and try to open the door of potential for His Highness. I think as long as we make it clear and don't play any tricks, Qin Feiyang will consider it. Daifuku thought. I also agree with Big Brother's suggestion. Erfu echoed. In short, no matter what, they couldn't let His Highness take the risk. The Fire Feng people's chief glanced at the two brothers and sighed. I'm the patriarch of the family. At the critical moment, I'm not as rational as you. I didn't even consider Xiao Wu's safety. I'm not worthy of being a father. Patriarch, don't blame yourself. Because we know that no matter what you do, your first consideration is the interests of the entire Feng people. The two brothers comforted him. The Fire Feng people's chief shook his head and smiled bitterly. Then he looked at Qin Feiyang and said, Brother Qin, since Xiao Wu said so, I'll leave the God-slaying tablet in your Black Tortoise realm. Also, I can lend you a sovereign divine weapon. Qin Feiyang and the White-Eyed Wolf looked at each other and a trace of joy appeared on their faces. However, I have a condition. The Fire Feng people's chief said. Qin Feiyang wasn't surprised by this. After all, a person like the Fire Feng people's chief wouldn't help him for no reason. The Fire Feng people's chief said, My condition is that you open the door of potential for Xiao Wu and Little Hui. Little Hui? Princess Huofeng and the Daifuku brothers were stunned. The Fire Feng people's chief glanced at Princess Huofeng and said, With such benefits, we can't forget your brother. Princess Huofeng couldn't help laughing. At the same time, Qin Feiyang and the White-Eyed Wolf couldn't help but frown when they heard the Fire Feng people's chief's condition. How did this person know that he could open the door of potential for others? Suddenly, Qin Feiyang looked at the White-Eyed Wolf and said, Has Princess Huofeng left the Devil's Land these years? She often runs out. The White-Eyed Wolf secretly said. She often runs out? Qin Feiyang was stunned. Then, didn't this woman already know the potential pill like the back of her hand? The White-Eyed Wolf frowned and said, Didn't you not restrict her freedom? Qin Feiyang said helplessly, I didn't restrict her freedom, but it's only limited to the Devil's Land. If you let her run out, then how can our secret be hidden? You're really unreliable. Why didn't you say so earlier? The White-Eyed Wolf snorted coldly. Qin Feiyang didn't have the strength to complain. This was common sense, okay? Was there a need for a special reminder? Since things had already come to this, there was no point in saying more. Besides, in fact, in the Sky Cloud realm, the situation in the Black Tortoise realm was no longer a secret. As for the pill to open the door of potential, although not many people knew about it now, it would definitely be exposed to the world in the future. It was only a matter of time. The Fire Feng people looked at Qin Feiyang, who was silent for a long time, and said with a smile, I don't think this condition is too much, right? It depends on how you calculate it. If I only borrow it once, then I will definitely suffer a loss. After all, no matter how powerful the sovereign divine weapon is, it's not as valuable as opening the door of potential, not to mention helping the siblings open it. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. The Fire Feng people narrowed his eyes slightly. Sure enough, this little guy was difficult to deal with. He smiled and said, "Then what do you think is not a loss?" "The right to use it." Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed and said, "The right to use it?" The Fire Feng people was taken aback. "That's right. Senior, didn't you promise that you won't interfere in the feud between me and the dragons for 1,000 years? Then you might as well give this junior the right to use it for 1,000 years. In other words, after 1,000 years, this junior will return the two sovereign divine weapons to you," Qin Feiyang said with a smile. 1,000 years. The Fire Feng people lowered his head and didn't say anything. Daifuku secretly said, "Patriarch, 1,000 years is very fast, it doesn't matter." The Fire Feng people sighed and said, 1,000 years is very fast, but there are also many variables in 1,000 years. Daifuku was silent for a while and said, "Then you decide for yourself." Indeed. For cultivators, 1,000 years passed in the blink of an eye. Basically, a closed-door training was tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of years. However, if 1,000 years were to be spent on Qin Feiyang, a human, it would be hard to predict the changes that would occur. "Senior, take your time to think about it, there's no hurry." Qin Feiyang smiled slightly, picked up the teacup and drank leisurely. Yun Zhongtian looked at this scene, and was more and more impressed with Qin Feiyang's state of mind. Facing the patriarch of the Fire Phoenix clan, he could still be so calm. How many people in the world could do that? The Fire Feng people pondered for a while, and finally gritted his teeth and nodded. "All right, I agree to give you the right to use it for 1,000 years, but you must promise to return it to me after 1,000 years. "Of course." Qin Feiyang nodded. Princess Huofeng said, "Don't just talk, make a blood oath too. Children shouldn't interrupt when adults are talking." The white-eyed wolf glared fiercely. Princess Huofeng's face darkened and said angrily, "Damn wolf cub, are you asking for a beating? Can you do it?" The white-eyed wolf looked at her mockingly. Princess Huofeng was speechless. With the 5 supreme laws, unless it was a powerhouse like her father, the average person would not be enough to fill the gaps between the white-eyed wolf's teeth. The Fire Feng people looked at Qin Feiyang and said with a faint smile, "Forget about the blood oath. I believe in your character, so please do not betray my trust in you." "You trust me, so of course I will not betray you. This is the basic principle of life." Qin Feiyang smiled. "Very good." The Fire Feng people waved his hand, and 2 dazzling divine lights appeared. Qin Feiyang, the white-eyed wolf, and Yun Zhongtian looked up, and saw a divine jade and a thin sword floating in front of the Fire Feng people. The divine jade, Qin Feiyang had seen it before. When he was in the inner region, the divine jade was floating above the Fire Feng people's head. And that thin sword was about 3 feet and 2 fingers wide. Its appearance was similar to the Ice Phoenix sword. But the difference was that the Ice Phoenix sword seemed to be condensed from ice, and this thin sword seemed to be cast from magma, and a fire phoenix could be faintly seen dancing on the sword's body. These 2 sovereign divine weapons are the Fire Phoenix sword and the Fire Phoenix divine jade. From now on, they will listen to your orders. However, they also have their own principles and will never harm the Fire Phoenix clan, do you understand? The Fire Feng people asked. Understood. Qin Feiyang nodded. In any case, except for the Fire Phoenix clan, the Fire Phoenix sword and the Fire Phoenix divine jade would obey all other orders. The Fire Feng people waved his hand, and the 2 sovereign divine weapons immediately swept in front of Princess Huofeng. What do you mean? Qin Feiyang was stunned. Little Dance will be with you for the time being, and after this lesson I don't feel at ease leaving her alone outside, so I gave her to protect herself first. When she opens the door of potential, if she wants to be separated from you, she will hand her over to you. But don't worry, this won't affect you from commanding the 2 sovereign divine weapons. The Fire Feng people laughed. Alright. Qin Feiyang nodded. As long as the 2 sovereign divine weapons listened to his orders, it wouldn't matter much even if they were given to Princess Huofeng. Princess Huofeng put away the 2 sovereign divine weapons, and a cold light flashed in her eyes. She looked at Qin Feiyang and said, "We've talked about everything and it's time to settle the score with Bing Runing. It seems like you can't wait." Qin Feiyang laughed. Nonsense. Do you think I'm that easy to bully? Princess Huofeng sneered. With the sovereign divine weapons she was more confident. Chapter 3573. The Fire Feng people looked at the Daifuku brothers and said, Follow Xiao Wu and ensure her safety. Yes. The two brothers nodded respectfully. The Fire Feng people then looked at Princess Huofeng and sighed. Xiao Wu, although you hate Bing running, I still have to say that you should look at the big picture. I know. Princess Huofeng waved her hand impatiently and looked at Qin Feiyang. Quickly remove your control over me and set off. Qin Feiyang's mind moved, and the slave seal was immediately removed. However, Qin Feiyang was a little troubled when faced with the blood oath. He transmitted his voice, Snowflake, how do I remove the blood oath? It's very simple. Use your blood essence. Snowflake told Qin Feiyang how to remove the blood oath. Qin Feiyang nodded in understanding and extracted a drop of blood essence. He muttered, with the heavens as the witness, with the blood essence as the guide, remove the oath. As his voice fell, he pointed his finger and the blood essence dissipated, turning into a mysterious seal and entering Princess Huofeng's body. Princess Huofeng immediately felt the two oath seals in her body disintegrate on the spot. The feeling of freedom is so good. As soon as the oath seals disappeared, she felt her body become light. Let's go. Following closely. She looked at Daifuku and said. Daifuku raised his big old hand and waved it gently. A space-time transmission channel immediately appeared. Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf's pupils shrank. This person actually mastered the laws of space-time. Be careful. The Fire Feng people warned. Okay. Princess Huofeng nodded and took the lead to step into the space-time channel. I'll take my leave. Qin Feiyang also got up and cupped his hands with a smile. He suppressed his cultivation to the peak dominator level, ready to give the first prince of the dragons a surprise. The Fire Feng people laughed. With a wave of his hand, the bracelet on Yun Zhongtian's hand fell off. Following closely, two people and one wolf, as well as the Daifuku brothers, entered the space-time channel one after another. When the space-time tunnel dissipated, the fiery phoenix tribesman pondered for a while and then stood up. He took a step forward and merged into the void. The next moment he appeared in front of a quiet courtyard. The courtyard was located in the center of the dragon lair. There were no gorgeous decorations, but every brick, every tile, every blade of grass and tree seemed to contain a charm. Feng Ho. The Fire Feng people stood outside the door and bowed respectfully. What's the matter? In the courtyard immediately, a gentle voice. The fiery phoenix patriarch said, I believe you already know about Qin Feiyang's appearance, right? Yes. The Phoenix Empress voice rang out. I'm here to beg for forgiveness. The Fire Feng people lowered his head and said, You are indeed guilty. However, letting Xiaowu and Xiaowei unlock the door of potential is also to help them. When they grow up, it will also be a good thing for the Feng people. It can be considered as offsetting. However, you have to know your limits. Feng Ho reminded. Thank you, Feng Ho, for your understanding. I will know my limits. The Fire Feng people nodded. Okay. As for the matter of Bing Runing and your daughter, let the juniors deal with it. You seniors shouldn't interfere. Feng Ho said. I definitely won't interfere, but that old fellow of the Ice Phoenix race might not just stand by and watch. The Fire Feng people were quite worried. Don't worry, I will restrain him. Feng Ho smiled faintly. Thank you, Feng Ho. Then I won't disturb your meditation. After the Fire Feng people finished speaking, he turned around and left. When he turned around, he let out a long sigh of relief. As the owner of the Phoenix Nest and the strongest person in the Sky Cloud realm, Feng Ho didn't dare to say anything in other places, but in the Phoenix Nest, nothing could escape her eyes. Therefore he was afraid that Feng Ho would blame him. Qin Feiyang, Golden-Winged Wolf King, Yun Xiang, it seems that there are many talents in this generation. But what the Fire Feng people didn't know was that after he left, Feng Ho's murmur sounded in the courtyard again. It seemed. Not only did she know about the Phoenix Nest, but she also knew what happened in the Heavy Domain. White Crane Island. At this time it was almost noon. Although the sky was clear in the Phoenix Nest, the sky above the Sky Cloud Ocean was still covered by dark clouds and heavy rain. The atmosphere on the White Crane Island was already very heavy. Accompanied by the continuous rain and the dark sky, the atmosphere became even more depressing. It's almost noon, why hasn't he appeared yet? Does he really not dare to accept the challenge? Many people had a trace of disappointment in their eyes. Because in their eyes, Qin Feiyang was equivalent to their faith. Seeing the person they believed in not dare to accept the challenge, they would definitely be disappointed. The people of the dragons and Feng people also frowned and didn't say a word. Only Long Chen and the young man sitting in the sky weren't affected at all. They leisurely tasted tea and drank wine. Forget it, let's retreat. There's no need to waste time on such a coward. Bing Runing couldn't help but look at the whole scene and sneered. Her words were full of sarcasm. What did you say? Who are you calling coward? Qin Feiyang didn't appear. Maybe he doesn't care about you guys at all. You guys aren't worth his time. Someone said angrily. Bing Runing looked at the person who spoke and a cold light flashed in her eyes. Only you guys are allowed to mock and ridicule us, but we're not allowed to speak? The person who spoke was also quite unyielding and looked at Bing Runing angrily. A bunch of ants, how dare you be so arrogant? Bing Runing's eyes turned cold and a mighty power of the law emerged. It surged like a tide towards the person who spoke. It was formed by the law of ice. The pouring raindrops instantly froze into ice in the void. The sea below also quickly froze and the cold wind was bone-chilling. The world immediately turned into a world of ice and snow. The person who spoke didn't have a high cultivation level. When they saw this scene, a sense of fear emerged in their hearts. Boom. But at this time, a space-time passage appeared in the sky. Everyone looked up and their eyes were full of anticipation. Could it be Qin Feiyang? The first figure walked out. It was a lady in a red dress. It was Princess Huofeng. Sister. When Pyrotechnic Glow saw this, a trace of surprise appeared on his face. The Daifuku brothers also appeared. They stood beside Princess Huofeng and scanned the crowd below. Finally their eyes fell on Bing Runing. Bing Runing, what are you trying to do? Princess Huofeng glanced at the surging law of ice. Flames immediately rolled out and the world suddenly turned into a big furnace. The frost in the sky melted. Finally, the flames surged and collided with the law of ice. The moment the ice and fire met, an aura that could destroy the heavens and the earth was born. The stronger people in the crowd immediately stood up and used various methods to seal the fluctuations of the battle and protect the people behind them. After all, there were so many people watching. There were naturally many perfected dominators and great dominators. Why did she come out? Did Qin Feiyang let her go? Bing Runing looked up at Princess Huofeng and frowned slightly. When she glanced at the Daifuku brothers, her pupils suddenly shrank. Why were these two brothers here too? Could it be that this woman had already returned to the phoenix nest? Did that mean that the Fire Feng people already knew the truth? I didn't expect that such a small battle would alarm so many people. Accompanied by a faint laugh, Qin Feiyang, White-Eyed Wolf, and Yun Zhongtian also walked out of the space-time passage. Qin Feiyang. I knew he would come. The scene was instantly stirred up. Those who were disappointed immediately had joy in their eyes. At the same time, the dragons, Feng people, Bing Runing, and the fire dragon who was lying on Long Chen's shoulder, all had a cold glint in their eyes. The grudge between Qin Feiyang and the fire dragon was obvious. Not only did Qin Feiyang want to kill the fire dragon, but the fire dragon also wanted to get rid of Qin Feiyang. As for the dragons, other than the little princess, they had all suffered at the hands of Qin Feiyang. Naturally they hated him to the core. Therefore, following Qin Feiyang's arrival, the atmosphere at the scene became rather strange. The surrounding crowd was cheering while Bing Runing and the others all had gloomy expressions and killing intent. Only Long Chen and the youth were calm. Yun Zhongtian has come out. Looks like the trip to the phoenix nest went smoothly. At the back of the crowd, Elder Hua, the Demon Palace Lord, and Chu Yun stood together. Elder Hua secretly smiled. The Demon Palace Lord and Chu Yun looked at each other. This kid's ability was really not simple. He could even deal with the people of the phoenix nest. Moreover, the appearance of Princess Huofeng and Qin Feiyang together meant that the grudge between them had been resolved. This was a good thing. At least, in the future, Qin Feiyang and the others would no longer have to worry about the revenge of the Feng people. Pyrotechnic Glow rushed to the front of Princess Huofeng and frowned. Sister, are you okay? I'm fine. Princess Huofeng waved her hand, her gaze locked onto Bing Runing. Pyrotechnic Glow heaved a sigh of relief and looked at Qin Feiyang suspiciously. You are Qin Feiyang? Yes. Qin Feiyang nodded. Pyrotechnic Glow said, All right, since you're here, let's start the battle. Start the battle? Princess Huofeng and the Daifuku brothers were stunned. Qin Feiyang also looked at Hua Zihui in astonishment. This brat is very confident. However, he is merely a perfect dominator. Qin Feiyang shook his head and said, You should go to one side and stay there. Are you looking down on me? Pyrotechnic Glow raised his eyebrows. Qin Feiyang was stunned. Was he so obvious? To be honest, he really didn't put Pyrotechnic Glow's strength in his eyes. Little brother, don't mess around. Aren't I fine now? Princess Huofeng secretly shouted. Pyrotechnic Glow was slightly stunned and said suspiciously, Sister, are you having a fever? Why are you scolding me? He hurt you, so I must avenge you. Princess Huofeng's face darkened. She looked at the two middle-aged women behind pyrotechnic glow and said, Aunt May, Aunt Lan, look after him. Yes, Your Highness. The two women nodded respectfully, but they were also puzzled. Why did it seem like the first princess was protecting Qin Feiyang? Qin Feiyang, you didn't disappoint me. Suddenly, the dragon's crown prince's voice sounded. He stepped forward and walked toward Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang looked at the dragon's crown prince and frowned. How could he be a perfect dominator? One had to know that the dragon's crown prince had personally said that he was inheriting the Golden Dragon clan's supreme inheritance. No matter what, he shouldn't be at this cultivation level. Could it be that he was hiding his cultivation level? Chapter 3574. Since you are not interested in Pyrotechnic Glow's challenge, then let our battle begin. The first prince of the dragons stood opposite Qin Feiyang and said with a faint smile. I'm afraid our battle will have to be postponed. Qin Feiyang smiled and glanced at Princess Huofeng. With a wave of his hand, he sent Yun Zhongtian to the Black Tortoise realm. After all, his Sea of Qi was broken and needed to be repaired. Following closely, Qin Feiyang and the White-Eyed Wolf walked straight towards Long Chen and the young man. The White-Eyed Wolf looked at the young man from afar and waved his paw. Little brother, long time no see, did you miss your brother? Long time no see? The young man's mouth twitched. Even with his indifferent state of mind, looking at the White-Eyed Wolf's despicable appearance, he could not help but want to slap him. So they are old acquaintances. Everyone looked at Qin Feiyang, the White-Eyed Wolf, Long Chen, and the young man and muttered in a low voice. Long Chen waved his hand and another chair appeared. He smiled. Brother Qin, please. Qin Feiyang did not stand on ceremony. He walked over and sat on the chair. He was supposed to be the main character this time, but now he had become a spectator. What are you pretending for? The fire dragon sneered. Yo, isn't this that guy? Why are you here? I'm sorry, my eyes were playing tricks on me. I thought it was a little bug that came out of nowhere. The White-Eyed Wolf screamed and looked at the fire dragon. The fire dragon suddenly burned with anger. Who was he scolding? Be sensible, don't get yourself into trouble. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly without turning his head. So arrogant? The fire dragon immediately jumped up and sneered. I really want to see if you can last 100 rounds under my hands. 100 rounds? You think too highly of yourself. If you can last 10 rounds against me, it'll be my loss. Qin Feiyang smiled. The fire dragon immediately felt a great sense of humiliation. 10 rounds? He really dared to say that. Shut up. Long Chen raised his eyebrows. When the fire dragon heard this, a trace of panic immediately appeared in its eyes. It glared fiercely at Qin Feiyang and once again landed on Long Chen's shoulder. Qin Feiyang glanced at the fire dragon, then looked at Long Chen and asked in confusion, Why would you let such trash stay by your side? I'm not familiar with this place and don't have anyone to talk to, so I decided to stay by your side to relieve my boredom. Long Chen smiled. Qin Feiyang couldn't help laughing. He turned his head to look at the young man, and then looked at the snow python. He said helplessly, You made me look for you so hard. You can't blame me for that. The snow python immediately expressed its innocence. Why did you look for us? To be your hired thug for free. I'm not interested in that. Isn't it fun to go sightseeing? The young man yawned and said. Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled bitterly. He was puzzled and asked, Then why did you appear again this time? To watch a show and drink to relieve my boredom. The young man said. All right. Qin Feiyang felt helpless. He really had nothing to say to this young man. The crown prince of the dragons glanced at Qin Feiyang and the others. He looked at Qin Feiyang and frowned. What do you mean by this? Don't worry, since I'm here, I won't run away. Let's sit down and enjoy a good show. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. With a wave of his hand, a chair appeared. The crown prince of the dragons frowned and finally walked over and sat beside. Why are they sitting down and chatting? Are they not fighting anymore? What's going on? The surrounding onlookers were puzzled. Boom. Suddenly, a wave of the law of fire emerged. Everyone was shocked and quickly looked at Princess Huofeng. Sister, what are you doing? Pyrotechnic Glow also looked at Princess Huofeng in confusion. Go away. Princess Huofeng coldly said. Pyrotechnic Glow smiled bitterly and followed the Daifuku brothers and the two middle-aged women to the side. Bing running, let's settle our accounts first. Princess Huofeng took a step forward and charged towards Bing running with a wave of fire. Your Highness, what should we do? The white-haired old woman, the middle-aged man, and the white-haired old man raised their eyebrows and looked at Bing Runing. What should we do? We've already come this far, are we going to beg for mercy? I've long wanted to see who is the #1 person in Feng people. Killing intent flashed in Bing Runing's eyes. She instantly turned into a god as the law of ice roared around her body. She slammed her palm towards Princess Huofeng. Boom. The two met in an instant. The collision of ice and fire caused huge waves to rise in the sea. What's wrong with sister? Pyrotechnic Glow frowned. Daifuku said in a deep voice, Your Highness, you don't know. In fact, it was Bing Runing who killed Her Highness in the heavy region. What? Pyrotechnic Glow's expression froze. The two middle-aged women also looked at each other. When they came back to their senses, Pyrotechnic Glow asked, So, what Qin Feiyang said to father was true? That's right. It was Qin Feiyang who saved Her Highness. They went to the Phoenix Nest to meet the Patriarch and reached an agreement. Daifuku nodded. What agreement? Pyrotechnic Glow was curious. The truce agreement. We'll talk about it in detail later. After Daifuku finished speaking, he paid close attention to the white-haired old woman and the other two people. These three people were not easy to deal with. He could not allow them to suddenly attack and hurt Her Highness. Damn bitch. I was almost used by her. Pyrotechnic Glow understood and looked at Bing Runing with disgust. In the blink of an eye, Princess Huofeng and Bing Runing had already exchanged dozens of blows. The aura they exuded was as sharp as a sword. Suddenly, Bing Runing's body erupted with the power of devouring. Her snow-white hair danced in the torrential rain. Accompanied by a deafening sound, a palm-sized black divine seal shattered the void and broke through the boundary. With an unstoppable momentum, it suppressed the first Princess Huofeng. Boom. Princess Huofeng was immediately sent flying and spat out a mouthful of blood. Law of devouring. Everyone was shocked. Sister. Pyrotechnic Glow's expression also changed. Daifuku stopped Pyrotechnic Glow and comforted him. Your Highness, don't worry. You know how strong Her Highness is. She won't lose to Bing Runing. In the void. Seeing Princess Huofeng being sent flying, Bing Runing took advantage of the situation and chased after her. The black divine seal exuded a destructive power. Divine light flooded the surroundings as it crazily attacked Princess Huofeng. This was a battle between sovereigns. Once the opponent had the advantage, they would inevitably face a storm of attacks. They would not give you any chance to turn the situation around. However, Princess Huofeng was not an ordinary person. Last time it was because of the Ice Phoenix Sword. Otherwise it was unknown who would win. Boom. At this critical moment, the same black divine seal emerged from Princess Huofeng's body. This was also the fifth profound of the law of devouring, the seal of devouring. Princess Huofeng's eyes were like torches. With a wave of her jade-like hand, it instantly turned into a divine seal that was as large as a mountain. Then, it shattered the sky and collided with Bing Runing's seal of devouring. The two profound were shattered on the spot. Just as the profound was shattered, Princess Huofeng's eyes flashed coldly. A majestic devouring power surged out from her body. The void in front of her suddenly collapsed and turned into a huge vortex. From afar, it looked like a pitch-black bottomless pit. It was bottomless. Following closely. After the two profound were shattered, the law of devouring power surged into the vortex. Looking at this scene, Bing Runing frowned. A huge vortex condensed in front of her as she fought with Princess Huofeng for the law of devouring power. It's the law of devouring. It can devour other law of devouring power and transform it into its own. I didn't expect these two women to be so strong. The onlookers were shocked. Who were these people? Usually it was rare to see ultimate laws. But now so many of them had appeared. Don't bother with these useless things. We're both using the law of devouring. Can you devour my law of devouring power? Bing Runing snorted. The first profound, the second profound, the 5 profound of the law of devouring came out one after another, bringing with it an earth-shattering power. You're right. Princess Huofeng nodded. The 5 profound roared out. Boom. As the 2 profound of the law of devouring power clashed, heaven and earth collapsed and the surrounding seas were destroyed. The surrounding crowd retreated. Those perfection sovereigns took action one after another, isolating the shockwaves from the battle. When the dust settled, Princess Huofeng and Bing Runing both took a few steps back. There was a trace of blood at the corner of their mouths. The law of devouring is indeed strong. The white-eyed wolf muttered and transmitted his voice. I've decided to choose the law of devouring for my 6th law of devouring. Qin Feiyang glanced at the white-eyed wolf and shook his head. Actually, the lethality of all ultimate laws is about the same. They each have their own advantages. There's no need to specially choose one. I think you should go for the law of life now. The law of life? The white-eyed wolf was taken aback. That's right. You now have the law of time, the law of karma, the law of spacetime, the law of destruction, and the law of death. The supreme profound of the law of time can give you invincible speed. The law of karma and the other supreme profound of the law of time are all extremely powerful. So, if you have the chance to obtain the supreme profound of the law of life, you'll have a powerful recovery ability. Then you'll be invincible. Qin Feiyang chuckled inwardly. Now that I think about it, it does make sense. The white-eyed wolf nodded and chuckled. Alright, the sixth law of life will be it. It changed just like that. Can you be more loyal? Qin Feiyang looked at him in disdain. What you said makes sense. Of course I'll listen to you. The white-eyed wolf bared his teeth. At the same time, Long Qin sized up Princess Huofeng and Bing Ruoyan. He was puzzled. Brother Qin, they're both from the Feng people. Why are they fighting? Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. Many things happened before you appeared in the heavy region. Long Qin nodded in realization. He was a smart person. After hearing Qin Feiyang's words and seeing Princess Huofeng and Bing Runing's attitude toward each other, he could roughly guess what had happened. Bing Runing looked at Princess Huofeng and smiled. It seems that our strength is on par. On par? Princess Huofeng smiled disdainfully. Along with the emergence of the law of devouring, the law of karma also roared out. What? Bing Runing's face changed and her face was filled with disbelief. Even the people from the dragon's side were shocked. This woman actually grasped two great supreme laws? What's going on? Doesn't Bing Runing know that she has mastered two supreme laws? The white-eyed wolf looked at Bing Runing's reaction with a trace of doubt in his eyes. She probably doesn't know. Qin Feiyang muttered. If she knew, Bing Runing wouldn't be so surprised. It seemed that the eldest princess was also a little scheming. She had always been wary of Bing Runing. It was no wonder that Princess Huofeng was so confident. Are you surprised? When I comprehended the law of karma, I knew that I would have to fight with you sooner or later. So, I announced that my fifth law was the law of swords. You always thought that our strength was on par, but you didn't know that I had already surpassed you many years ago. Princess Huofeng smiled proudly. The two supreme laws roared in the void, and the divine aura surged, shocking everyone present. Chapter 3575. Bing Runing looked at this scene, and her body was trembling as if she couldn't accept this fact. Indeed, she had always thought that Princess Huofeng was the same as her, only mastering the law of devour. It was precisely because of this that she never thought that she would lose to Princess Huofeng. In her heart, she had always thought that she and Princess Huofeng were both geniuses of the Feng people, sharing the limelight with each other. But she never expected that the other party had already comprehended the second strongest law. Strongest law. To be able to comprehend two strongest laws by relying on one's own ability, one could say that one has heaven-defying luck. For example, Qin Feiyang now relied on himself to comprehend the law of cause and effect. As for Madman, the law of death and the law of destruction were both inherited. To be honest, Qin Feiyang and Madman's talent and comprehension ability were already unmatched in the Sky Cloud realm. This point could be seen from how Qin Feiyang comprehended the law of cause and effect so quickly. But even so, he only relied on his own ability to comprehend the law of cause and effect. Could be seen that, for the law of cause and effect, comprehension ability was secondary. Luck was the most important. Let's talk about the prince and princess of the dragons. These people could get whatever they wanted, whether it was resources or background, they were incomparable to others. However, they had only comprehended one type of ultimate law. Therefore, it wasn't difficult to imagine how terrifying a person who relied on his own ability to comprehend two strongest laws was. Not to mention other things, at least in terms of luck, no one could compare. So, one could imagine. Looking at the person she had always regarded as an opponent who actually mastered two strongest laws, how big of an impact was this to Bing Runing? Even the people who were watching the battle were moved by it. The only ones with a smile on their faces were Pyrotechnic Glow, Daifuku, and Xiaofu. Even the two middle-aged women behind Huazihue had faces full of shock. These two people were also Pyrotechnic Glow's followers. But obviously, even they didn't know about this matter. This is the true strength of the eldest princess. The white-haired old woman, the white-haired old man, and the middle-aged man murmured. Their faces were filled with shock. It was only at this moment that they found out that the first princess had actually grasped two supreme laws. In other words, in the past, the first princess had always gone easy on Bing Runing. However, not only did Bing Runing not restrain herself, she even went overboard. Boom. With a deafening boom, the fifth profundity of the two supreme laws appeared. The five-colored divine lotus created by the fifth Upanishad of the Karma law was like a dazzling sun that illuminated the world. The devouring seal formed by the fifth profundity of the law of devouring seemed to be able to devour everything. It emitted an aura that shook the heavens and the earth. The two fifth profound meanings were like two gods. Many people couldn't help but feel a sense of awe. Today, I'll let you know the difference between us. Princess Huofeng's eyes turned cold. Her two-fifth profound skills instantly shattered the sky. Carrying a monstrous might, they shot towards Bing Runing. Your Highness. The expressions of the white-haired old woman and the other two changed drastically. But at the same time, four auras locked onto them. The owners of these four auras were the Daifuku brothers and the two middle-aged women. Their intentions were clear. If you dare to interfere, don't blame us for being merciless. In response, the faces of the white-haired old woman and the other two instantly darkened. At the same time, Bing Runing turned a deaf ear to them. She stared fixedly at the two profundities that were heading towards her. I don't believe it. Suddenly, accompanied by a hysterical roar, the five supreme laws that she had grasped emerged one after another. The law of devouring was the leader. The fifth profound meaning of the five supreme laws crazily blasted towards the five-colored divine lotus and the devouring seal. In just an instant, the two sides met in the void with a loud bang, and a wave of destructive air immediately rolled out in all directions with the two as the center. At the same time, Bing Runing spat out a mouthful of blood. Her face instantly turned pale. Although it was the fifth profound meaning of the five supreme laws, it simply couldn't block the five-colored divine lotus and the devouring seal. It instantly shattered in the void. This was the power of supreme laws. Against ordinary laws, they were completely crushed. Boom. After crushing the fifth profound meaning, the five-colored divine lotus and the devouring seal seemed to have transformed into two death gods, charging towards Bing Runing. Bing Runing's eyes were filled with despair. The white-haired old woman and the other two were also burning with anxiety. But suddenly, the five-colored divine lotus and the devouring seal both stopped above Bing Runing's head and didn't bombard her anymore. Bing Runing was stunned. The white-haired old woman and the other two also looked at Princess Huofeng suspiciously. She clearly had a chance, but why did she suddenly stop? However, Princess Huofeng didn't explain to anyone. She glanced at Bing Runing indifferently and waved her hand. The five-colored divine lotus and the devouring seal immediately dissipated in the void. Immediately, she retracted her aura, turned around and walked towards Pyrotechnic Glow and the others without looking back, leaving Bing Runing with a cold back view. What's going on? White-eyed Wolf looked suspiciously at Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled. This woman definitely has some brains. What do you mean? White-eyed Wolf was even more confused. The people of the Ice Phoenix clan are protected by the Ice Phoenix flame. With the strength of the first princess, if she doesn't use the sovereign divine weapon, she won't be able to break through the defense of the Ice Phoenix flame. Long Qin spoke first with a smile. That's right. Moreover, Bing Runing's three followers won't really let her be killed. Moreover, before she left, the Fire Feng people told the first princess to look at the big picture. This sentence obviously means that she can beat them up, but she can't kill them. After all, Bing Runing and the others have three sovereign divine weapons. If they really fall out with them, it won't be good for the Feng people. Qin Feiyang also smiled faintly. So, instead of doing something that harms herself and benefits others, it's better to just stop. The first princess actually doesn't intend to kill Bing Runing. She just wants to give Bing Runing a deterrent so that she won't provoke her in the future. Moreover, to be honest, for someone as proud and arrogant as Bing Runing, being defeated by her own clansmen in front of so many people is the biggest humiliation of her life. So, this is worse than killing her directly. Long Qin smiled and said a few more words. So that's how it is. The white-eyed wolf nodded and looked at Qin Feiyang and Long Qin. What's wrong? The two of them were suspicious. The white-eyed wolf joked, "You two are talking one after another. People who don't know will really think that you two are friends." Long Qin laughed and looked at the white-eyed wolf. "Aren't we friends now?" The white-eyed wolf laughed. "Friends? You can talk nonsense all you want." Just as expected. Looking at the back of Princess Huofeng, who didn't even look back, and looking at the surrounding onlookers, Bing Runing felt extremely humiliated. This made her almost crazy. In her heart, there was also a surge of killing intent that surged out uncontrollably. Clang. Suddenly, the Ice Phoenix sword appeared. She grabbed the Ice Phoenix sword and rushed towards Princess Huofeng, roaring, "I'll kill you." "Your Highness, no." The white-haired old woman and the other two exclaimed. The faces of Pyrotechnic Glow and the others suddenly sank. This is a sovereign divine weapon. Oh my god. Not only has she mastered the law of Devour, but she also has a sovereign divine weapon. Who is she? The surrounding people also stared at Bing Runing in horror. This is not interesting. Sitting next to Qin Feiyang and Long Chen, the young man who had been silent suddenly shook his head. Qin Feiyang and Long Chen looked at the young man, their eyes flashing slightly. Was he going to make a move? But they were really looking forward to it. But the result was disappointing. The young man didn't appear and directly closed his eyes, turning a deaf ear and turning a blind eye. It was as if the current Bing Runing wasn't even qualified to be looked at by him. In the blink of an eye, Bing Runing held the Ice Phoenix sword and had already charged behind Princess Huofeng. Boom. Clang. But at this moment, accompanied by two loud sounds, the Fire Phoenix Divine Jade and the Fire Phoenix sword both appeared. The divine power of the two sovereign divine weapons immediately erupted like a volcano, blasting towards Bing Runing and the Ice Phoenix sword. The Ice Phoenix sword was shocked and hurriedly opened a barrier to protect Bing Runing. Boom. The divine power arrived. Bing Runing and the Ice Phoenix sword were blasted away on the spot. Despite the explosion of the Ice Phoenix sword, Bing Runing spat out another mouthful of blood. At this moment, her hair was disheveled and her body was stained with blood. Half kneeling in the void, she looked extremely miserable. Chapter 3576. Fire Phoenix Sword, Fire Phoenix Divine Jade. At this moment, not only the white-haired old woman, but even the dragon's group could not help but shrink their pupils. These were the sovereign divine weapons of the Fire Feng people. The Fire Feng people actually gave her two sovereign divine weapons to protect herself? She was indeed the apple of his eye. It can't be. She actually has two sovereign divine weapons. The spectators were even more shocked. Especially Elder Hua, the alliance leader, and He Zhongtian. The fact that Bing Runing had a ruler's divine weapon was already shocking enough. However, the first princess had two of them with her. The Feng people were really terrifying. It was estimated that the foundation of the Feng people was not inferior to the dragons. Elder Hua and the others knew about the existence of the Feng people and the dragons, but the leaders of the Heavenly Palace did not know. As the ruler of the northern continent, the Heavenly Palace also had countless spies hidden in various continents. In fact, they had also been investigating the details of the Dragons group since a long time ago. However, no matter how hard they tried, they could not find anything. Because of this, currently, the four superpowers of the Sky Cloud realm, the Heavenly Palace, the Divine Palace, the Demon Palace, and the Rogue Cultivator Alliance. Only the Heavenly Palace knew nothing about them. Of course, it was also good that they did not know. After all, the Heavenly Palace had not been implicated until now. However, the scene in front of them made the doubts in their hearts soar to another level. Don't ask for a rebuff. Princess Huofeng said lightly with her back facing Bing Runing. Bing Runing half knelt in the void, looking at the back of Princess Huofeng. Her face was incomparably ferocious. She shouted, "Give me the Profound Ice Divine Hammer and Profound Ice Divine Bow." The middle-aged man and the others trembled and quickly flew to Bing Runing's side and whispered, "Your Highness, let's stop here." "Give it to me." Bing Runing stretched out her hand and glared at the two. "Your Highness, this is really not possible." The middle-aged man and the white-haired old man shook their heads. Because the Profound Ice Divine Hammer and Profound Ice Divine Bow were in their hands, Princess Huofeng had already shown mercy. If Bing Runing continued to cause trouble, not only would she completely infuriate the first princess, but she would also infuriate the Fire Phoenix clan's patriarch. Although the Fire Feng people's chief was a person who prioritized the overall situation, it didn't mean that he didn't have a temper. "Are you also going to disobey my orders?" Bing Runing roared. "Your Highness, calm down. If this goes on, you'll go mad. We were in the wrong to begin with. Not only is the first princess being merciful to you, but she also didn't publicize the fact that you killed her and framed Qin Feiyang. This is already giving us enough face. Your Highness, please stop. Even if you don't think for yourself, you have to think for our Ice Phoenix clan. Let's not talk about the patriarch of the Fire Phoenix clan. Let's talk about Feng Ho. Feng Ho's heart is as clear as a mirror. He definitely knows that you killed the eldest princess. The reason why he didn't do anything is because he doesn't want to interfere with the matters of the younger generation. However, if you continue to cause trouble like this, the Phoenix Empress will become furious. At that time, you will not be the only one who will be implicated. Our entire Ice Phoenix clan will also be implicated. The white-haired old woman and the other two tried to persuade Bing Runing. Feng Ho. Bing Runing's eyes trembled. She wasn't afraid of the Fire Feng people's chief, but she had to be afraid of Feng Ho. This was because Feng Ho was the supreme existence of the Feng people. If Feng Ho was angry, even her father, the patriarch of the Ice Phoenix clan, would have to kneel on the ground and beg for mercy. What's the difference between you and those clowns now? Princess Huofeng slowly turned around and looked at Bing Runing, shaking her head in disappointment. You. Bing Runing was burning with anger. First Princess, please forgive us. The white-haired old woman and the other two bowed. Princess Huofeng glanced at the three, then looked at Bing Runing again and said lightly, the dragons are watching over there. Don't embarrass the Feng people. After saying that, Princess Huofeng turned around and landed beside Pyrotechnic Glow. The Fire Phoenix sword and Fire Phoenix jade also returned to her body. Sister, you're awesome. Pyrotechnic Glow chuckled. Princess Huofeng rolled her eyes at him and looked at Bing Runing quietly. This woman's character is really bad. Isn't that so? The other party has already shown mercy, but she's still pestering endlessly. She's unreasonable. The onlookers couldn't help but shake their heads, their eyes full of disdain. Compared to Qin Feiyang's character, the difference was like heaven and earth. Because no matter what Qin Feiyang did, no matter who he had a grudge with, he would never implicate the innocent. Sometimes he would even come out to help the innocent. Bing Runing was already furious, and hearing these discussions, one could imagine how she felt. Clang. The Ice Phoenix sword burst out with a powerful divine aura that enveloped all directions. Yuance, what right do you have to talk about this princess? Killing intent surged in her eyes, and the Ice Phoenix sword burst out a sword shadow that tore the sky and earth apart, slashing towards the crowd in front of her. What? She's angry and wants to attack us. Everyone's expression changed. Princess Huofeng and Pyrotechnic Glow raised their brows and were about to stop her. But at this moment, Qin Feiyang suddenly stood up and used the space-time step to block in front of the crowd. Qin Feiyang. Looking at Qin Feiyang's back, the panicking crowd immediately felt as if they had eaten a calming pill. Qin Feiyang looked up at the sword shadow, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. With a clang, the Death God sword appeared and slashed towards the sword shadow. Boom. The sword shadow collapsed on the spot. The ripples that were created were instantly erased by the Death God sword. If the ripples were not suppressed, many lives would be lost. Qin Feiyang. It was fine if Qin Feiyang didn't make a move, but once he did, he completely enraged Bing Runing. Because in her opinion, all of this was caused by Qin Feiyang. If Qin Feiyang hadn't protected Princess Huofeng's remnant soul, would this scene have happened? Are you sure you want to attack me? You have to know that we are not in the heavy region. Even if you have 3 sovereign divine weapons, I can still make you go back lying down. Qin Feiyang said lightly. Domineering. Everyone's heart trembled. In this world, who would dare to say such arrogant words in the face of 3 sovereign divine weapons? You want us to go back lying down? Ha! Bing Runing laughed crazily. The white-haired old woman and the other two were also furious. But at the same time there was a trace of fear. In the past few days in the eastern continent, they had inquired about what Qin Feiyang had done in the Sky Cloud realm. Before coming out of the heavy region, they didn't put Qin Feiyang in their eyes. Even if he had a sovereign divine weapon, so what? But when they learned about Qin Feiyang's means to deal with the dragons and that Qin Feiyang had a sovereign divine weapon and a divine art that was comparable to a sovereign divine weapon, they began to fear Qin Feiyang. Although Qin Feiyang's foundation was not as good as the Feng people, these terrifying means were enough to make anyone in the world feel fear. Most importantly, now the eldest princess of the Feng people was obviously standing with Qin Feiyang. The eldest princess had 2 sovereign divine weapons, plus Pyrotechnic Glow, and Pyrotechnic Glow also had a sovereign divine weapon. Now, Pyrotechnic Glow would definitely stand with the eldest princess. The eldest princess was Zihue and Qin Feiyang. If they were to truly shed all pretense of cordiality, then to them, it would simply be a disaster. Be sensible. Don't embarrass yourself and don't delay our final battle. At this time, the eldest prince of the dragons stood up and looked coldly at Bing Runing. Being ridiculed again and again, Bing Runing was about to go crazy. Suddenly, the white-haired old man raised his arm and slapped the back of Bing Runing's head like a blade. Bing Runing let out a muffled groan and fainted on the spot. What are you doing? The middle-aged man and the white-haired old woman looked at the white-clothed old man in shock and anger. The white-clothed old man said in a deep voice, "This is the only way to calm Her Highness down." Sigh. The white-haired old woman couldn't help but sigh. Knocking Her Highness out was indeed the best way. She then carried Bing Runing and silently retreated to the side with the middle-aged man and the white-haired old man. The Ice Phoenix sword also returned to Bing Runing's body. The first prince of the dragon race landed in front of Qin Feiyang. He looked at Qin Feiyang with an overbearing aura and said, "It's our turn now." "Wait. I challenged him first. There should be a first-come first-serve." Pyrotechnic Glow shouted. As soon as he said this, everyone looked at Pyrotechnic Glow. "Your Highness, what are you trying to do?" The Daifuku brothers also looked at Pyrotechnic Glow suspiciously. The misunderstanding had already been resolved. Why would he still fight Qin Feiyang? "I just want to see how strong he is," Hua Zihue secretly said. With one step, he arrived behind Qin Feiyang and excitedly said, "Let me have a taste of it." The eldest prince of the dragons raised his eyebrows. This person's IQ is really worrying. Who's Qin Feiyang? Is he someone you are qualified to challenge? Qin Feiyang waved his hand and the Thanatos returned to his body. He turned to look at Pyrotechnic Glow. Seeing Pyrotechnic Glow's eager look, he said helplessly, "Come find me when you have the ability to defeat your sister. Don't look down on me, okay? I'm still very strong." Pyrotechnic Glow felt wronged. Qin Feiyang smiled helplessly and nodded. "All right, I'll satisfy your competitive spirit." "Hey!" Pyrotechnic Glow bared his teeth. Qin Feiyang took a step forward and instantly landed in front of Pyrotechnic Glow. "What are you doing?" "I'm not ready yet." Hua Zihue's expression turned flustered as he cried out. Everyone was speechless when they heard this. Princess Huofeng also immediately turned her head and looked away as if she didn't know him. "Can you be more mature? Who will give you time to prepare in a battle? Do you think this is a game?" Qin Feiyang turned a deaf ear to Hua Zihue. His palm descended, and Hua Zihue immediately let out an anguished howl. Like a meteorite, he smashed into the sea below. Everyone was stunned. That's it? He couldn't even withstand a single blow. The two middle-aged women frowned and looked at the eldest princess. "Don't look at me. He asked for it." The eldest princess snorted coldly. The two women looked at each other and couldn't help but smile bitterly. "What?" Accompanied by a huge wave, Pyrotechnic Glow rushed out of the sea and glared at Qin Feiyang. "You cheated?" "Cheated?" Qin Feiyang looked at this person in a daze. "Is this a joke?" Chapter 3577. The onlookers couldn't help but laugh as well. It was a little funny. However, compared to the unreasonable Bing Runing, they couldn't help but have a good impression of Pyrotechnic Glow. "Get over here." As the older sister, Princess Huofeng couldn't stand it any longer and shouted. "No." Pyrotechnic Glow shook his head. "You want me to say it again?" Princess Huofeng's face darkened, and her eyes revealed a trace of unfriendliness. Pyrotechnic Glow shrunk his neck, looked at Qin Feiyang and said arrogantly, Next time we'll fight fair and square." After saying this, he ran over to Princess Huofeng's side, his face full of flattery. "I haven't seen you for a while. How did you become prettier again? How many handsome young men will be charmed by you?" Princess Huofeng didn't know whether to laugh or cry when she heard this. This twin brother of hers was truly a headache. This farce is finally over. The first prince of the dragons retracted his gaze and looked at Qin Feiyang. "Do you still remember our agreement?" "I don't think I need to say it again. Let's begin." Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. "Brother, what agreement did they have before?" A youth in the crowd looked at a middle-aged man next to him and asked curiously. "I'm not their little follower. How would I know?" The middle-aged man rolled his eyes, thought for a moment and said in a low voice, "However, I think that there should be some sort of wager for this battle." "Wager?" "For people of their level, if there's really a wager, it's definitely not ordinary." Another person at the side interrupted. "Yes." Hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement. Boom. Qin Feiyang and the first prince of the dragons released their auras at almost the same time. They were both perfect rulers. The young man who had his eyes closed finally opened his eyes again and looked at Qin Feiyang and the first prince of the dragons. Although he still looked sleepy, there was a trace of expectation in his eyes. "Who do you think will win this battle, Big Brother or Qin Feiyang?" The second princess of the dragons transmitted her voice. "It should be Big Brother. After all, he inherited the supreme inheritance of the Golden Dragon clan." The fourth prince pondered for a while and then said to himself, "Not necessarily. After all, Qin Feiyang has now mastered the paramount mysteries of two supreme laws." The third prince shook his head. "In any case, no matter who wins, he can forget about leaving White Crane Island alive today. The young man in red snorted coldly. Why did they come? They were here to kill Qin Feiyang. Don't disappoint me. Meanwhile, the little princess of the dragons looked at the two people on the battlefield and muttered to herself. She had been waiting for this battle between Qin Feiyang and the first prince of the dragons for a long time. If Qin Feiyang could really kill the first prince, one of her wishes would be fulfilled. The two old women standing behind the little princess looked at the little princess of the dragons and then looked at the first princess of the dragons. They couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Some knots in one's heart could be untied as long as one thought it through. However, some knots in one's heart could only be untied after seeing the other person die. The knot in the little princess' heart belonged to the latter. Whoosh! Suddenly, Qin Feiyang and the first prince of the dragons, who were standing in the air, turned into streaks of light. Their speed was hard to catch with the naked eye, and they collided in an instant. Boom! The two fists collided with a loud bang. A terrifying shockwave burst out, and the surrounding void began to collapse crazily. After the collision, the two were forced back and once again charged at each other. In less than 10 breaths, the two had exchanged hundreds of blows. This speed was simply astonishing. What's going on? Little Qin Zi's physical body has already broken through the limit and reached the Supreme Being level. How can the first prince still fight so fiercely with him? The white-eyed wolf raised his eyebrows. Long Qin smiled faintly and said, "This is just the warm-up stage. Brother Qin hasn't activated his physical strength and defense yet. Of course, the first prince hasn't shown his true strength either." "You know the first prince's strength?" The white-eyed wolf looked at him suspiciously. "Of course I know." Long Qin nodded. "Then how strong is he now?" The white-eyed wolf was curious. "It's meaningless to say it out loud. Let's just watch quietly. Brother Qin might be caught in a tough battle." Long Qin smiled. "A tough battle?" The white-eyed wolf didn't think so. Although the first prince of the dragons had obtained the supreme inheritance, Qin Feiyang's strength was also improving. Bang! Bang! Boom! The two continued to exchange blows in the air. Their figures intertwined and their divine power surged. It was dazzling to watch. Gradually, everyone noticed that Qin Feiyang was frowning. What's going on? Is little Qin Zi really going to be caught in a tough battle? The white-eyed wolf frowned. Actually, that wasn't the case. Qin Feiyang frowned because he discovered that the current dragon race's first prince was like a completely different person compared to the previous 2 times they fought. The last 2 times. The first prince of the dragon's combat awareness and experience were quite ordinary. Anyone could be better than him. But this time, the first prince of the dragon's combat awareness and experience were not inferior to Qin Feiyang's. Hundreds of breaths passed. Accompanied by loud rumbling sounds, the two had already exchanged thousands of blows. Qin Feiyang was finally certain that the first prince of the dragon's combat awareness and experience were superior. He was definitely not a flower that grew up in a greenhouse. In other words, the former first prince of the dragon clan had always been concealing his strength, always showing weakness in front of him. But why? Wait. Could it be, as the little princess of the dragon clan had said, that everything the first prince of the dragon clan had done was just to obtain the supreme inheritance of the golden dragon clan? Bang. After another few thousand rounds, the two of them threw punches at each other and staggered back. Qin Feiyang took a deep breath, looked at the first prince of the dragons and said, "You've really put in a lot of effort." "What do you mean?" The first prince of the dragons was taken aback and looked at Qin Feiyang in confusion. Qin Feiyang said indifferently, "The successor of the Golden Dragon Clan's patriarch and the supreme inheritance of the Golden Dragon Clan. Do you really need me to say these things?" The first prince of the dragon's pupils shrank. "I was so complacent. Little did I know that I had already fallen into your trap and become your chess piece. I admit that I really underestimated you. But shouldn't you thank me? After all, I'm the one who helped you," Qin Feiyang said. Hearing this, the first prince of the dragons fell silent. What does he mean by that? How did he become this person's chess piece? Everyone looked at Qin Feiyang suspiciously. The two old women standing behind the little princess heard Qin Feiyang's words and sighed deeply. They looked at the little princess of the dragons and said, "Your Highness, you really have great foresight." "I was just guessing. I just didn't expect it to be true," the little princess whispered. "It seems that we have all underestimated the first prince before." One of the old women shook her head. "I have never underestimated him." A cold light flashed in the little princess' eyes. At the same time, the second princess of the dragons and the others couldn't help but frown. Outsiders didn't know what was going on, but they were different. When they heard Qin Feiyang mention the successor of the Golden Dragon clan's patriarch and the supreme inheritance of the Golden Dragon clan, they thought of a lot. This big brother's scheming was really terrifying. But it was also quite satisfying. Because at least they had seen with their own eyes that Qin Feiyang was ruthlessly schemed against by this big brother. Ha! The first prince of the dragons suddenly laughed and looked at Qin Feiyang in admiration. You can even see through this matter, as expected of the person who opened the eye of heaven. Then you should also know the price of using me. A cold light burst out from Qin Feiyang's eyes. Then you should also know that the current me is no longer the man who could be easily defeated by you. The first prince of the dragons confronted each other with a bone-piercing sharpness in his eyes. Then give it a try. As Qin Feiyang's voice fell, a powerful aura roared out from his body. This was the aura of his physical body and strength. The sky trembled and the void cracked, as if even this world couldn't withstand his terrifying strength and physical body. What kind of aura is this? What a strong pressure. Everyone's eyes trembled. As Qin Feiyang took a step forward, his body erupted with dazzling divine light, as if a peerless divine weapon had been unsheathed, destroying everything in all directions. He's finally starting to get serious. Long Chen muttered. In the end he's still just an ant. The fire dragon lying on Long Chen's shoulders sneered. Long Chen didn't reprimand them. He just calmly watched. Then he looked at the first prince of the dragons. In the face of Qin Feiyang's powerful pressure, he didn't retreat in the slightest. He took a step forward and punched out with his bare hands. Seeing this, the white-eyed wolf couldn't help but want to laugh. Now he's going to fight Qin Feiyang head-on? Isn't this courting death? In just an instant the two fists collided. It was also at this moment that an incomparable aura rushed out from the first prince of the dragon's body. Immediately after, a terrifying force roared out from the fists like a tide. Accompanied by a loud bang, the two's bodies shook and retreated at the same time. A bloody taste gushed out from their throats, and then they spat out a mouthful of blood. What? The white-eyed wolf suddenly stood up and looked at the first prince of the dragons in horror. This body, this strength, is not inferior to little Qin Zi's and has also broken the limit of the body? Qin Feiyang was also shocked. As the first prince of the dragon's opponent, he felt that this person had definitely broken the limit of the body. This was something he never expected. Because in the Sky Cloud realm for so many years, he had never heard of anyone who could break the limit of the body. Therefore he had always thought that only he and the white-eyed wolf had broken the limit of the body. The first prince of the dragons said contemptuously, "Surprised? But you also surprised me. The last time you tricked me to White Crane Island, you hadn't broken the limit of the body." Broken the limit of the body. What kind of monsters are these two? Even this can be done? Once the limit of the body is broken, the body is comparable to a heaven-defying divine artifact. What? Comparable to a heaven-defying divine artifact. Then, with their current body, can't they directly confront a heaven-defying divine artifact? That's right. Everyone was shocked. This was unbelievable. Breaking the limit of the body had always been a legendary existence, but they didn't expect that someone could really do it. Chapter 3578. Breaking the limits of the physical body was an ethereal legend for many people. Because it was too difficult. No one had ever done it and succeeded. But at this moment, the two people in front of him actually broke the limits of the physical body. It was hard to imagine how they did it. It was comparable to a heaven-defying artifact. With such a physical body, who could be a match for it? Boom. Qin Feiyang and the crown prince of the dragons collided once again. This was a contest of physical strength. The power of each punch was enough to shatter a mountain and river. Moreover, as the battle continued, their aura and strength became more and more terrifying. Boom. All of a sudden, Qin Feiyang's strength once again rose to a new height. In fact, before this, he did not fully activate the strength of his physical body. At first, it was only at the low-level heaven-defying level. However, he found that the crown prince of the dragons seemed to be holding back his strength, so he continued to strengthen it. At this moment, his physical body and strength had already reached the high-level heaven-defying level. But even so, the crown prince of the dragons was completely at ease. In short, Qin Feiyang increased his strength, and so did the crown prince of the dragons. The two were completely evenly matched. Boom. Qin Feiyang's gaze trembled. The power hidden in his body once again erupted. Amazing. In just a few years, not only did you break the limits of your physical body, but you also raised it to the peak heaven-defying level. However, you want to suppress me with this? You're dreaming. The crown prince of the dragons sneered. The strength of his physical body also increased again. And in an instant, it rose to the legendary heaven-defying level. Boom. The two's fists collided. Qin Feiyang spat out a mouthful of blood, and his whole body was immediately sent flying. The onlookers were dumbfounded. Qin Feiyang was actually no match for the Crown Prince of the Dragons? The Crown Prince of the Dragons laughed and said, "You didn't expect that my physical body would be so much stronger than yours." Legendary level heaven-defying. Qin Feiyang stabilized his body and looked at the dragon race's first prince, whose face was filled with arrogance. This person's strength surprised him time and time again. The legendary level? What do you mean? Some people were bewildered. Once the limits of the physical body are broken, the strength of the physical body can continue to increase. As for the strength of the physical body, it is said that it is divided into several levels, corresponding to the heaven-defying divine artifacts. The strength of the legendary level is comparable to a legendary level divine artifact. Some knowledgeable people began to explain. What? It's comparable to a legendary divine artifact. I haven't even seen a legendary divine artifact in my entire life. Their physical bodies have already reached such a level? Another young man exclaimed. What the hell? You haven't even seen a legendary divine artifact before? Are you from the countryside? The group of people at the side was speechless. Sorry, I'm from the countryside. Didn't I hear that my idol is going to have a duel with someone? That's why I came all the way here to see my idol. The young man smiled embarrassedly. Idol? Some people looked at him puzzledly. My idol is Qin Feiyang. Let me tell you, there are tens of thousands of people in my village. Regardless of gender, old or young, they all regard Qin Feiyang as their idol. The young man smiled proudly. Tens of thousands of people? Everyone looked at the young man speechlessly. What was there to be proud of? A village with tens of thousands of people was very common in the Sky Cloud realm. However, regarding Qin Feiyang as their idol, this was something that couldn't be refuted. Because many people in the Sky Cloud realm now regarded Qin Feiyang as their idol, especially some children and girls. When they heard the name Qin Feiyang, their eyes lit up. Now they only hoped that the image of this idol wouldn't collapse here. After all, if Qin Feiyang was defeated here today, it would inevitably hurt the hearts of many young fans. Now, can you withstand the power of my punch? The Crown Prince of the Dragons laughed wildly. The heaven-defying strength and physical body of the legendary level made the sea within millions of miles tremble. He then raised his arm and punched at Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang's eyes flickered. Wasn't it too early to be proud now? Originally, when he saw this person using him to obtain the supreme inheritance of the Golden Dragon clan, he was a little impressed. He should be a meticulous person who wasn't arrogant or rash. But he didn't expect that he would become arrogant and condescending after just taking a little advantage. It seemed that his playboy character couldn't be changed after all. In just a moment, the Crown Prince of the Dragons rushed in front of Qin Feiyang. A terrifying force rolled out like a torrent. The void around Qin Feiyang collapsed, but he didn't feel any pressure. What a joke. The strength of his physical body had reached the supremacy level. How could a mere legendary level power threaten him? Boom. As the Crown Prince of the Dragons punched, Qin Feiyang suddenly raised his arm and grabbed the fist of the Crown Prince of the Dragons. The aura and strength of his physical body erupted once again. What? The Crown Prince of the Dragons was shocked. This aura, this strength was actually not the slightest bit weaker than his. How was this possible? It had only been a few years. No matter how heaven-defying his ability was, it was impossible to directly increase the strength of his physical body to the legendary level. But now, the strength he felt from Qin Feiyang's hand had indeed reached this level. How did he do it? Boom. As the two forces collided, the two took a few steps back. As expected of an idol. The strength of his physical body is no weaker than his opponent's. Many young men and women shouted excitedly. It's indeed powerful. The others also nodded. But thinking about it carefully, it didn't seem to be anything new. Because it was basically like this. Every time Qin Feiyang disappeared for a period of time, his strength would improve greatly. Do you know the difference between you and me? Qin Feiyang raised his head and looked at the Crown Prince of the Dragons. The Crown Prince's face was gloomy. I don't care who my opponent is. Even if it's a mortal, I won't underestimate them. But you're different. Just because you have a slight advantage, you start to get carried away and don't put your opponent in your eyes. As the Crown Prince of the Dragons, as the successor of the Golden Dragon clan, as a Grand Perfect Dominator expert, I'm really surprised that you still have such an attitude. Qin Feiyang shook his head. Preaching to me? What qualifications do you have? The crown prince of the dragons roared. With a monstrous aura he madly attacked Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang's expression was extremely calm. He took a step forward and the two began to fight again. Dragons, Golden Dragon Clan? It seems that the other party is really a divine dragon. Truly inconceivable. Our Sky Cloud realm still has a dragon. Could it be that they are the mysterious force hidden in the Yin Demon land? Everyone stared at the crown prince of the dragons, their eyes filled with awe. Not to mention anything else, just the identity of a divine dragon was enough to make people feel intimidated. Wait, did you guys notice? Every time Qin Feiyang spits out blood, it's actually purple gold. Suddenly, someone exclaimed in surprise. Chem? Everyone was slightly stunned and looked at the corner of Qin Feiyang's mouth and the clothes on his body. Because Qin Feiyang was wearing white clothes, the purple gold dragon blood-stained areas were extremely eye-catching. It really was purple gold. What was going on? Why would a human's blood have such a strange color? The battle between Qin Feiyang and the crown prince of the dragons became more and more intense. Both of them had different injuries on their bodies, blood sprinkling down. One of the drops of purple gold dragon blood fell on the face of an old man. The old man was stunned and raised his hand to wipe off the purple gold dragon blood. When he lowered his head and saw the blood on his finger, a trace of shock suddenly crept up on his face. There were also a few people next to the old man who noticed this scene. They looked at the purple gold dragon blood in surprise for a moment and exclaimed, "Am I dreaming? There's actually dragon aura." What? Dragon aura? His words shocked everyone in all directions. Many people nearby went up to check it out. People in other places also took the initiative to reach out and catch the purple gold dragon blood falling from the sky. There was indeed dragon aura. And this dragon aura was stronger and purer than the dragon aura of an ordinary divine dragon. I thought of a legend. Suddenly, a hoarse voice sounded. Everyone looked at a white-bearded old man. This white-bearded old man looked at Qin Feiyang in the sky, stroking the beard on his chin, looking unfathomable. Isn't this the old man who told stories in the tea house? Old man, why are you here? The last time you were taken away I thought you were dead. Don't pretend to be mysterious, hurry up and tell us what is the legend. Someone recognized the old man's identity and said with contempt in his eyes. The white-bearded old man glanced at those people who were talking and laughed. I didn't expect you to remember this old man. How can we forget you? I haven't heard you tell stories for a few years, even drinking tea is boring. Someone said. The white-bearded old man laughed and raised his head to look at Qin Feiyang. He said, legend has it that many years ago, a purple gold divine dragon was born. The moment this purple gold divine dragon appeared, it caused a huge commotion. That's because no purple gold divine dragon has ever appeared in the Sky Cloud realm. What do you mean? You mean this purple gold dragon is not from our Sky Cloud realm? Someone was surprised. There are rumors that say so. But rumors are just voice transmissions. Things that are not confirmed can't be believed. The white-bearded old man shook his head. Then why did you say it? Someone was dissatisfied. This old man is a storyteller, what else can I say? Besides, isn't this what you asked me to say? The white-bearded old man was dissatisfied. Okay, go on. Someone waved his hand. Okay. Since you want to hear it so much, then this old man will tell you about these rumors. It is said that this purple gold dragon was a woman, and for some reason she fell in love with a human. You didn't hear it wrong, it was a human. But for many reasons their union was opposed by many people. As a result, they faced a disaster and both husband and wife died. But it is said that they seem to have left behind descendants. When the white-bearded old man said this, he looked at Qin Feiyang with a trace of doubt in his eyes. The remaining 2 chapters will be released at 10:30. Chapter 3579. What? The purple gold divine dragon fell in love with a human? And left behind a descendant? Everyone looked at each other. Not far away. When Elder Hua and the others heard this, they looked at the white-bearded old man with flickering eyes. This old man seemed to be talking nonsense, but when they thought about it carefully, they felt that he was describing a fact. The Demon Hall Master's eyes flashed. He turned to look at Chu Yun and asked in a low voice, Xiao Yun, when you guys dealt with the first prince of the dragons last time, did this old man act differently? No. You've always looked like a coward. Chu Yun shook her head. Timid. The Demon Hall Master pondered for a while and frowned, but why does he not seem like a timid person? Chu Yun glanced at the white-bearded old man and said indifferently, he's just a storyteller. What's there to pay attention to? The Demon Hall Master and Elder Hua looked at each other and did not say anything else. Suddenly, someone exclaimed, "Old man, are you saying that Qin Feiyang is their descendant, and the blood flowing out of him is also the purple gold dragon blood?" "I didn't say that Qin Feiyang is their descendant. We can't talk nonsense about things that we can't be sure of." The white-bearded old man quickly waved his hand and said, "But what we can be sure of is that the blood flowing out of him is the legendary purple gold dragon blood." Purple gold dragon blood. Everyone's eyes trembled. If that was the case, wouldn't Qin Feiyang be their descendant? The descendant of a purple gold divine dragon and a human. Why did this sound a little mysterious? High up in the sky, Qin Feiyang and the first prince of the dragons both displayed astonishing battle awareness. They fought back and forth, unable to tolerate each other. Rain poured down from the sky. However, no matter how heavy the rain was, it could not get close to them. Because before it could get close, it had already been evaporated by their powerful auras. It seems that the strength of the legendary level is already your limit. The first prince of the dragons smiled coldly. The aura and strength of his physical body surged crazily again. In the blink of an eye, he had reached the supreme level. Boom. Following closely. His eyes were filled with contempt as he punched towards Qin Feiyang's head. This can't be the heaven-defying strength of the supreme stage, right? Obviously it is. Because the Crown Prince's strength is enough to make me, a perfect sovereign realm expert, feel an intense sense of danger. What kind of monster is this? He actually improved his physical body to such a level. This is an existence that I can only look up to in my entire life. Everyone was extremely shocked. Facing such a powerful Crown Prince of the Dragons, did Qin Feiyang have any chance of winning? But as soon as this thought appeared, another powerful aura erupted. Everyone looked at Qin Feiyang again and they were slightly stunned. His physical body had also reached such a level? Boom. In the sky. Qin Feiyang's gaze was as sharp as a blade as he punched towards the first prince of the dragon's fist. Both of them were emitting dazzling divine light, as if they were in the state of awakening divine weapons. It was extremely terrifying. Accompanied by a loud boom, the two fists collided violently. A shocking power immediately rolled out from the two of them, shattering the void for tens of millions of miles. This is simply a scene of the end of the world. It's too terrifying. Everyone was shocked. The various powerhouses could no longer stand by and watch. For example, the Eastern Continent's Elder Hua and the other two, the Western Continent's Alliance Master and the other two, the Southern Continent's He Zhongtian, the Northern Continent's Sky Hall's powerhouses. They all stood up and protected the surrounding spectators. This was because the battle was very intense. Among these people, many had not reached the perfect sovereign realm, and many were even at the imperishable realm. With their cultivation, they could not withstand the shockwaves of the battle between Qin Feiyang and the first prince of the dragons. In the sky, Qin Feiyang and the first prince of the dragons were like two gods of war. Their clothes and long hair fluttered in the wind as two invisible forces collided violently between their fists. However, compared to the calm and composed Qin Feiyang, the first prince of the dragon's expression was a little ferocious. This person's physical body had actually reached the supreme level of heaven-defying strength. Originally, when he saw that Qin Feiyang had maintained the heaven-defying strength of the legendary level, he thought that Qin Feiyang's physical body had only reached this level. In the eyes of others, the heaven-defying strength of the legendary level was a godlike existence. However, in the first prince's eyes, it could not withstand a single blow. He had already planned to use the strength of his physical body to give Qin Feiyang a fatal blow. However, he never expected that Qin Feiyang would be so good at hiding his true strength. "How did you do it?" "I spent hundreds of thousands of years to raise the strength of my physical body to the supreme level of heaven-defying strength. But you, in just a few years, raised the strength of your physical body to this level. I cannot accept this." The first prince of the dragons roared as if he had gone mad. He had already planned that this time, not only would he defeat Qin Feiyang to wash away his shame, but he would also make Qin Feiyang lose all face. Even if he was lucky enough to survive, he would not dare to raise his head in front of others in the future. But who would have thought that Qin Feiyang's physical strength was not inferior to his at all? "Who said that I had to spend hundreds of thousands of years like you? If I have to give you a reason, then I can only say that I worked harder than you," Qin Feiyang said indifferently. "Worked harder than me? Do you know how much effort and sweat I put in to become stronger and inherit the position of the Golden Dragon clan's patriarch? When the other brothers and sisters were eating, drinking, and playing, I was cultivating. When the other brothers and sisters were acting spoiled in front of their parents, I was also cultivating. All the time I was thinking about how to become stronger. You still dare to say that you worked harder than me? What a joke. The first prince of the dragons roared as the power in his body surged out like a raging torrent. There's a saying that you don't know? There's always someone better than you. Just when you think that your path will be filled with difficulties, in some other places, some other people will have to walk a path that is even more difficult than yours. Qin Feiyang said indifferently as power surged out like a tide. Rumble. When the two forces met, the two immediately retreated. What you said might make sense. But I don't see it. I only see my own hardships. So today you must fall at my feet. The first prince of the dragons roared as a terrifying aura erupted from his body. In the next moment, his cultivation soared to the peak ruler realm. So what if your physical body is strong? In the face of absolute suppression of cultivation, you can only kneel and beg for mercy. At this moment, the first prince of the dragons was like a mad bull. His fists were like meteors as they flew toward Qin Feiyang. It can't be. He's hiding his cultivation? Peak ruler realm, he's one level higher than Qin Feiyang. Isn't this a one-sided situation? Seeing Qin Feiyang being beaten back by the first prince of the dragons, many people couldn't help but worry for Qin Feiyang. Sister, this person's strength isn't all that great. Pyrotechnic glow pursed his lips. Not all that great? You were slapped into the sea by him? Princess Huofeng rolled her eyes at him. That's because his physical body is very strong. Putting aside his physical body, he's just average. Pyrotechnic glow smiled disdainfully. Idiot. Princess Huofeng couldn't be bothered to talk nonsense with this idiot. Why are you cursing? Pyrotechnic glow was dissatisfied. Daifuku chuckled. Your Highness isn't wrong. Daifuku, what do you mean? Pyrotechnic glow frowned. Daifuku said, Your Highness, think about it. If it's really as you say, Qin Feiyang is just an ordinary human, then can he break the limits of his physical body? This? Pyrotechnic glow was speechless for a moment. He pursed his lips and said, He's just lucky. Lucky. Daifuku didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Breaking the limits of the physical body just because he was lucky? The statement was too naive. Princess Huofeng said indifferently, Daifuku, don't talk nonsense with this idiot, lest you lower your own intelligence. Sister, you're attacking me personally. If we weren't born of the same parents, I would have fallen out with you. When Pyrotechnic Glow heard this, a trace of anger appeared on his face. I'm also puzzled. Why is the difference so big even though we're both born of the same parents? Princess Huofeng shook her head and sighed. Pyrotechnic Glow was so angry that he gritted his teeth. Daifuku, Xiaofu, and the two women couldn't help but laugh. These two siblings were really enemies, fighting each other whenever they didn't agree. On the other side, the white-haired old woman, the white-haired old man, and the middle-aged man had been watching the battlefield. Seeing Qin Feiyang getting more and more embarrassed by the dragon's crown prince, they felt quite comfortable. Suddenly, a murmur sounded. The three of them immediately looked at Bing Runing, who was floating next to them. They saw Bing Runing's eyelids move and slowly open her eyes. What's going on? My head hurts. It seems like I was hit by someone. Bing Runing got up, rubbed the back of her head and frowned. It was me. The white-haired old man said. You. Bing Runing was stunned. She looked at the white-haired old man and said angrily, Why? Your Highness, you really need to calm down. The white-haired old man sighed. The white-haired old woman and the middle-aged man also nodded. Bing Runing glanced at the three of them and snorted. She looked up at the battlefield in the sky and was stunned. The dragon's crown prince is actually a perfected dominator. Moreover, both of them have broken the limits of their physical bodies. However, judging from the current situation, Qin Feiyang is definitely going to die. The white-haired old woman laughed sinisterly. A perfected dominator? Bing Runing looked at the dragon race's gambling prince in astonishment. She then looked at Qin Feiyang, who was in a sorry state, and sneered, It's best if you cut him into 1,000 pieces and grind his bones to dust. However, I haven't seen them activate their profound laws or sovereign divine weapons. They probably still have some tricks up their sleeves. The white-haired old man was relatively rational. Qin Feiyang dared to fight the dragon's crown prince, so he must have made sufficient preparations. In his opinion, the outcome of this battle was still hard to predict. However, he didn't say it out loud, fearing that Bing Runing would be dissatisfied. Chapter 3580. High up in the sky. Qin Feiyang was covered in blood and wounds. The crown prince of the dragons was the complete opposite. His momentum was unstoppable. I swore in my heart more than once that in this battle, I will let you have a taste of being trampled on. Now it's time for you to have a taste. Accompanied by a loud laugh, the Crown Prince of the Dragons waved his hand, and a thunderous force surged out from his palm. The Law of Thunder. He had finally activated the Law of Thunder. Boom. The Crown Prince of the Dragons slammed his palm on Qin Feiyang's chest. The thunderous force contained an unstoppable force and instantly pierced through Qin Feiyang's chest, leaving a fist-sized bloody hole. He spat out a mouthful of blood on the spot and was sent flying. What's going on? Why isn't Qin Feiyang activating the Law of Thunder? Is he just waiting to be beaten up? What do you know? Facing the difference in cultivation, even if he activates the Law of Thunder, it won't help. I know that even the Law of Thunder cannot make up for the difference in cultivation, but rumor has it that Qin Feiyang has mastered the Karma Law of Thunder's ultimate mystery. The ultimate mystery. Even if there is a difference of a small realm, it can still easily crush him. Seeing this scene, some people in the crowd began to argue. What? Why aren't you activating your ultimate mystery? Who are you looking down on? The Crown Prince of the Dragons roared. The Law of Thunder turned into a terrifying thunderous force, covering the sky as it crazily charged at Qin Feiyang. Boom. Right at this moment, Qin Feiyang waved his big hand, and 10 golden lotuses appeared in the sky. Then they crushed the power of the thunderbolts in the void and shattered them. Following closely, the 10 golden lotuses charged at the Crown Prince of the Dragons. Did you see that? This is the Karma Law of Thunder's ultimate mystery. It is indeed an invincible existence. Everyone was excited. So what if the Crown Prince of the Dragons is strong? Everyone knew that cultivation was indeed an inseparable part of the sovereign realm, but the most important part was still the comprehension of the laws. Take the karma laws for example. Unless one possessed a karma law of the same level, who would be able to compete with it? That's how it should be. If it's too easy to defeat you, then it won't be interesting. When the Crown Prince of the Dragons saw the 10 golden lotuses, he was not nervous. Instead he was excited. Rumble. Whoa. Accompanied by gusts of wind, an eye of lightning formed above the head of the first dragons. Thunder roared all around like the eye of the heavens, exuding an aura of destruction. This is the supreme profundity of the laws of lightning. Everyone was stunned. The first prince of the dragon clan swept his gaze over the crowd below. He looked at Qin Feiyang with an aggressive gaze and sneered, "There are many people here who regard you as their idol. Today, I will break your idol's image in front of them and make you beg for mercy on the ground like a dog." As soon as he finished speaking, streaks of destructive lightning appeared and blasted toward the 10 golden lotuses. Rumble. A series of deafening noises immediately resounded in this world. The ultimate mystery of the ultimate mystery was indeed not something that ordinary laws could compare to. The destructive lightning continued to shatter. That's it. I thought it would be strong, but it turns out that it's just this. How dare you speak so arrogantly and make Qin Feiyang beg for mercy with just this little trick? You're overestimating yourself. Everyone immediately mocked. The Crown Prince of the Dragons smirked and scanned the countless spectators. He said with disdain, "My tricks are not something that ants like you can imagine." Boom. Before he finished speaking, a terrifying aura accompanied by a destructive force rushed out of the Crown Prince of the Dragon's body and rushed in all directions. The Law of Destruction? Everyone was surprised. Ultimate mystery, God of Destruction. The Crown Prince of the Dragons roared and a huge statue appeared above his head. The destructive aura instantly shrouded everyone present. Everyone was dumbfounded. This person not only mastered the ultimate mystery of the laws of lightning, but also the ultimate mystery of the laws of destruction. In this case, wouldn't Qin Feiyang be in danger? The law of destruction was also an ultimate mystery and was on par with the law of cause and effect. Coupled with the difference in cultivation, wouldn't Qin Feiyang lose without a doubt? Then they looked at Qin Feiyang opposite them. Looking at the god of destruction above the Crown Prince of the Dragons, their eyes flickered. Could this be the ultimate inheritance that the Crown Prince of the Dragons had obtained? Although he had yet to reveal his true strength, the methods that the Crown Prince of the Dragons had displayed were already qualified to show disdain for others. A supreme-level physical body, the law of lightning, the law of destruction, two ultimate mysteries. With such methods, even people of the older generation like Elder Huo were no match for the Crown Prince of the Dragons. Simply put, not counting the 4 forbidden areas, the Crown Prince of the Dragons' current strength was enough to suppress an entire continent. Destroy. The Crown Prince of the Dragons waved his hand and the god of destruction raised his arm. A huge palm that could cover the sky came crashing down toward the 10 golden lotuses. With a loud cracking sound, the 10 golden lotuses shattered on the spot. Qin Feiyang spat out a mouthful of blood and kept retreating. The shattering of a supreme profound intent brought about severe injuries. His complexion paled. Don't you have 3,000 incarnations? Don't you have the 6-word divine art? Bring them all out. Watch how I crush them one by one. The crown prince of the dragons became even more arrogant. With the ultimate mysteries of the law of destruction and the law of lightning, in addition to his advantage in cultivation, he was no longer afraid of Qin Feiyang's methods. Of course, the slaughter zone was an exception. However, the slaughter zone and the sovereign divine weapon were pre-agreed upon and could not be activated. Therefore he was fearless now. The goddess of victory was standing behind him. Qin Feiyang remained silent. Boom. The ultimate mysteries of the law of destruction and the law of karma roared out at the same time. What? How did he master the ultimate mysteries of the law of destruction? When did this happen? Why have I never heard of it? Those who didn't know what was going on were all shocked. 2 ultimate mysteries of the ultimate mysteries. How shocking was that? Until now they had never seen such an existence. Even people like Elder Hua had only mastered 1 ultimate mystery of the ultimate mysteries of the ultimate mysteries. In terms of comprehension, Qin Feiyang was far superior to the first prince of the dragons. In fact, he had surpassed all living beings on the various continents. Princess Huofeng said indifferently, "Brother, now you see it. Do you still think he's ordinary?" Pyrotechnic Glow's mouth was so dry that he couldn't say anything. The paramount profound meanings of 2 supreme laws. Even in Feng people, no one had ever seen such a monster. One of the women shook her head and said, "Although he possesses 2 supreme profundities of supreme laws, the difference in cultivation is still unbridgeable. Yeah. Just 1 more step and he'll be able to fully mature. As long as he's given some more time to break through to the perfection sovereign realm, with his means, let alone the 4 great continents, even our 4 great forbidden zones wouldn't dare to underestimate him." The other woman nodded in agreement. It was true that he was a monster, but he was still a monster that had yet to mature. Right. Pyrotechnic Glow heard their words and nodded repeatedly. So what if he has comprehended more supreme profundities? He still can't turn the tables and turn defeat into victory. In fact, in his heart he already felt a sense of fear toward Qin Feiyang. At such a young age, he had already grasped 2 supreme profundities of supreme laws. If he continued to grow, how powerful would he be? However, the first prince of the dragons wasn't surprised that Qin Feiyang had grasped 2 supreme profundities. The corners of his mouth were also full of disdain. The destruction god's giant hand carried an apocalyptic aura as it slammed toward the 2 supreme profundities. With a loud boom, Qin Feiyang's 2 supreme profundities were shattered on the spot. The next moment, the destruction god's giant hand slammed toward Qin Feiyang. Boom. In the nick of time, Qin Feiyang activated the battle formula and the law of war. However, in the face of the destruction god's giant hand, the armor formed by the battle formula shattered instantly with a crack. Dong. Following closely. Qin Feiyang was like a blood-stained meteorite as he crashed into the sea below, causing huge waves to surge. Long Qin took a sip of tea and looked at the white-eyed wolf with a smile. "I told you that Brother Qin would be in for a tough battle." The white-eyed wolf was stunned and looked at Long Qin strangely. "What? Is there a problem with what I said?" Long Qin was suspicious. No problem. The white-eyed wolf shook his paws and sighed. "I already told little Qinzi not to fight with that bullshit first prince before he breaks through to sovereign perfection, but he just won't listen." Long Qin smiled. "Brother Qin is indeed a little careless regarding this matter. Isn't that so? But there's no other way. They've already started fighting. Now we can only pray to the heavens and hope for a miracle." The white-eyed wolf shook his head, but his eyes were full of smiles. Did he really think that little Qinzi would lose? Just wait, the best part was yet to come. Splash. Waves surged in the sea below. Qin Feiyang rushed out of a wave, his body dripping with blood. His face was pale and his aura was very weak. If not for the dual protection of the battle character art and the law of war, he would have been doomed. However, it didn't matter because everything was under control. "Why didn't you activate your 3,000 clones? I heard that that's your true trump card." The first prince of the dragon clan looked down at Qin Feiyang, who was standing on the surface of the sea, and laughed loudly. "Qin Feiyang, you have to do your best. We all have high hopes for you. Yes, quickly beat him up and shut him up. It's so annoying to listen to his chatter." The surrounding crowd roared. It's useless. No matter how strong he is, he won't be able to defeat the first prince of the dragons. Unless he can break through to the peak ruler realm now. If he really breaks through to the peak ruler realm, he'll be able to turn the situation around in an instant. But breaking through to the peak ruler realm isn't something that can be done so easily. Someone sighed. At least there are a few sensible people. The dragon race's crown prince raised his head and laughed heartily. Suddenly, he lowered his head and looked at Qin Feiyang. Killing intent burst out from his eyes as he said sinisterly, "Your biggest mistake is coming to fight me before you even stepped into the great perfection sovereign realm." The destruction god standing in the sky exuded a ferocious aura that intimidated everyone. Chapter 3581. Isn't this what you want? Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. Oh. The first prince of the dragons was slightly taken aback. How could he still be so calm? This face of his was really detestable. Boom. The destruction god took a step forward like a god descending to the world. His divine might was unfathomable. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed slightly. He glanced at Long Qin, then looked at the first prince of the dragons and said, "If I'm not wrong, you should have heard from Long Qin that my cultivation is only at the perfected sovereign realm. That's why you challenged me." The white-eyed wolf heard this and turned to look at Long Qin. Long Qin smiled faintly and said, "I just said it casually." It was Long Qin who had brought them out of the heavy region, so Long Qin knew about Qin Feiyang's cultivation. "I just said it casually, but I think your motives are not pure." The white-eyed wolf sneered. The fire dragon sneered and said, "If the godson's motives were not pure, he wouldn't have saved you in the heavy region." The white-eyed wolf couldn't help but frown. This did make sense. The speaker didn't mean it, but the listener did. The first prince of the dragons seized the opportunity to challenge Qin Feiyang directly when Long Qin said it casually. This was because before Qin Feiyang stepped into the perfected sovereign realm, the first prince of the dragons had the ability to crush him with the supreme profundity of the law of destruction. Even if Qin Feiyang activated his 3,000 clones, he still wouldn't be able to turn the situation around. The first prince of the dragons nodded and said, "That's right. I heard from the god's son that you're only at the perfected sovereign realm, so I immediately challenged you. Actually, you could have rejected it. But you also expected that I wouldn't reject it." Qin Feiyang said faintly. "Yes. Your pride and pride won't allow you to reject someone's challenge. But sometimes pride and pride can kill people." The first prince of the dragons sneered. "Wrong." Qin Feiyang shook his head. "Wrong?" The first prince of the dragons was stunned and asked suspiciously, "What's wrong?" "You made a total of 4 mistakes. First, you overestimate me. Self-esteem and pride are nothing in my eyes. I know I'm not your match, so why would I accept your challenge? Isn't it good to live? Besides, when we made the agreement back then, we didn't say that the time of the challenge would be decided by you. So, as you said before, I can completely refuse. Secondly, when you challenged me, you shouldn't have chosen 10 days later. Because to me, a lot of things can happen in 10 days. But I can also think of the reason why you chose 10 days later. Because 10 days ago when you challenged me, you weren't fully prepared. Thirdly, you shouldn't be confused by appearances, and you shouldn't let your pride get to your head. You can hide your cultivation and strength, so why can't I do the same? Fourthly, you shouldn't be so confident and reveal your true strength so early. I'm sure you've heard of the saying, "Know thyself and know thy enemy, and thou shalt be victorious in every battle." Throughout the entire process, Qin Feiyang's tone was extremely flat, as if he was narrating an unimportant matter. But when the first prince of the dragons heard these words, he immediately felt a sense of unease. This was because Qin Feiyang was far too calm at this moment. He could even sense a hint of mockery in his words. But the most terrifying part was the third part. You can hide your cultivation and strength, so why can't I? Could it be, boom? Before the first prince of the dragon race could think of such a thing, a terrifying aura erupted like a volcano. The first prince of the dragons was stunned. As he had expected, this person was also hiding his cultivation. This is the aura of a great perfection dominator. I didn't expect Qin Feiyang to be a great perfection dominator. No wonder he didn't panic at all. The surrounding onlookers were also enlightened at this moment. So fast. He Zhongqian, who was standing beside the second princess of the dragons, muttered. The last time he came to Seven Star City, Qin Feiyang was only a great perfection dominator, but in just 10 days he had broken through to great perfection dominator without anyone noticing. It could be said that the exposure of Qin Feiyang's cultivation caused everyone present to feel extreme shock. Even Elder Hua and the other two were shocked. Although Elder Hua had sent a message to Qin Feiyang in the morning, he didn't pay attention to Qin Feiyang's cultivation. Even he thought that Qin Feiyang's cultivation was still at great perfection dominator. Of course. The ones who were the most shocked were Bing Runing and the second princess of the dragons. Although there was only one step between Great Perfection Dominator and Great Perfection Dominator, the difference was like heaven and earth. No matter how strong a Great Perfection Dominator was, he would be suppressed by a Great Perfection Dominator. However, once a Great Perfection Dominator stepped into this realm, it was equivalent to stepping onto the top of the pyramid of the Sky Cloud realm. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that this step was like a carp leaping over the Dragon Gate. Especially for someone like Qin Feiyang who had grasped two supreme laws, once he stepped into the Great Perfection Dominator realm, he would be an invincible existence. Whether it was his status or identity, it would instantly soar by a large margin. It could be said that if it wasn't based on seniority and strength, even Elder Hua and the other big shots would have to respectfully address Qin Feiyang as senior. After stepping into the Great Perfection Dominator realm, Qin Feiyang already had the ability to suppress all the super forces. Qin Feiyang stepped into the sky step by step and looked at the first prince of the dragons with a faint smile. I thought that victory was in my hands and I could trample on you as I wished, but I suddenly realized that everything was just my wishful thinking. I think it's hard for you to accept this fact now, right? The first prince of the dragons clenched his fists. Yes. He knew that Qin Feiyang's cultivation was still at the Great Perfection Dominator realm, which was why he challenged him at this time. However, he never expected that Qin Feiyang had already broken through to the Great Perfection Dominator realm. Moreover, Qin Feiyang had been holding back until now before revealing his true strength, which ruthlessly destroyed his confidence and arrogance. So now you should know why I haven't activated my 3,000 incarnations. It's because you don't have the qualifications to make me activate my 3,000 incarnations. His words were still very calm, but everyone present couldn't help but tremble in their hearts. How much courage did one need to say such arrogant words to the first prince of the dragons? However, they had to admit that Qin Feiyang did indeed have the qualifications to say such words. As his voice fell, the supreme profundities of the laws of karma and the laws of destruction instantly appeared. A terrifying aura swept out in all directions like a tide. The heavens collapsed, the void was annihilated, and massive waves rose up in the sea. It was like the scene of the end of the world. Two supreme laws of supreme laws. Even we can only submit to them. Elder Hua smiled bitterly. However, he felt more gratified in his heart. Because he didn't misjudge. How long had it been since Qin Feiyang entered the Sky Cloud realm? Now he had grown into a giant. Now, if the experts of the four forbidden lands didn't appear, who could compete with this kid? Yes. For our Demon Hall, this is also a qualitative leap. The Demon Hall's Hall Master nodded. The Demon Hall's stance these years was a huge gamble. Because whether it was facing the dragons or the Feng people, they chose to stand with Qin Feiyang. Especially when facing the dragons, Qin Feiyang hadn't grown yet. At that time, choosing to stand with Qin Feiyang was completely gambling with their lives. Fortunately, Qin Feiyang didn't disappoint them. Now, in the four continents, Qin Feiyang already had the absolute right to speak. His position was unshakable. I don't even have the qualifications to make him activate his 3,000 incarnations. The first prince of the dragons muttered to himself. In his heart, a monstrous anger erupted. What are you being arrogant for? Boom. The supreme profound of the destruction law and the thunder law roared out at the same time, carrying the power to destroy the world, crazily attacking Qin Feiyang. When Qin Feiyang revealed his true cultivation, he already knew that this battle could be declared over. However, he couldn't accept it. As the first prince of the dragons, as the successor of the Golden Dragon clan, he couldn't lose here. Because he had already obtained the supreme profound and had promised his clan that he would definitely defeat Qin Feiyang. If he lost here today, not only would he suffer a fatal psychological trauma, but even the Golden Dragon clan wouldn't let him off easily. At that time, he, the high and mighty first prince, would definitely fall from the altar and become a street rat that everyone wanted to beat up. He couldn't help but collapse just thinking about such a miserable situation. Boom. In an instant, the four supreme profound collided with a loud explosion that shook the heavens and earth. The supreme profound of the thunder law was simply like a withered tree in the face of the supreme profound of the supreme profound. It collapsed instantly. Then, the two supreme profound blasted toward the god of destruction. The result was the same. In the face of the two supreme profound of the supreme profound, the first prince of the dragon's destruction law was extremely weak and shattered in the void. He coughed out a mouthful of blood as he retreated. His face was deathly pale. I'm not being arrogant. It's just that you've been traumatized and think that I'm being arrogant. Although compared to the other princes and princesses, you're indeed more outstanding in the end, you're still a good-for-nothing with a weak heart. Qin Feiyang shook his head. A terrifying aura shook the world. The two supreme profound blasted the sky like lightning and blasted toward the first prince of the dragons. Just as the first prince of the dragons was about to die under the supreme profound, a dazzling golden light suddenly erupted from his body. In the next instant, a golden barrier appeared about 100 feet wide. The first prince of the dragons stood in the middle of the barrier and looked at the two supreme profound with a sinister smile. Boom! The two supreme profound blasted toward the golden barrier, but it only trembled a few times before returning to normal. What's that? Looking at this scene, the spectators were dumbfounded. This was too unbelievable. One had to know, those weren't ordinary laws, nor were they ordinary supreme profound. They were the karma law and the destruction law. How could he block them? He must be dreaming. Chapter 3582. Long Qin shook his head and said, "White-eyed wolf, you're not being honest." What do you mean? The white-eyed wolf looked at Long Qin suspiciously. Brother Qin broke through to the sovereign realm and kept it from me? When I said that Brother Qin would be in a tough battle, you must have mocked me in your heart. Long Qin was helpless. Ha! The white-eyed wolf laughed. Long Qin rolled his eyes and looked at the golden barrier. He smiled and said, "However, with this golden dragon domain, even if Brother Qin breaks through to the sovereign realm, he'll still be in a tough battle." Golden dragon domain, fire dragon domain. These things seem to be forbidden techniques. It's supported by vitality. It's fine if you use it to escape, but if you use it to fight, you'll just be digging your own grave. The white-eyed wolf smiled disdainfully. Long Qin was slightly stunned and looked at the white-eyed wolf in surprise. The white-eyed wolf said indifferently, "Don't look at me like that. It's not like I haven't fought with dragons before." Long Qin laughed involuntarily. He then looked at the Dragon Crown Prince in the Golden Dragon domain and muttered, "How are you going to break out of this deadlock?" It was just as the white-eyed wolf said. The Golden Dragon's domain and the Fire Dragon's domain might be useful for escaping, but using them in a battle was simply courting death. This was because you had to use vitality as the price to maintain the Golden Dragon domain. You didn't have the qualifications to continue fighting. For example, now. Although Qin Feiyang couldn't break out of the Golden Dragon domain, as long as he delayed the Dragon Crown Prince, he would be the final victor. This was because he only needed to delay. Once the first prince of the Dragon Clan ran out of life force, the Golden Dragon domain would disappear. Therefore, he didn't need to forcefully break out of the Golden Dragon domain. Do you think I'll escape? Let me tell you I won't. The first prince of the dragons roared, and the power of various laws surged out. The law of destruction, the law of lightning, and the law of death. Among the remaining 4 laws, there was actually one of the strongest laws. Obviously. The law of death was something the Crown Prince of the Dragons had truly comprehended on his own. As for the law of destruction, it was the supreme inheritance of the Golden Dragon clan. Apart from the law of destruction and the law of thunder, the rest of the 6 laws had already reached the 5th profundity. Boom. As the first prince of the dragons waved his hand, the various profound abilities turned into a torrent that surged toward Qin Feiyang. But for this, Qin Feiyang just smiled faintly. There were no fancy tricks. Just the supreme profundities of the laws of destruction and the laws of karma were enough to crush them. As time passed, the dragon race's first prince's appearance started to age. His heart was filled with despair. Although the Golden Dragon domain had a very strong defensive power, it didn't have much destructive power. It wasn't a problem to keep his life, but he had to escape from this desperate situation as soon as possible. Otherwise, when his vitality was exhausted, he would directly fall without the need for the other party to make a move. Unexpected, the little princess of the dragons murmured. In fact, she didn't think highly of Qin Feiyang at first. The reason why she still cooperated with Qin Feiyang was because she wanted to give it a try. Secondly, she wanted to let Qin Feiyang and the first prince of the dragons fight each other. When there was an opportunity, she would stand out and reap the benefits. But right now, the strength that Qin Feiyang displayed was a completely one-sided situation. It was obviously impossible to reap the benefits of the fisherman. Now, she didn't want to think about other things for the time being. She only hoped that Qin Feiyang could successfully kill the first prince of the dragons. This could also be considered as fulfilling a wish in her heart. The first prince of the dragons was still struggling. Although he also had the Eye of Heaven, The situation was the same as Qin Feiyang's Eye of Heaven. Right now it was of little use and had no use. At this moment, his hair had already become dry and snow-white. His face was also full of wrinkles. His entire person was like an old man in his 70s or 80s. Has it really come to an end? I can't accept this. I am the first prince of the dragons, the future successor of the Golden Dragon clan. How can I be defeated in the hands of a human? He roared in his heart. But the despair in his heart surged out uncontrollably, constantly destroying his fighting spirit. About 10 breaths later, his originally strong body was now like dry wood. His breath was dying and his vitality had reached the end. With a crack, the Golden Dragon domain disintegrated on its own. You've won this battle. The first prince of the dragons looked at Qin Feiyang with a miserable expression and slowly collapsed. Qin Feiyang silently looked at the first prince of the dragons. Although they were old enemies, the first prince of the dragons' final performance made him look at him in a new light. Because he did not escape and had been fighting until now. He did not activate the sovereign divine weapon, nor did he ask the second princess of the dragons and the others to help. This meant that this person had indeed relied on his own ability to defeat him. In short, at the last moment, the first prince of the dragon's actions could be considered a real man. You didn't lose to me. You lost to your own conceit. Qin Feiyang said indifferently. Yes. At this moment I understand why I lost to you, but a loss is a loss. I have nothing to say. Cherish the Eye of Heaven. Don't let down its power, the first prince of the dragons said weakly. As his voice fell, a purple gold eye swept out from between his eyebrows. It was the Eye of Heaven. Treat it well, cherish it. Looking at the Eye of Heaven, the first prince of the dragons murmured. In the end he fell to the sea below. The moment the Eye of Heaven appeared, the fighting soul in Qin Feiyang's body started to stir. He could clearly feel a desire from it. Boom. In the next moment, the purple gold dragon soul appeared on its own. The Eye of Heaven between his eyebrows opened on its own. Rays of divine light surged out and enveloped the first prince of the dragon's Eye of Heaven. But at this moment, the fire dragon who was lying on Long Chen's shoulder, suddenly jumped out and swept toward the Eye of Heaven. You're courting death. The white-eyed wolf suddenly stood up and activated instant time, instantly blocking in front of the fire dragon. This was because it had expected that the fire dragon would definitely interfere. After all, once the Eye of Heaven merged, Qin Feiyang would become a truly invincible existence. Therefore, it had been paying attention to the fire dragon. You're the one courting death. The fire dragon sneered, and the supreme intent of the law of destruction roared out. Boom. At the same time, the white-eyed wolf's body fought. The supreme intents of the law of karma, the law of death, the law of spacetime, and the law of destruction were all activated in an instant. What? It actually has so many supreme intents? And they're all supreme intents. The surrounding crowd was instantly shocked. The instant time, the law of spacetime, and the other supreme intents. These were the supreme intents of the 5 supreme intents. Terrifying, truly terrifying. However, the fire dragon had a look of disdain. So what if it had more supreme intents? The difference in cultivation could never be made up for. The law of destruction charged forward. Rumble. Boom. Boom. The white-eyed wolf's supreme intents of the 4 supreme intents shattered on the spot. If it were any other supreme intents, even if the white-eyed wolf was only a perfected dominator, it would still be invincible. However, the fire dragon also had a supreme intent of the supreme intents of the supreme intents of the supreme intents. This was the factor that made it unbeatable. Immediately after, the law of destruction blasted toward the white-eyed wolf. The white-eyed wolf let out a miserable groan and was sent flying, blood gushing out of its body. If it hadn't broken the limits of its physical body, the fire dragon's attack would have been enough to kill it. At this moment, because of the white-eyed wolf's obstruction, Qin Feiyang's Eye of Heaven emitted a purple gold beam of light that connected the dragon's Eye of Heaven to the first prince's Eye of Heaven like a divine chain. The moment the two were connected, a majestic aura surged out in all directions with the two as the center. At the same time, the dragon race's crown prince's Eye of Heaven also slowly flew towards Qin Feiyang's Eye of Heaven. Don't even think about successfully merging. The fire dragon's murderous intent soared as the law of destruction madly charged toward Qin Feiyang. Bastard! The white-eyed wolf roared as it activated all its supreme intents and once again charged in front of the fire dragon. You want to die that much? Okay. This emperor will fulfill your wish. The fire dragon raised his eyebrows as his murderous intent surged. The law of destruction's supreme intents were like a terrifying god as it shattered the white-eyed wolf's supreme intents and then slapped at the white-eyed wolf. Brr. With a howl, the white-eyed wolf's physical body cracked open, and blood dyed the sky red as it smashed into the sea below. After the white-eyed wolf's delay, the dragon's eye of heaven was about to reach Qin Feiyang. The fire dragon panicked. If Qin Feiyang really managed to merge with the eye of heaven, then he would be able to replicate both the law of destruction and the heaven-defying divine art. Qin Feiyang's strength was already frightening enough. If the eye of heaven successfully evolved, then he would be able to kill any god or demon that stood in his way. With Big Bro here, don't even think about stopping little Qin Zi. With a roar, the white-eyed wolf charged out once more, exuding an unparalleled aura with all its supreme intents. An unkillable cockroach? The fire dragon raised his eyebrows and looked at the second princess and the others. He shouted, "Hurry up and stop Qin Feiyang. Otherwise you will all become his stepping stones in the future." The second princess and the others shuddered as they looked at Qin Feiyang with murderous intent in their eyes. In the next moment, with a loud bang, sovereign divine weapons appeared one after another. The white dragon sword, the blood dragon blade, the black dragon mirror. There were a total of 8 sovereign divine weapons. Retreat. Elder Hu shouted at the crowd when he saw the situation. He had never thought that this battle would turn into a battle between the sovereign divine weapons. Hearing Elder Hu's roar, the crowd immediately turned around and fled for their lives. They knew that once the sovereign divine weapons started fighting, only death would await them if they stayed. The only ones who didn't move were the young man and Long Chen. Long Chen's eyes flickered, but he didn't stop the fire dragon. No one knew what he was thinking. As for the young man, he still looked sleepy. Hurry up and kill him. As the Dragon Clan's princes and princesses shouted, the white dragon sword and the other sovereign divine weapons immediately charged towards Qin Feiyang. Faced with such a situation, there was no doubt that he would die. However, Qin Feiyang didn't despair because of this. With a clang, the ancient castle appeared, and its divine aura shook the surroundings. Clang. The Grim Reaper's sword and the horsetail whisk also appeared. Even if you have 3 sovereign divine weapons, can you stop 8 of our sovereign divine weapons? The second princess sneered. Chapter 3583. You're underestimating me, Qin Feiyang? Since I dared to come to White Crane Island to accept the challenge, I'm already prepared to deal with you. Fire Phoenix Sword, Fire Phoenix Divine Jade. Qin Feiyang roared. With a loud clang, the 2 sovereign divine weapons flew out of Princess Huofeng's body. They streaked across the sky like lightning and arrived in front of Qin Feiyang. What? The second princess of the dragons as well as Bing Runing's group, all looked at this scene in shock. The 2 sovereign divine weapons were actually helping Qin Feiyang? Sister, what's going on? Pyrotechnic Glow and the 2 women also looked at Princess Huofeng in surprise. This is the agreement between him and father. The 2 sovereign divine weapons will now listen to Qin Feiyang's orders. Princess Huofeng transmitted her voice. They will listen to Qin Feiyang's orders. Pyrotechnic Glow and the other 2 looked at each other. With the appearance of the Fire Phoenix Sword and Fire Phoenix Divine Jade, the Ancient Castle, the Horsetail Whisk, and the Grim Reaper's Sword, Qin Feiyang now had 5 sovereign divine weapons. Although it wasn't enough to deal with the dragon's 8 sovereign divine weapons, it was enough to delay them for a while. On the other side, the white-eyed wolf was once again sent flying by the fire dragon, and his body was torn apart. I'll send you to hell right now. The fire dragon roared and charged toward the white-eyed wolf. Who are you sending to hell? Did you ask for my permission? However, at this moment, a black-clothed young man descended from the sky and slapped at the fire dragon. Boom. A wave of death energy rolled out from the black-clothed young man's palm. Caught off guard, the fire dragon was sent flying. Madman. The white-eyed wolf floated in the void and looked at the black-clothed young man in front of him in surprise. That's right. This person was the lunatic who had been separated from him for a long time. Madman's appearance not only surprised Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf, but also surprised the second princess of the dragons. The madman looked at the white-eyed wolf and bared his teeth. I didn't expect you to be in such a sorry state. You're really embarrassing me. Scram. White-eyed wolf's face darkened. Tell me and you're still unhappy. Madman pouted and looked at the fire dragon. You dare to bully my brother? You really don't know your place. Boom. As his voice fell, a terrifying aura erupted. He had reached the peak sovereign realm. Following closely, the Edict of Death and Edict of Destruction surged out. A dark red waning moon and a giant statue appeared above the madman's head. Damn you. The white-eyed wolf roared. Not only had he raised his cultivation to the sovereign realm, but he had also comprehended the supreme profundities of the laws of death and the laws of destruction. Just how had the madman been cultivating on Skycloud Island all these years? Ah, did you see that? This is my disciple. At the same time, the Hall of Famers was also secretly laughing. Looking at the Alliance Master and Vice Alliance Master, as well as the Divine Python couple, his expression was full of pride. The Alliance Master and the others rolled their eyes at him. We know your disciple is outstanding, but there's no need to deliberately show off. However, this little madman was indeed powerful. After not seeing him for a while, he had comprehended two supreme profundities of the laws of death. This strength was not inferior to Qin Feiyang at all. Boom. With a wave of the madman's hand, the two supreme profundities immediately charged toward the fire dragon. The fire dragon's pupils suddenly shrank. The supreme profundities of the law of destruction surged as he frantically attacked. But there was no suspense. The madman's two supreme profundities completely crushed him. Then the two supreme profundities blasted onto the fire dragon's body, and a terrifying fluctuation instantly drowned the fire dragon. Hurry up! Seeing how powerful the madman was, the second princess's eyes trembled. She looked at the dragon mirror and the other sovereign divine weapons and shouted, "Hurry up!" The 8 sovereign divine weapons crazily attacked. The 5 sovereign divine weapons, including the ancient castle, desperately protected Qin Feiyang. For a moment, although the ancient castle and the other sovereign divine weapons were in a passive situation, they were still barely able to resist. Ice Phoenix Sword. Black Ice Divine Hammer, Black Ice Divine Bow, go help. Seeing this, Bing Running shouted. The 3 sovereign divine weapons immediately rushed out and went straight to the battlefield. Bing Running, what are you doing? Princess Huofeng shouted. Bing Running sneered. I should be the one asking you this. Why are you helping Qin Feiyang? Princess Huofeng's face was as dark as water. Sister, do you need my help? Pyrotechnic Glow said in a deep voice. Princess Huofeng said, Nonsense, we have to protect Qin Feiyang. Pyrotechnic Glow's eyes turned cold when he heard this. Fire Phoenix Blade, Divine Phoenix Spear, protect Qin Feiyang. Following 2 loud clangs, a long saber made of scarlet flames and a long spear made of fire flew out of Huizihue's body. They tore through the sky like lightning and attacked the 3 sovereign divine weapons. In fact, Qin Feiyang's side was still at a disadvantage. If this continued, Qin Feiyang's side would definitely lose. After all, the difference in the number of sovereign divine weapons was too great. But fortunately, the ancient castle's sovereign divine weapons weren't fighting with their lives on the line. They just needed to block the Ice Phoenix Sword and the other sovereign divine weapons. So many sovereign divine weapons? The madman's expression froze, but then a sinister smile appeared on his face. He glanced at the dragons and said, I came prepared. Clang. Boom. With a series of loud clangs, rays of divine light flew out of the madman's body. There were blades, spears, swords, halberds, everything. The aura they emitted was that of a sovereign divine weapon. There were 8 of them. What? The white-eyed wolf looked at the madman, dumbfounded. The dragon race's group, Bing Running's group, and even Princess Huofeng's group were shocked to the extreme. How could there be 8 sovereign divine weapons? Even Long Chen and the young man looked at the madman, dumbfounded. This guy was too abnormal. 8 sovereign divine weapons, the ancient castle, the horsetail whisk, the sword of the Grim Reaper, the Fire Phoenix Divine Jade, the Fire Phoenix Sword, the Fire Phoenix Blade, and the Divine Phoenix Spear. There were a total of 15 sovereign divine weapons. In just an instant, Qin Feiyang's side turned the situation around. This was because the dragons only had 11 sovereign divine weapons, including Bing Running's 3. I wanted to help them, but I didn't expect them to have such a terrifying foundation. The young man shook his head and yawned lazily. The snow python on his shoulders smiled bitterly when it heard this. Long Chen's eyes flashed when he heard the young man's words. He was here to help Qin Feiyang. It seemed like the relationship between the two was not simple. Kiki? The madman took a step forward and landed beside Qin Feiyang with the white-eyed wolf. He glanced at Bing Running and the dragons and said arrogantly, Continue if you dare. See how I'll deal with you. Yeah, weren't you very arrogant before? Come. The white-eyed wolf was also extremely arrogant. Previously, his physical body had not been destroyed, but it had been reconstructed. After consuming the Divine Life Pill, Primordial Sea Divine Pill, and Divine Sun Divine Pill, his broken physical body, Sea of Qi and Sea of Consciousness were all recovering rapidly. Looking at the ingrate and lunatic, Bing Running and the rest of the dragon tribe's people's faces sank. Boom. It was at this moment. The dragon's eye of heaven finally met with Qin Feiyang's eye of heaven. The moment the two met, a dazzling divine light burst out and merged with each other. At this moment, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled in the sky. Strong winds howled and gave birth to all kinds of strange phenomena. In just a few breaths, a mighty aura rolled out from above Qin Feiyang. Everyone looked up at the eye of heaven. It was completely different from the previous eye of heaven. At this moment, the eye of heaven was black and white, like a mysterious taiji pattern. It was as if there was a world within it, with mountains and rivers, the sun, the moon, the stars, and thousands of gods and demons. That eye of heaven seemed to be able to steal the sun and steal the fortune of heaven and earth. "This is the complete eye of heaven," Long Qin murmured. Everyone present couldn't suppress a sense of awe in their hearts. It was as if there was really an eye of heaven looking down on all living beings. "Senior brother, activate your law profound," Qin Feiyang suddenly shouted. The madman quivered and the law of death and the law of destruction roared out. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and the eye of heaven sprinkled a black and white divine light, enveloping the madman's two profound. Immediately after, under countless shocked gazes, the purple gold dragon god also rapidly manifested two supreme profound meanings in the air above it. Success. The madman's eyes trembled. As far as Qin Feiyang was concerned, this was a great transformation. It could be said that the evolution of the eye of heaven allowed Qin Feiyang's combat strength to instantly increase by countless times. Ha! Qin Feiyang looked at the two replicated profound and couldn't help but laugh. The next moment he looked at Bing Runing with a cold light in his eyes. The two profound meanings instantly shattered the sky as they madly rushed towards Bing Runing. "Your Highness, be careful." The white-haired old man, the white-haired old woman, and the middle-aged man took a step forward and the power of law surged out. The white-haired old woman activated the law of ice's profound. The middle-aged man activated the law of death's profound. The white-haired old man waved his hand and a surge of spacetime energy rolled out. The law of spacetime's profound also instantly appeared. It could be said that no one present could stop the supreme profundities of the two supreme laws and the supreme profundities of the law of ice. However, Qin Feiyang's face was full of ridicule. "Copy." Following his shout, the white-haired old woman and the other two's profound were also successfully copied. In this way, in addition to the madman's two profound, there were a total of 5 profound. The 5 supreme ultimates brought with them a torrential might as they blasted out. With a loud bang, the 3 supreme ultimates of the white-haired old lady and the other 2 were shattered in the void. Then the 5 supreme ultimates blasted towards Bing Runing and the other 3. "Protect Her Highness," the white-haired old man roared. A supreme-grade heaven-defying armor appeared on their bodies. But it was meaningless. Facing the 5 profound, it shattered on the spot. Immediately after, the 5 profound meanings blasted onto the 3 of them, and a world-destroying aura burst forth, instantly engulfing the white-haired old woman, the other 2, and Bing Runing. Screams rang out. In just a few breaths, the 3's bodies shattered. Bing Runing was even more miserable, and even her divine soul was annihilated. Seeing that the 4 of them were about to lose their lives, the Ice Phoenix Sword, and the other 2 sovereigns' divine weapons rushed back and swept up their divine souls before retreating far away. Chapter 3584. Looking at the 3 sovereign divine weapons and the divine souls of Bing Runing's group, everyone present couldn't help but shudder. The Eye of Heaven was too terrifying to be able to replicate the ultimate profundity. One had to know that the white-haired old woman and the other 2 were super experts, but in front of Qin Feiyang, they were as weak as babies. The current Qin Feiyang was simply invincible. "Ha! From now on, the Demon Hall will step onto the path of light." Elder Huo laughed inwardly. Although Qin Feiyang might not be a match for the 4 forbidden zones, he believed that it was only a matter of time before he surpassed them. If even the 4 forbidden zones were suppressed by Qin Feiyang, the Demon Hall would definitely benefit from it. Good. Our Rogue Cultivator Alliance will step onto unprecedented glory because of these little guys. The Deputy Alliance leader, the Hall of Famers, was also very excited. How could they not be? Qin Feiyang and Feng Zi were their disciples. The 2 of them had achieved what they had today, so they felt proud too. Could be said that the Demon Hall and the Rogue Cultivator Alliance benefited the most from the rise of Qin Feiyang and the others. Of course, there was also the Heavenly Joy Pavilion. The Heavenly Joy Pavilion's despair was inextricably linked to Qin Feiyang. Although Yueqing and Yi Miao's cultivation were not very high, they had chosen the right side. If they had betrayed Qin Feiyang in the face of Pei Tianhong's threat, the Heavenly Joy Pavilion would have disappeared from the Sky Cloud realm. In fact, not only the Demon Hall, but the Rogue Cultivator Alliance and the Heavenly Joy Pavilion were also making a huge gamble. In the end, it turned out that they had made the right bet. In the blink of an eye, the three sovereign divine weapons carried Bing running and the others far away and turned back to look at Qin Feiyang. Because their physical bodies had been destroyed, the four of them had revealed their true forms. They were all ice phoenixes. At this moment, their eyes were filled with fear. They looked at Qin Feiyang as if they were looking at the Divine King. This is the legendary divine beast, Ice Phoenix? It seems that the so-called Feng people are all phoenixes. Usually it's hard to even see a phoenix. But now, a Feng people actually came out. How many phoenixes are there in a clan? Everyone's eyes were filled with shock as they looked at the divine souls of Bing Running's group. But what shocked them the most was that even the divine beast phoenix could not withstand a single blow from Qin Feiyang. Pyrotechnic glow swept his gaze over Bing Running and the others. Suddenly, his spirits rose as he looked at Princess Huofeng and transmitted his voice, "I understand, sis." Princess Huofeng was stunned. What did she understand? Pyrotechnic glow glanced at the people around him and said mysteriously, "You must have made a promise to Qin Feiyang." What the hell? Princess Huofeng was stunned. Private pledge of marriage? What the hell was this? Otherwise, why would father make the Fire Phoenix Divine Jade and Fire Phoenix Sword listen to his orders? Sister, I really didn't expect you to be so secretive. You actually got me a brother-in-law without anyone knowing. Pyrotechnic glow snickered. Princess Huofeng's face darkened as she gave Pyrotechnic glow a smack on the head. It was so painful that Pyrotechnic glow cried out. High up in the sky, Qin Feiyang, Frenzy, and the white-eyed wolf all raised their heads and looked at the Eye of Heaven between the brows of the purple gold dragon soul. Their eyes were filled with shock. The complete Eye of Heaven was too powerful. It was simply unrivaled. Frenzy suddenly laughed and said, "Now you feel better, right?" In the past, Qin Feiyang always said that the Eye of Heaven was inferior to his and the white-eyed wolf's battle soul. But now, the Eye of Heaven had evolved and displayed heaven-defying abilities. In terms of combat power, it was not inferior to his and the white-eyed wolf's battle soul. No, they couldn't say that. Their three battle souls each had their own merits and couldn't be measured by combat power. When Qin Feiyang heard this, he couldn't help but laugh. But to be honest, he still had many doubts in his heart. The Eye of Heaven was naturally powerful. After all, it was one of the 10 strongest battle souls. But the white-eyed wolf and Frenzy's battle souls weren't among the 10 strongest battle souls. Secondly, they had never been seen in the world before. How could it be so powerful? One deprived one's cultivation, battle soul, and power of law. One had a large range of petrification that was impossible to guard against and unavoidable. These were all in the category of super-killing moves. The white-eyed wolf waved his claws and glanced at the fire dragon not far away. He bared his teeth and said, "Hurry up and deal with business. There's still a reckless fellow that hasn't been dealt with." Swoosh. Qin Feiyang and Frenzy immediately looked at the fire dragon. The fire dragon's pupils constricted. The power of the Eye of Heaven was obvious to all. And now, Frenzy had returned with 8 sovereign divine weapons. Even without the help of the Feng people, Qin Feiyang's side was enough to catch all the dragons in one fell swoop. Frenzy looked at Long Chen and laughed. "Old friend, the fire dragon stopped old Qin from fusing with the Eye of Heaven. Is this your idea? What do you think?" Long Chen smiled faintly. "You're asking me? How would I know?" Frenzy grinned. The power of law in his body was ready to move. Long Chen didn't show any signs of nervousness. He looked at the fire dragon and said indifferently, "You planted the evil fruit, so you have to deal with it yourself." This sentence was enough to prove that the fire dragon's previous actions were not ordered by him. When the fire dragon heard this, his eyes trembled. Obviously, Long Chen wouldn't help. He regretted it now. He knew that these 2 people and 1 wolf were difficult to deal with, so why did he take the initiative to provoke them? In fact, at that time he thought that he would definitely be able to stop Qin Feiyang from fusing with the Eye of Heaven. After all, there was the help of the second princess of the dragons and the others. But he didn't expect that Frenzy would appear halfway. Not only did his strength increase by leaps and bounds, but he also brought 8 sovereign divine weapons, directly shattering his wishful thinking. Qin Feiyang took a step forward and swept his blade-like gaze at the fire dragon. "Others don't know about the grudge between you and me, but those who know us well are well aware of it. So let's not talk nonsense and start directly." The fire dragon's eyes sank. He looked at Long Chen, then at the young man, and finally at the castle and the other sovereign divine weapons. Then he suddenly turned around and fled without looking back. What a joke. Even if he fought to the death to defeat Qin Feiyang, there was still frenzy and 15 sovereign divine weapons. Also, as a nemesis for so many years, he understood Qin Feiyang's personality and knew that Qin Feiyang was determined to kill him. So in the end, no matter what, the one who would die would definitely be him. Only a fool would accept a sure death situation. The blood mark between his eyebrows released a dazzling light. With the help of the blood mark, even if it was just teleportation, its speed would be comparable to that of a supreme-level auxiliary divine spell. However, it wasn't easy to wait for the fire dragon to take the initiative to appear. Would Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf let him escape so easily? Obviously not. Seal the sea area. Following Qin Feiyang's low shout, the ancient castle, Horsetail Whisk, Grim Reaper's sword, Flaming Phoenix Divine Jade, and Flaming Phoenix sword immediately erupted with world-destroying divine might and swept in all directions. Seal the sea area? The second princess of the dragons was shocked. She looked at the black dragon mirror next to her and shouted, "Hurry up and leave!" The eyes of the third prince and the others were also trembling. Once the sea area was sealed by Qin Feiyang's sovereign divine weapon, they would be like turtles in a jar and wouldn't be able to escape. Once the fire dragon was dealt with, they would be the next. Clang. The black dragon mirror and the other divine weapons of the 8 sovereigns quickly came to life. They took the princes, princesses, and their followers and fled for their lives. Escape? The mad scientist frowned. Don't worry about them for now. Qin Feiyang waved his hand. The second princess of the dragons and the others weren't comparable to the fire dragon. Although the fire dragon was powerful and had the blood mark, he didn't have a sovereign divine weapon. And the second princess of the dragons and the others all had a sovereign divine weapon. It wouldn't be easy to kill them, and there was also the unfathomable Long Chen. Not to mention his identity as the son of the ice dragon, Qin Feiyang was quite wary of his evolved domain of divinity. More importantly, if an all-out war really broke out with so many sovereign divine weapons, it would be a devastating disaster for the Sky Cloud Ocean. In addition, if he fought with the dragons and the others, the fire dragon might take advantage of the chaos to escape. If he had to choose between the fire dragon and the second princess of the dragons, he would definitely choose to kill the fire dragon without hesitation. Because this wasn't just a personal grudge, it was also a request from the fire python. So, he didn't care about anything else, but this big problem had to be dealt with today. The 5 sovereign divine weapons crossed the void and appeared thousands of miles away in the blink of an eye. Their divine power was vast and mighty as they directly sealed off the sea area. Under the lead of the sovereign divine weapons, the second princess of the dragons and the others escaped the sealed area. But no matter how fast the fire dragon was, could he be faster than the sovereign divine weapons? As for Long Chen and the youth, they were still sitting on the side. One was drinking tea and the other was drinking wine. They didn't care at all. Do you really want to force me? The fire dragon looked at the sealed area and turned to glare at Qin Feiyang. You and I are destined to fight. What else is there to say? Qin Feiyang took a step forward and walked toward the fire dragon step by step. His blood-stained hair fluttered in the wind, like a god-demon descending to the world. Okay. The fire dragon's expression immediately turned malevolent. A terrifying dragon's might erupted from it. However, it wasn't directed at Qin Feiyang. Instead, it was directed at the surrounding crowd. These people didn't have sovereign divine weapons and knew that Qin Feiyang wouldn't hurt them, so they didn't escape. At this moment, seeing the fire dragon coming toward them, their faces changed color. This bastard is crazy. Qin Feiyang is right in front of you. Why didn't you go to Qin Feiyang and come to us instead? Bullying the weak, is there a sense of accomplishment? No matter how strong you become, you're still the same. Qin Feiyang's eyes were filled with disgust. Back at the divine site, the fire dragon used the fire python's father as a scapegoat to escape from him. It was also because of this that the fire python's father died. Today he was going to use these innocent people to threaten him. How could he be worthy of being a divine beast? As a divine dragon, did he not have any sense of shame? Qin Feiyang shouted, "Ancient castle, move everyone." Boom. The 5 sovereigns' divine weapons surged toward the crowd with overwhelming might. In the blink of an eye, everyone who was watching the battle appeared outside the barrier. This included Elder Hua Hezhongtian, the Alliance Master, and Princess Huofeng. The Fire Phoenix Saber and the Divine Phoenix Spear had also returned to Pyrotechnic Glow's side. After all, their help was no longer needed. Moreover, they had to protect Pyrotechnic Glow and the others against any sudden attacks from Bing Runing and the other 3.